fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. I hope you are having a good morning. Oh my gosh. Sorry about the little bit of delay. I don't know what was up. So normally when you set up these live streams, StreamYard is partially integrated with Rumble, but not fully. So you need to set up your Rumble stream through Rumble, and then you go to StreamYard to set up your YouTube stream, and it has you grab an existing Rumble stream if you're using a static server. And for whatever reason, it just wasn't grabbing the info from the static server. So I had to create a new temporary one. Done. This is all technical. Who cares? New York Times said you are gay. Is that true? Obvious. Is it not obvious yet? Have you seen my shirt? Speaking of, oh my goodness. Well, anyway, so the last 2 days of trial, I have not been here. I was in Las Vegas at Hackamania, which is very complicated to explain. If you have no idea what it is, keep it that way. If you do know what Hackamania is, I mean, you should probably seek an exorcist. What in Flock Eagles is that hair? I don't know. It's the morning, man. Who cares? The back of it's a little. Get down. Get down, hair. Oh my gosh. So anyway, Hackamania was cool though. I'm still laughing. It was the dumbest thing. Like in its dumbest in its own way. But we're not going to no, this is not a polo with rolled sleeves. It's not a polo shirt, it's got buttons. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Okay, I know that the Buchanan, people call him like Inspector Bukaki or whatever. That I know that was supposedly pretty good testimony. And maybe I'll watch it some point here. I really wanted to do that. I was busy all weekend. I mean, I flew in, stood around because Patrick Melton cannot book a hotel room. What a moron. And then, you know, the event started and I was busy the entire time. I too would rather gossip about Aaron with a bunch of fat guys than to be around my wife and kids. Well, that's a mean way to put it. I came back home as fast as possible. Leave me alone. Let's see. So anyway, let me get this thing pulled up. That's what she said. Well, I had a good weekend. That's all I can say. I had a very good weekend. As I mentioned on Twitter, I went to Las Vegas and I didn't have any trouble not drinking. I was offered drugs and I'm like, they're like, I don't know what you can take. I'm like, none of the drugs, dude. I can't, there's not any of them. Just chill. But, you know, I was offered all sorts of fun stuff and it was like, no. And it was really easy not to do any of it because I was busy. I think that's the trick for me. Just be busy. Let's see. Jules says, wish me luck on my interview. I'll be back. Well, good luck. Go get it. I don't know what you're interviewing for. I assume a job. About time. I hope you win. I don't think they were feds. Fun stuff. Oh, Nick, you didn't learn anything, did you? You realize that drugs are fun. You shouldn't do them, but like the reason people do them is because they're fun. This should not be confusing at all. Let's see. All right, let me pull up. I'm just getting everything set up. Sorry. How's y'all's weekend? Oh, is YouTube doing the thing where it kicks you all out? That's nice. I like that plan. It makes like running a show really easy. Nick looks like a hairdresser. You know, there are good ways to call me gay, and that's one of them. Oh my goodness. Get Bronco over here. Well, I'll invite I'll invite him and Joe. I don't know when or if either of them would be planning on joining today. But hey, there we go. One for Joe, one for Bronca. If you're bored, pop in. Rujit Men's Health says it's been a year since we've heard from you. That's not true at all. Liar. I like chewing up those little minty things. Don't ever do Viagra and cocaine at the same time. Maybe. It's terrible. It'll kill you. It'll literally kill you. Don't do it. Ah. Tack, I know I'm a bit early, but I'm getting everything set up, and I want to make sure that everybody knows they have a cozy place where they can come and hang out. Right now, I'm just getting all my windows set up. I don't know why I always forget to do like I could set up my chat window like I'm doing right now, or my chat monitor. I'm hoping the lighting is I added a tiny little light, which I think was just enough of what I was looking for. And I hope the lighting is a little bit warmer, but also a little bit more complete. It was a little too dark down south. Jokes. Maybe I should make it like darker though, like completely dark, so you just can't see me. Probably do better. If someone calls you a hairdresser, they're not calling you gay, they're calling you a fag. Damn it. I should have pre-read that before reading it out loud, but that was funny. Oh my gosh. Wait, it says Police Sergeant Bukaki to face more questions. So white paint, what's my take on the case so far? I mean, my take on the case so far is that the state has not put forward what I think is a great case for this woman murdering her boyfriend. At least not beyond a reasonable doubt. I think there's tons of reasonable doubt that exists. But I gotta say, I don't know who else is saying this. I don't watch other people's analysis of the case. So you guys let me know if anybody else has this opinion, but I'm of the opinion that the state is actually doing a pretty damn effective job of planting in the jury's minds Karen Reed's confessions, for lack of a better word. Her consciousness of her own guilt is seems to be apparent to me from what the state is doing. I'm not saying that that's true. Very important that it's understood. I'm not saying the state is right and that Karen Reed is conscious of her guilt. I don't believe that at all. But I do believe that the state is effectively making the case that she is, and they're really working on. And I hate this, but it looks like they're working on trying to plant in the jury just sort of the mantra that she was running around telling everybody that she did it. And I think that is very, very dangerous for Karen Reed. I think actually that's the most dangerous thing. Confessions and admissions carry more weight than pretty much anything else. I mean, there's just, when a jury hears someone say, yeah, I did it, no matter what context they hear that, it just sticks. Something about someone saying I did it. And so I don't think Karen Reed actually said that for real, but I think that they've got her, that they're doing a pretty good job of implanting that idea. Does that make sense? I hope so. Okay, now, stupid window, get off my screen. Go away. I just want to remind everybody that we do have the super tip system, which if you've not messed around with it yet, it is supertip.gg/RL. There's a link pinned at the top of each chat. And it is a way to effectively do a super chat, like normal, except it's read in a bevy of AI voices that are available for you to play with. And they're lots of fun. And, we've got, this one, like, for example, is just a text one from Shmuel Buckman, who I met at Hackmania. Very, very cool. It says, morning from Hackmania. Well, good morning. Hackmania is over. What's wrong with you? Have you ever heard of a calendar? But see, it also does stuff like this.
Your Honor, the evidence will show that Kurt will not pick up women at AutoZone because those women are old enough to drive.
So you can do either one. And we've got a bunch of voices. Ryan's been working overtime. And let's see. We've got 5 new voices. Hopefully they'll come in today. We've got Alessi, Viva Fry, Robert Barnes. We've got a Trump voice coming in, although I don't know why we would need a Trump voice. Very offensive. We should not be using his voice or likeness in any way. And then I think we're updating the depressed incel lawyer voice. Although rumors abound that all this nonsense about taking down voices might be a little hasty. We'll see how that develops. Let's see. We've got Galaxy Gas Shop USA says, thanks for your show and your order. 500 units sent. Where am I going to put 500 units of Galaxy Gas? Holy shit. That'd be crazy. Joey Big Play says, get Bronca over here. Visit Hedonism 2 says the Hedo Spirit Bash is not the same without guys. Well, I mean, I would guess if it, huh? Did you mean to say you guys? Because it kind of changes the joke. Well, when is it? I can't go. Like, you can't go to Hedo without drinking. terrible. Oh my gosh. You can't stand Vito's voice. Neither could his parents. Neither can his victims. Oh. Vito and Flash could be cousins. Yeah, it's like one has the bizarro blonde beard and the other one has the dark beard. I had to be around Vito. He was at Hackamania as well. Thankfully, the other guests ate the children before Vito could victimize them. Transparency. Welcome to super lawyer status. Very much appreciate that. I also haven't promoted it, but I do have a locals, ricadalaw.locals.com. And it's a great place because you can get if you sign up for free, you don't have to pay anything to sign up and get notifications and read most of the posts that are made. And mainly what I'm going to do right now is I announce the live streams here, and usually there's a live chat. The live chat, to participate in that, you tend to have to pay. That is a paid membership benefit, but you don't have to do that just to get the notifications. And that's just a nice thing because, YouTube doesn't always tell you that the streams are going live and stuff like that. But I tend to always have that happen with, through locals. Although with the trial streams, since I'm usually like running late to get to the trial, because you're so damn early most days that I forget to tweet out, or I forget to do the locals post before the stream goes live. But generally speaking, I actually have the post go live, or have the post up and then go live after that. So I'm not removing comments. That was a mod. Here we go.
We all leave today, you lollipop.
Oh, you guys stayed through. Don't you have mothers? I know you don't have wives. Just kidding. I met a couple wives there in Vegas, and I didn't come home with one, so that was nice. They're expensive. Who wants another? Live according to Martin says, should evidence be inadmissible for mishandling? The admissibility of evidence, it really depends. I'm thinking, because it's a should question, so it's a philosophy question. I think the evidence should still be admissible if it's relevant and probative. Just because it was mishandled doesn't mean that it's unreliable to the point of being excluded. Lawyers have the opportunity to have their experts explain the reliability of the evidence, even if it was mishandled. Notice that Nick never denied coming home with somebody's husband. Well, they make money. Adding them to the household is helpful. Now, that was weird, though. That's a new thing. So, based on my personal drama, I guess, and it's actually a mild misunderstanding of the drama, but I have to consider that anyone I'm talking to may be interested in something more, which is weird. Because I didn't have to think that way before, but now like I kind of do. So I have to be very careful about like how I interact with people. It's just oh yeah. So I don't know, while we're waiting, do you guys want to hear a funny story from Vegas? Because this is very confusing. This is a first for me. Like you know, it's not often that you get new stuff to happen to you. So I'm standing around this very bouncy woman comes up to me. Well, first, right before this, I left my hotel room and I got in the elevators to go down to the event. And I met someone who said that they were a big fan. They were just saying, like, thanks for doing this and stuff. And I was like, yeah, no problem, man. It's a lot of fun. And then they said, look, I got you whatever you need. And then they start listing all these. They said, I don't know what you could take, but then they started listing all these prescription drugs. I'm like, I can't take anything, homie. Like, I can't do any of that. You can't give those to me. Please be gone, Satan. Get thee behind me. Also, I've never been like a prescription drug guy. But so I'm like, Jesus Christ. And then I go downstairs and this one lady keeps offering me. She's like, well, can you just have wine? And I'm like, no, there is zero liquor that I can have. Please stop asking. Well, how about beer? It's like, stop. That's it's the same thing. No. But then I'm standing around talking and I find a moment of solace where I'm alone. And a woman comes up to me and she says, I have a solution to all of your problems. Which is a weird thing to say because I don't know exactly which problem she's talking about, right? And I'm like, well, now I'm intrigued. And she says, it's 3 letters. It's GHB. And I have some in my room. And then I had so many questions. I still don't know exactly what happened in that moment and what was being offered. Because if you know what GHB is and you're asking someone if they want it, you're already doing it wrong. It's a very incorrect usage of GHB. Second, why do you have this? Why do you have this in your room? And third, which one of us is supposed to take it? I'm really not quite sure. Do strangers approach you with drugs? Yes. So, so the mystery is still unsolved. What is it? GHB is the date rape drug. That's what happens at like public events. People come up and offer you stuff, and you're like, no, I don't want that. Please stay away. Good Logic just uploaded a video destroying the prosecution's case. He calls it Good Logic's green grass theory. She was just trying to bust your cheeks out. Probably. You didn't take any of their wake-up pills? I have my own prescription wake-up pills. What's wrong with you, you weirdo? Do you think anyone actually believes you? Probably, at least. I don't know. Does anybody in the chat believe me? You guys tell me. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. I don't know. Like at some point you realize it doesn't matter if people believe you or not. Like the truth is the truth. What happens, happens. You can say it. Some people like who are involved with something know the truth. And they like to pretend that it's something else. Yes, because it was me. Oh. You would have wound up with a PPP style pick online if you would have took some. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not going to take anything. It's actually a really nice thing about being in public right? Like, there's no way. Also, the fact that I would have to drug test immediately when I got home. Why is your hand shaking so bad? Because my hand shakes. Okay, yeah. Come on, do a poll. I'm curious. Let's do it. Start a poll. What should it be? Is Nick do you believe the GHB story? Do you believe the GHB story? I believe I've encountered GHB before. It was when I've told this story before, but it was when I was on the You Are Here podcast the first time with Elijah Schaefer. And after the show, went to some cowboy bar called the Red River with a couple of the people from the Blaze. Was having a good night, and then I woke up on the bathroom floor being awoken by a bouncer who thought I'd been drinking too much, which, you know, that would not... I've never passed out in public from drinking. And I was not drinking heavy that night at all. So I don't think so. But you never know, right? Like, I guess in theory I could have lost track, but I'm pretty sure I had 3 drinks at that bar, which was nothing. And my credit card said I only spent $60 and I was buying drinks for 5 people. So I'm pretty sure it wasn't it was abnormal, but I think I caught a stray, you know. I think it was someone else's date rape that was supposed to happen. Got sent to me. It was great. That was the worst I've ever felt that next day. Like, holy shit. Was my pants pulled? No, my butthole was intact and all my credit cards were there. All my credit cards are on the floor of the bathroom stall, but they were all there. So it was very weird. I don't know. I know that, so I was walking around with a group of people, and then 2 fans had DM'd me on Twitter and said, "Hey, you know, like, we're here. Do you want to hang out?" And so I went and met up with them in the bar. This is a really big bar and it's really loud. So it's like, when I say I went and met up with them, you have to go find people. But I found them and we were starting to talk and just hang out. I remember that much. And then I said, I gotta hit the bathroom real quick. And so I went to the bathroom, and man, that's when I got basically unalived. That was not fun. That was also before I did drugs. So I just drank a lot back then. Nick saves young women by catching their GHB. I don't know if these women were young. I don't know them. Your rapist didn't think your credit limit was high enough. Oh wait, we got not cupcakes here, Centenea.
Your Honor, my client, Nikki Rackets, almost got date raped by Michaela at Hackamania.
It was not her.
This means we need to cancel his probation so he can get him some Michaela box.
No. Ew. No offense, Michaela. But no, gross. No, Michaela was thrown out of the event, which was kind of funny, for threatening to self-defense someone. Look, these events are funny to me. We had another first happen there. That was kind of cool. It was the first time I've ever had a negative experience, like a negative encounter with someone at one of these things. A lot of people have threatened to show up over the years. Like, I'm going to show up and kill you or whatever. No one's ever said kill you, but they're like, we're going to come and chant at you or something. And they never do. They never even show up. But there was a guy there, and I was very proud of him because he was, I don't know if he came to the event just for this, but I was sitting there watching Biggest Problem, a Dick and Vito show. And all of a sudden, I hear some guy at the bar yell, "Your kid tested positive for cocaine." I look around the corner. I'm like, "Are you okay? Do you want to talk?" And he just sat there mean mugging me for a while. But it was fine. When you yell at one of the guests at an event, like everybody starts looking at you, and so then the guy gets approached by security, and they talk to him and have like a conversation. He comes up to me later, and I'm like, "Oh, hey, man." And he says, "I just want you to know words are just words." And I'm like, "Okay." And he's like, "I wasn't gonna, I don't really agree with you on a bunch of stuff, but I wasn't going to do anything. Words are just words." I was like, "I didn't send security over to you. You yelled at a guest of the event. Like, the security is going to talk to you, you dumbass. Like, what did you think was going to happen? Like, they paid me to be here. You paid to be here. We're not in the same category." So then he's, like, we had a little conversation about it. I don't know. What do you do? But that was the first negative thing that's ever happened. That was cool. Nick, do you like sobriety being forced on you? No, not at all. I don't like anything forced on me, especially rape. But no, I don't like sobriety being forced on me, but I don't mind sobriety. It's really fine. For me, one of the hardest things to kind of figure out was like, mind you, that this all happened before I had started streaming full time again. So I knew the enforced sobriety was coming. And so the hard question is like, what do you do when all of your hobbies or like all of the activities that you do for recreation involve at that point involve like drugs and alcohol? Like, what do you do with that? Finding out how you're going to fill your time was the hard thing. Being busy is great. So I love these trial streams, and I love the plans that I have to, add more content and kind of rev things up and everything, because it keeps me busy and gives me something to do. The hard part was just thinking like, I don't know what to do anymore. Just because you get into a habit of like, oh, it's every time you get done with streams, it's like, all right, you're either already lit up, or you're going to go get lit up, and then you're going to do whatever depends on the time frame we're talking about. But there was a time where it's like, all right, you're going to get lit up and either go to a bar or like sing karaoke with your friends or whatever in your living room. And both of those were really fun. But that doesn't really happen anymore. So then you have to figure out how else you're going to fill your time. Is the trial starting late? Yes, the trial is an hour late today. So we have about 19 minutes left. Being paid $50K to keep drinking. I did not pay $50K. I paid $5K because that's how bonds work. And partly to keep drinking, but the other part is because violating release conditions puts you in jail. Not having release conditions is better. If you have the money, pay it. Every single time, pay it. If I hadn't paid it, I would have also had to pay for 11 months of random drug and alcohol testing, which gets really expensive depending on the schedule that you're on. For the 6 months during our family case, the schedule for random testing was very aggressive. Now, there's a difference for family cases because they're technically civil rather than criminal. So the state has to pay for your drug testing in the family cases. So that was nice. Although there were some weird circumstances where we had to pay for a bunch of them, but that's okay. But yeah, in the the regular thing, like right now on probation, I have to pay for my random tests. And it's just part of it. But I don't get tested near as often under my current probation as I did on release. Like it was 3 to 5 times a week. So it was very expensive. Let's see. 1987 JMS says I have a game 100% broke with testing. They try to break you first. They broke me pretty quick. I had 20 grand in cash gone, 60 grand in my 401k gone. Yeah, it's very expensive. Make no mistake. I mean, you're paying for your lawyer, but you're also paying for whatever the state does. I would pay out a bond every single time unless I just absolutely could not afford it. Is there a monograph update? Not really. We've been doing discovery. It's not really interesting. I mean, it's funny to see the shit that they thought was happening or think that is going on. Stacey O says Hank filed 2 more motions today, one to bring in new witnesses and the other to preclude hearsay under Bowden, so her team can't accuse them of not investigating others. I believe isn't it amazing? So the state has been complaining the entire time about Karen Reed's team not giving them enough time, right? For bringing in witnesses. That's been the whole thing. And now they're literally in the middle of trial asking to bring in new witnesses. It's like, where's that 11th hour complaint, Bev? How many Diddy parties did you go to? None. I wasn't invited. Very lame. Very uncool of Diddy. Very uncool. Very uncool. Nick, you sound humbled and trustworthy. The only way is up for you, Team Nick. Hey, thanks. Oh, I got it. Trial day 14. Come join us for Karen Reed trial day 14. I heard I just missed some really good fireworks, though, which I'm bummed about, and I'm trying to figure out how to make that up. Because I need to catch myself up on it in general. I was hoping to, I didn't know what the schedule was going to be like at Hackamania. I always have this like idealistic view of events, like, oh, you're going to have some time to do something, like even if it's just listen or watch a video or whatever. But I didn't, because I was, hanging around people until I crashed into my bed and then woke up, went back to hanging around people for the rest of the day. And yeah, so it's like I haven't seen any of the testimony from Thursday or Friday. Galaxy Gas Shop USA says, Nick, where have we seen that shirt before? I don't know. Where have you seen it before? Oh, this is the shirt I was wearing. This is the shirt I was wearing on my catastrophe stream. That's funny. I had forgotten. I love this shirt. It's super, it's really light and the material is really nice. Galaxy Gas Shop USA says, quick, turn off the camera and hit the blueberry mango. Gross. I don't have a blueberry or a mango to hit. They read all the Higgins texts. Bro was so thirsty. Wait, who is he texting? Jack Askus says, let us not remember that day, lol. No, definitely remember that day, man. Learn from it. My stupid decisions can maybe keep you from making a stupid decision. It's not like I'm going to hoard it. No, these are my stupid decisions. You can't have them. Learn, take all the lessons from them. Holy fuck, you got to watch it happen in real time. Nick, you look messed up. Okay. That was mean. Ouch. You can see cum stains. No, you can't. They're on the back. Don't lie, Ever Eden. Oh. That's a real man. Wearing scars takes courage. I wear my scars like my tattoos. Just watch The Cross of Yuri at 1.5. Maybe should we do that at lunch? Oh shit, I should tweet out that we're live here. Just waiting for court. It's you know, we got the fan going. It's there. Let me make sure. Yep, volume's on. Everything's set. I got the volume boosted. You'll know as soon as I do when court is in session, because it should play. The audio should play right to you, even though I don't have the video pulled up. I'm getting your son's voices to use for my own payment processing Skelly. Oh, all right. I hope you good luck. I don't what? What are you talking about? Some people are weird. Nami says, are you planning on following the Diddy trial? We're gonna have a Diddy on the ground consultant, and that's Joe, Good Logic. I've sent him the invite already. I'm hoping that any of the Diddy coverage he's doing, he'll be able to supplement us and help out. It's not televised. It's a federal trial. Federal trials are not broadcast. So you can't follow along in the traditional sense. You have to acquire transcripts and read those, I guess, or have someone in the courtroom. Joe's going to be in the courtroom, so he'll be doing most of the coverage. I would encourage people to watch his coverage of the trial. I wish I could be in New York to do it, but I just can't. One, because I don't think my PO would appreciate. So you're going to do what now? It's like, I'm going to be in New York covering the P. Diddy trial 5 days a week, and then I'll come back for the weekends. I don't think that would go over very well, unfortunately. It's also really it's really difficult to cover a trial without being able to show people what happened. Joe seems to understand that you're taking advantage of him. Finally. Yes, of course I'm taking advantage of him. That's how this business works. Jesus Christ. He wouldn't understand the Jesus thing, but everything else. Not Cupcake says 3 to 5 tests per week. What happens if one can't afford to test it often? Again, the schedule that I was on, that was for the family stuff. And I believe it was much more aggressive because the concern is different, right? So for probation, they want a sort of Damocles that hangs over your head. They want you to not know when you're going to have to test, but they don't need to test you that often, because if they're going to catch you, they're going to catch you. Like, they will. And so, it might be once a week, it might be once every 2 weeks, or it might be, 2 to 3 times in the same week. It could be whatever. But on the family case, they want to make sure that everybody in the house is safe, particularly that you're not using around any kids. So they have a much more aggressive schedule because they're concerned about the use and the danger it presents to others. And so then the purpose is much more preventative. That's so it happened a lot more. And the reason that matters is because in the family case, the state has to pay for all the tests. So outside of specific circumstances, without getting too deep into it, for example, there was a period of time where we needed to, for our case, generate a bunch of tests that showed immediately that there was no drug consumption happening. So we needed immediate results tests. So the state doesn't use immediate results tests. They use they have a test that you pee into the cup and they just send it off, and you don't know if you pass or you don't know what the results are. They get them, it takes like a week or so for them to get the results from those. but there are instant tests that are available, but they cost twice as much. So there was a period of time where we wanted to show the judge that, that we were completely clean, obviously, and we could prove it, like that on a daily basis. And so we said that for all the random testing, we would pay to have the instant test edition put on to all of them. So there were times where we did pay for the test, but that was purely because we were using that to build our case against the state. That's the fortune of having resources, because, you know, if those tests are the instant tests are $75 a pop, and you have 2 people, so it's $150. And if you're getting hit 3 to 5 times a week with $150 a day charges, it gets real fucking expensive real fast. And it's just one of the damn shames of the criminal justice system, or the civil justice system, that resources play such a massive role in it. I mean, a family making, you know, even normal money, they just can't afford that shit. I mean, could you, like, $450 a week at minimum being just added to your budget all of a sudden? It's crazy. Charlie Eckert says there are 3 types of people: the few who learn from observation, the rare person who learns by reading, and the rest who have to pee on the electric fence for themselves. Exactly. Angel Australia says, another one. Knew you'd be back, Nick. Hey, yeah, of course. He said, I agreed to do Hackamania before I had decided to do the Karen Reed trial. I remember I asked the judge in January if I could have permission to go to Hackamania. So this has been something that I was planning to do for quite some time. Lazy Tyrion says, do you plan on doing a recap of the trial so far? Because of work, I haven't been able to follow as closely. Yes. I mean, not necessarily during the show today, because some stuff has happened. I'm trying, now that I'm back from Vegas, I didn't want to do a bunch of stuff in the evening while I was getting ready for Vegas, because I was spending some time with Lady Rackets and the kids, since I was going to be gone for, a couple days. I don't usually travel alone, so that's something that, I'd like to spend a little time with all of them before I did that. But that said, I didn't get around to making too many recap videos. I'm hoping to change that now and spend some time making recaps, like each day or something every day or so. But look, give me some time to work into it. Tom Grawl says, I got on a jury. It was a rape case caught on a ring cam. But because she had a fetish thing with him once, 9 of the 12 said she asked for it, even though she had a blood alcohol content of 3.1. I think it's 0.31. It is sad, the amount of double standards. That's crazy. Fetish discrimination is like an interesting concept. I don't know if there's anything about it, but it's definitely used in civil trials, and it's kind of a weird thing to think about, right? But just because people have enjoy some sort of fetish doesn't mean they enjoy rape. What a wild thing. It's like, well, I like handcuffs from time to time. Oh, how are you with rape? What? That doesn't make any sense. Susan Davis, Nick, do you think the Commonwealth will call Proctor? Also, I'm excited to watch this trial with you. The KD/AH trial was so much fun with you. I think it's supposed to be JD. I was like, who the hell is KD? Yeah, I'm excited to watch it with you too, Susan. I do think, well, I don't know if they're going to call Proctor. I just don't know enough about what everybody is supposedly has, but I think they might have to. I think he might just have, he was the head investigator, and they may just need information that only he has. But even if the state doesn't, then the defense can. So we'll see. How about on the break, you toss it back and forth with Andrea Burkhart? Well, I mean, Andrea's always welcome on the show, but I don't know, like, we don't have a plan to do a show together today. I have talked to her about either co-streaming or doing a catch-up, or not a catch-up show, but like just a Karen Read discussion show with her at some point. We were talking about somewhere in the middle of the case, which is about now. So I should probably reach back out to her. Angel Australia sent 5 memberships. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. Colby Newlick says Joe is attending the Diddy trial, FYI. Yes, I know. I know he is. Oh, here we go.
It was great seeing you at Hackamania.
You are unmuted.
You're unmuted. Hey, Bev, you're looking very vodka-y this morning.
All right, good morning. I came in to 3 motions
Shit, I gotta.
that I did not have when I checked email before coming to court today.
I came into.
So I'll
promotion.
hear you quickly on these. I've had a chance to read them. So, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you. And, let's today focus on the Bowden ones. We can focus on the other one later.
My motion memorandum on Bowden just iterates my objections continuously at sidebar, that not all evidence is admissible, characterization of evidence is not admissible, and the defense should have the ability and intention to follow up with substantive proof if they're going to ask a question. It's not limitless. Bowden is wide parameters to ask the investigator about their state of mind, about the scope of the investigation, but it has boundaries of reasonableness. And my earlier objections about offering information that go into beyond Bowden, delve into third-party inadmissible evidence, those objections will compel me to draft this motion. And I can continue and will continue to object during the case, but once the questions are asked, if they're improper, the jury hears them, it inflames the jury. And without a basis and an intention to follow it up with substantive proof, the question should not be asked.
So the one point I want you to focus on, Mr. Brennan, is the specific evidence regarding materials that
Oh my God.
Sergeant Buchanan has not been able to look at.
You want me to?
Is that something we can do here in open court, or based on the protective order? Is that something that should be done at sidebar?
Sidebar.
All right.
Sidebar.
Come up, Mr. Jackson.
Sad bear. All right, so we will now have a moment of silence for whatever was going on in this case. Tweet is out. Oh man, everything's going great now. What a day. My goodness. Here we go. We do have a couple super tips. What's the GHB story? Well, I told it earlier. Sorry. I won't retell it now. Maybe I'll retell it later in the day. Is it normal for the judge to tell the state what to argue? Sometimes judges, they direct it's not the argument so much, but like they tell the lawyer what they want them to argue about. Like, give me the argument on this. Like, please focus on this thing, because that's where I have my questions. And I didn't see any problem with what Bev did just there.
What in the Fallout Boy is your her? Fix that shit, gang. Also, in case you didn't know, Kurt has a micro penis.
Ronnie, don't you even fucking at me about hair. You got your weird little towers of Babylon going on over there. No, thank you.
Hey, bitch, you showed my B cups to 7 people in Vegas. That's a bigger charge than me showing a pic to Broke Gino. I always win, you big nose loser.
Get humiliated. Get bullied, dork. You've been talking all week. Dorks should be bullied. Okay. Get bullied. Loser. Oh, the world in which that guy thinks he isn't a dork is a world I find hilarious. Here we go.
So Kurt is still a fat fucking piece of shit. I keep imagining him as a stuffed pig in bondage wear with an apple stuffed in his mouth. I don't need that image in my head. Help me!
Help me! Ronnie the Italian. What just happened there? Help me! Oh my gosh. Nick just has super tips to feel like he still has these friends. Yep, I really miss my good friend Ronnie O'Neill. He's good at asking you questions. Shotgun golf. Do you mean oblige? Are you drunk already? No. Where do you think I meant oblige? That's weird. I usually say what I mean. Lord of the Ricada Law, these detectives think they're all Elliot Stadlers, but in reality, they're all Amanda Rollins, the dumb bitch. Oh, I think that one was from last week. Neurodivergent says, thanks, Nick. Have a good trip. Peace and God bless. Okay, that one too. I forgot to clear out the tips over here on Rumble or on locals. Espresso D asked me, what would one have to do to have your release conditions or parole conditions say no sexual activity? Well, I would assume it would have to be a sex-related crime. But I don't know how they would monitor that generally. Hey, thanks, Tack. Everybody else is making fun of my hair and it hurts. Will you do a locals only show, Nick? Yes. Well, it'll be locals, YouTube members, and Rumble members. Any of the paid platforms. I don't want to limit where people are able to watch, to watch content and participate in it. So. Is there a limit on how much you can masturbate? I think chafing is really like how you fix that one. I'll bet there is, and I'll bet the jail they put you in for exceeding it is crazy. That'd be awful. Maddie Doinks, Nick, hello. So happy to see you back and doing better. 995 days sober myself. You got this. Okay, back to the shadows. Hey, man. Congrats. That's really awesome. Hashtag respect. Just show the hairline or start wearing a headband. I mean, like, it's right there. What do you want? Show the hairline. It's right there. You can see it. I don't know. I'm sure it's receded some from some point in my life. Watch Jackson's Cross of Super Trooper Paul from last year. When was that? Oh, from last year. Palmyra Amita says, so since you don't want to limit, there's no more use for us to get locals paid subscription. I mean, you can do locals if you want to use the locals platform. If you don't want to use the locals platform and you would like to use the YouTube memberships, I mean, it's still the $5 level memberships that are the ones that that matter for the that's the equal content, if that makes sense. That's what I'm trying to say. And then Rumble has $5 subscriptions as well. You can participate on any one of those. Oh, here we go. How long is this sidebar, Bev?
I spend my weekend obsessing over my ex-boyfriend and proving I'm a cuck. So how was your weekend?
That's what happened. Nailed it. 100%. Oh, amazing.
It's a me, Ronnie-O. So long, gay Aaron.
Ronnie O'Neill became like Jamaican there. I know the attempt was to make him Italian. He's like, it's a me, Ronnie O. So long, gay Aaron. What the fuck happened to me? A whole lot of stuff. A whole lot of stuff, man. A whole lot of life. And one that's very weird. It was very intense for a while. Now I'm just back to laughing. Which is great, because I lost that for a long, long fucking time. Long before I got arrested. Yeah, please stop insulting me through the super tip system. It hurts my feelings a lot. I really don't want you to do that. Can I please have old Nick back? Well, I can't drink, so I guess no. How can you laugh after what you did to your family? Homeboy, I just don't know how to say it, but like, you should consider the possibility that your perception of everything is incomplete because the information that you have is incomplete, and that's okay. Like you just, I don't know how to fix that for you because I'm not going to sit around and like coach you through it. That sounds boring. Flea Speech over on Rumble says, hope the trip was great. Looking forward to this week's KR train wreck trial. Love from Denmark. The trip really was great. We stayed, the whole thing was at the Plaza Hotel, which is kind of weird. So when I went to Vegas, I travel like a bougie asshole. I'm sorry. I just like cool stuff. And Vegas is like a place where they have just cool hotels. Like you can't find hotel rooms like that in most places. But we stayed at the Plaza, which you can find hotel rooms like that everywhere on earth. But that was okay because I was never in the hotel room anyway. It was like just to crash out at night, get a couple hours of sleep, get up and do the next day. But that was it. It was fine. But so it was a little bit different than the other times I've been to Vegas. I didn't have time to like go shopping or do like, I didn't go out or anything. Just stayed at the hotel the whole time. But it was still a blast. Did you meet the fat, disgusting Vito? I've met the fat, disgusting Vito several times. I barely survived each one. Chainsaws for Balls says, I dropped the sauce the Christmas after last. Hope you are having an easy time not drinking. Oh, man, it's way easier. It's been easier than I thought it would be. I mean, I hope that keeps up. Obviously, I have no idea. 5 years is a long time. I mean, who knows? Like, it could be something where, several months in, I really like, fucking need a drink or whatever. I'm not going to do it, but I might get that feeling. I haven't had it yet. I'm very fortunate in that. I guess technically, I'll have been. See, my sentencing was on the 18th. I think the last drink I had was on I think it was the 15th of April. So pretty close to 30 days completely sober. So that's cool. Now, my sentencing was on the 18th, but I didn't drink that day, you weirdo. See, Mulgara says, did you see the ukulele cover the new Kanye song? It was hilarious. No, I haven't. I mean, I saw that the video exists, but I haven't watched it yet. You get your 30-day coin. I'm not like, there's no coin. I'm not in a program or anything. My program is the state said don't drink. That's it. I don't need a group for that.
Bring in the jury. Will that take?
Because if I do it, I'll go to prison, not just jail. What if you showed up to court drunk? I'd go to prison. Spark Jekyll 614 says, do you have a chance to get off probation? I had to do my classes, paid fees. You have to do half the ordered probation time. I mean, yes, I am eligible for early ending of probation, but it's up to my PO, and I would probably be 2.5 years in, like yours. Do half of it. I've already done all the classes or whatever. I did recovery earlier, so I don't have to do that. The only thing I have to do other than pee clean is the 80 hours of community service. I'm waiting till the school year's over to do that because, you know, my kids have like choir concerts and band concerts and stuff still. But after that is done, I'll go hammer out the 80 hours pretty quick. Won't be difficult. Sloth says, what if you showed up to court acting drunk, but then was sober in reality? That'd be a funny sketch. They should tase someone if they do that. Why are you breaking up mid-sentence? Do you know you sound like you're struggling to find words? No, I didn't know that. I didn't know I sounded like that. Thank you for letting me know. Thanks. I don't know. You get in my brain and figure it out. It happened while I was sober. I know that much. That was cool. It's one of those things that I think government helped with.
At least it's only your hairline receding. Kurt's vision of his micro peen recessed a long time ago.
It's happening with Harper says you don't sound like that. People are stupid. No, there is a little bit. There's some truth to that. And it probably does have to do with the fact that how I was acting and talking on stream, you know, got me arrested. And so I think there's just a little bit of a hesitation or catch in there from time to time. Make sure you're being a little more conscientious about what you say. But hey, I don't know. Maybe it's all the holes in my brain from all the Molly. Who fucking knows, man? They say that that's what Molly does. I don't quite believe them, but it's possible. Mulgara says, I'll send it your way. The guy ran for president on the LP ticket last year. Dude's hilarious. Oh, the Kanye song with ukulele. Yeah, it's on my list. I haven't listened to the Kanye song by itself, though, yet. I love this. They get into court and then immediately sidebar. Oh, thanks. Should we listen to the ukulele cover of Hail Hitler? Heil Hitler? Not right now, of course. Later. We gotta get everybody in here and then hit it. And then so that way everybody kicks themselves out. Oh, hey,
You
here
are
we go.
unmuted.
You're unmuted.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open.
That's an interesting super chat.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Julie. We appreciate your patience this morning. We're trying really hard to cut back on the sidebar conferences, so we spent some time this morning, hopefully paving the way for that to be able to happen. So we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case?
James Andrew Morrison. Don't know.
Everyone
Not
said yes.
either of those.
Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left?
Something.
Everyone said no. Thank you. Could we have Sergeant Buchanan again, please? And Mr. Jackson, you can go to the podium.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna have to grab my meds at some point.
Sergeant, I'll remind you, you're on the way. Thank you.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask you, just to start off with, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you become aware that a snowplow driver had reported having seen a Ford Edge being moved into a location in front of 34 Fairview sometime in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We learned about a plow truck driver. I don't believe his recollection was as you described, though.
Do you remember him mentioning a Ford Edge?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him saying that the Ford Edge had been moved? He had passed by, it wasn't there. At some point, he passed by again, and it was there, impeding his plow route.
Yes.
Okay. What is your best memory about when he said he believed the Ford Edge? Sorry, I guess a better way to put it is, when did he say he first saw the Ford Edge in place in front of 34 Fairview?
I don't remember exactly. I know it was during the middle of the night. My not adopting your narrative was the fact that he saw it being moved there.
Understood. I figured that. I clocked that as soon as I said it. He didn't see it moved. He saw it. He saw 34 Fairview without it there. Then about an hour later, it was there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Would about 3:30 in the morning sound right to you in terms of what he reported, in terms of the time that he saw it there?
It sounds right, but I'm not sure of the exact time. My report would reflect the accurate time.
Fair enough. Let me see if I can grab that report real quick. Let me ask this. Well, it's a very lengthy report. Instead of making you sit there and wait, let me just ask this. Do you remember him saying that he had first plowed the the area free of the Ford Edge. In other words, first passed in front of 34 Fairview around 2:30 in the morning. Does that sound right?
I believe his dispatch time for the plowing of the roads that evening was 2:30. But again, I would have to look at my report.
That's fine. And then it was sometime subsequent there too that he saw the Ford Edge in place, maybe an hour later.
Sounds about right. Again.
Okay. Did you take any investigative steps when you learned about this snowplow driver to determine who, if anyone, might have owned a Ford Edge associated with 34 Fairview?
I did not know.
Did your investigation ever reveal that the Albert family actually had a Ford Edge at the time?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a second to One Meadows, if I could, and ring video evidence associated with One Meadows. You testified that on direct examination that there was no video from Ring at or around the time 12:36 a.m. When Miss Reed's SUV returned back to One Meadows. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
You did receive a search warrant returned from the Ring Corporation in furtherance of a search warrant executed by Trooper Proctor, correct? Former Trooper Proctor.
Evidence was returned by Ring, yes.
And in addition to the actual video recordings, there was also an activity log that was returned associated with that time and that location from the Ring Corporation, correct?
There was a key log identifying each video that was provided by the time and date when the video was recorded. It's not an activity log per se for the account. It's strictly a key describing the video, telling you what time the video was recorded.
During the entirety of your investigation, was there any evidence uncovered at all that Ms. Reed had accessed the account information associated with that Ring account?
No evidence could be provided by Ring documenting that activity.
But there is evidence that someone had accessed the account through John O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that after John O'Keefe's cell phone was recovered by Massachusetts State Police, someone at Massachusetts State Police actually opened the Ring app on his cell phone?
Yes.
Who was the person who opened and accessed the Ring app?
Proctor. Say it.
I'm not 100% sure.
Really?
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to refresh your recollection to take a look at a report, perhaps.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you could take a look at that 3-page report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
So people have asked me about Proctor, and again, reminder that I don't actually know everything about the first case, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it does seem like the state is really trying to protect Proctor here, and Jackson is trying to kick the door open on Proctor. Proctor said Karen Reed has no
Thank you,
ass
Your
in
Honor.
the chat. This chick has no ass.
Sergeant, having looked at this
What a
report, does that refresh your
dummy.
recollection as to who may have accessed that Ring app?
Yes, that report is authored by Michael Proctor, and it says that investigators accessed the Ring application.
Thank you. I want to show you one other document, if I could.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just handed you what purports to be the search warrant return for the Ring, from the Ring company, correct?
I got to take a look through all of it.
Of course. Take your time.
Oh my gosh. You know this guy reads at a second grade level. It's like, what is word? No ass having ass Karen Reed.
Thank you, Sergeant. Have you had an opportunity to review that document?
I have.
Does it indicate that in addition to several other files, there is a login session report that was produced by the Ring Corporation as well? It's highlighted on that page.
Number 4 is highlighted with one Excel file containing login session information.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. And again, just to make sure I'm very clear about this, nothing from the Ring Corporation suggested or intimated that Ms. Reed actually accessed any of that Ring account information, correct?
The information provided did not indicate that, no.
Thank you. I want to ask you a couple of questions about your testimony on direct examination related to your trip to the hospital and your observation specific to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. You indicated that you saw bruising on his right arm in addition to the abrasions, the parallel abrasions that you described, correct?
I believe bruising is very similar to abrasion.
Okay, that's my question. Can we, Your Honor, can with the court's permission, can we show Exhibit 1? It's already been introduced. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw in terms of the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's arm while at the hospital, if not exactly like this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What did you mean when you said you
No
saw
way the car
bruising on
causes
his
those
arm?
injuries.
What were you
Just
talking
doesn't
about?
fucking.
I actually
Make any
indicated
sense.
bruising on his right hand, the back of his right hand.
Okay, that fair enough. From his wrist, when I say arm, can we agree at least for this purpose for the purposes of this discussion that I mean from the wrist up to the shoulder?
Mhm.
Did you see any bruising from the wrist to his shoulder?
I saw exactly what's depicted there with the abrasions and lacerations.
Okay. You know what lividity is, correct?
I do.
Okay. Describe
I
for the viewers
do.
what lividity is.
Lividity is the pooling of blood inside the body as
Bloody.
a deceased individual falls or is positioned naturally with gravity. Blood begins to settle in the lowest portions of the body. If you're laying face down, it'd be your face. It also contours to the imprint or the force that's exerted on the body from below. If someone's deceased on TV remote control, you can see the remote control, the buttons underneath from the pressure.
So it's a bluish, purplish discoloration of the skin, not from an impact, but from the pooling of blood after the heart stops, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see an area at the upper arm that the skin looks discolored in addition to the abrasions that we see?
I'm sorry, I was looking at that one.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Yes. Right up toward the upper biceps, triceps area.
I see that area, yes.
Okay. Is that consistent with lividity rather than bruising?
I would not agree with that, no.
You believe that that's a bruise?
I believe that that's a laceration.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the discoloration of the skin, the reddish purplish hue of the skin, separate and apart from the abrasion, from the abrasions or lacerations to the skin. The discoloration. Do you see that discoloration or no?
I do not know.
You do not?
I do not know.
Okay, we can take that down. As you sit here today, you're not suggesting that you saw bruising from the wrist to the shoulder on John O'Keefe's arm?
Nothing that stood out to me.
Okay.
I observed lacerations and abrasions.
All right, thank you. I want to shift gears one more time and ask you about your trip to Dighton and the seizure of the SUV. You testified that you seized the SUV somewhere, I think your testimony on direct examination was somewhere around 4:15, 4:17, something like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does 4:12 sound like it could be a reasonable time that SUV was actually seized in Massachusetts State Police custody?
It could be reasonable. I'd have to refer to the video evidence that, and then also the exact time that we advised the defendant that we are going to be seizing it. I guess it could be argued that that's when it was seized. Even we had the intent to seize it right there.
Right. Took the key fob, went outside, had a, had a tow truck driver actually put it onto the back of a flatbed. Ultimately, it was transported, correct?
Correct.
And you became aware at some point that there was video evidence. You just referenced it. Video evidence of that, I'm going to call it seizure process. Is that right?
Yes.
And that video evidence had a timestamp on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're also aware, as the supervisor of Michael Proctor, that he swore under oath in multiple affidavits in support of search warrants that the SUV was seized at 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you knew at the time, because you were actually there, and you knew when the vehicle was seized, that stating under oath in an affidavit that it was 5:30 p.m. and not 4:12 p.m., that was a false statement, correct?
There's a discrepancy in time there, yes.
Did you take any action, you yourself as a supervisor, did you take any action to correct that false or misleading state? Let me ask it a different way. Did you take any action to correct that time to the accurate time of 4:12 in any of the affidavits that you became aware of?
No, the actual time of the seizure through the video, we learned much later. So the approximate time, 5:30, although inaccurate, I did not take any action to correct it, no.
And you received that video as a production from the defense. You did not have access to that video, correct?
Yes.
And so at the time that Michael Proctor actually wrote and drafted these affidavits and swore to them under oath, he did not know that a video existed, correct?
Objection.
understand you have to word it differently.
Sure. At the time that let me ask it a different way. At the time that you reviewed his declarations under oath, you did not know that a video existed.
No, we did not know.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
No, you can't have a moment. You can't have any moments. We're out of moments.
I want to ask you about
He's got Fijian water. He's
something that was brought up on
unstoppable.
direct examination. Sustained findings as it pertains to you. You've already talked about the fact that, Sergeant, you're a supervisor and we're a supervisor back in January of 2022 moving forward over Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Generally speaking, as a supervisor, your job is to properly and professionally supervise, show some authority over those in your charge. Is that right?
Yes.
Michael Proctor was, in fact, a trooper in your charge.
Yes.
And you would agree that your supervision has a direct impact on the character and quality of the subordinate investigators that you supervise.
Yes.
The whole point of having supervision and a chain of command is to establish a certain amount of, for lack of a better phrase, quality control of the subordinates.
Yes.
That would also include quality control over the subordinates' investigations.
Yes.
On August 17th, 2022, you were in a group text with the following individuals: Michael Proctor, Trooper Kukowski, a lieutenant named Fanning, and a trooper named DiCicco, D-I-C-I-C-C-O, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
I recognize parts of it.
You saw that document on direct examination. I think you were shown the same document, correct?
It was different parts of it, but same. It's inclusive of within this document.
Okay. Let's start with this. You indicated that you did not see Michael Proctor's name on that document, correct?
Correct. His name is not on here.
But you do recognize that as being reflective, accurately reflective of the text chain that you were on August 17th, 2022, that group chat.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do this a little bit backward, but bear with me. You do see the name Kukowski, correct?
I do.
You do see the name Fanning, correct?
I do.
You do see the name DeChico, correct?
I do.
And you do see the name Buchanan, correct?
No, it's misspelled, but I know it. It's probably referencing me.
Okay. The only other text or person texting on that chain is a code, a lengthy, almost like a URL code with no name, correct?
Yes, you're right.
And
Yes.
the only person that I didn't name, whose name I did not read off, it's obvious on that document, is Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
So deductive reasoning tells you that that is the code is Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. In that text chain, it starts with Trooper DeChico sending a photograph, correct?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
You turn to page 2683, please.
I am the princess. Yeah. Jackson's like, I'm going to wear my funeral suit because this guy's going to need one.
Do you see a photograph there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Fair enough. There were some texts between and among the group that preceded this photograph, correct?
Yes.
I want to start on this date, August 17, 2022, with this photograph. This photograph was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group, correct?
It possibly appears that way. I really can't. I mean,
Your Honor, with the
Yes.
court's permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and
Sure,
admitted.
we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually like to have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's Carl's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
Can you do it?
What I intend to do, I can do with one photograph. If I may have a moment with counsel.
Okay.
May I have just a second? Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish just one page of what's been marked for identification. I'm sorry, I would ask that it be marked, the entire document be marked for identification.
Yes.
yeah, I need this.
It's exhibit FF for ID.
And with the court's permission, I would ask to display or to publish page 2683 of that document.
Okay, so are you admitting into evidence, page 263?
I would.
Do you
just-
have a separate one rather than tearing it out of what's been marked for
I can-
identification?
I can take it out of this copy.
And can you redact it before it's admitted, please?
It's been redacted.
Exhibit 116.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Just so we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant, I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that
What the hell? The
photograph
fuck
that
did I get muted?
was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
That was weird.
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
I didn't mean
In
like
response to,
I have
going
no
back
idea how it
to
got
the-
muted. It's pissed
the
me off.
multi-page document FF. In response to Trooper DeChico's,
I'll answer the Razor
photograph
Fist
that he
Tino
sent to the
Casino
group.
question in a second. That's what I was talking
he
about.
responded to that
But
photograph.
just to
did you
me,
not?
apparently.
Yes, this document indicates so, yes.
And you responded by laughing at it, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Well, that's what it says, or that's what you did.
I don't remember.
Trooper Proctor then, former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, then responded, correct?
That's what it says here, yes.
And he responded to the group, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Oh no.
Michael Proctor then responded again. Is that right?
Yes.
He wrote, no nudes so far, correct?
So
That's
far.
what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor responded yet again. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in reference to Mr. Yannetti's photograph, he wrote, I hate that man. I truly hate him. Correct?
That's what it says.
There's a trooper by the name of Moore, M-O-O-R-E, correct?
There is.
And he disliked Trooper Proctor's phrase, the statement, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says.
Did that indicate to you that Moore was disappointed that Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, had not found naked pictures of Miss Reed as yet?
I don't know what that indicated for Mr. Moore.
And then you responded to the phrase, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
I acknowledged that text message being sent.
You acknowledged it by liking it, correct? With a thumbs up.
I acknowledged it by
Yeah.
responding with a thumbs up emoji.
The fact is, Trooper Proctor told you, his supervisor,
Oh God, that's
in this
bad.
series of text messages, that he was going through Miss Reed's phone. Is that right?
Correct.
And he also informed you,
Just
his
not a good
supervisor,
way to have
that
that
he was going through
happen.
her phone, looking for nudes or naked pictures of her on her phone.
Well, you
correct?
got to check, I guess. What if there are
He
nudes
did
that
not
go
tell me that he was
unseen?
going to the naked pictures, for naked pictures through the phone.
He
He
just
wrote,
said
no nudes,
no nudes
so
so
far,
far.
right?
That is what is written, yes.
What did you think he was looking for when he wrote that phrase?
Non-nudes.
I don't know what he was looking for.
What would be a reasonable interpretation of what Michael Proctor was looking for when he wrote, no nudes so far?
I don't know.
Motorcycles, handbags, pair of shoes, or naked pictures of Miss Karen Reed?
His mission was to go through the phone to look for digital evidence that's related to the crime. The fact that he wrote no nude so far, I cannot comment on.
You cannot comment on it, or you
Doesn't
don't
say
want to comment
He's
on
looking
it.
for Karen Reed's nudes.
I don't know
Could
what
be
he
looking
was
for
looking
John's
for in
nude.
that specific time.
You certainly did nothing. You took no action to stop him from potentially looking for naked pictures of my client, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, last week you testified that in your view, Michael Proctor handled himself in this investigation with integrity. That's what you said, correct?
That's correct.
Do you stand by that testimony?
The investigation was handled with integrity and honor.
Do you stand by your testimony that Michael Proctor conducted himself during the course of this investigation with integrity?
Yes, I do.
He also called her retarded.
That's
That is
funny.
what's written.
That's funny.
That's what's written. That's a very passive way of saying it, Sergeant. That's what's written, or that's what he wrote.
That's what he wrote.
And that's what you read.
I have no memory of reading that. I acknowledged him going through the phone on my Apple Watch. I have no memory of him writing retarded on a text message.
And you'll agree that that is one of the most vile and insensitive and incendiary terms one could use in modern society.
Oh shit.
Retarded.
Sorry,
Correct.
sorry,
correct.
retards. I didn't mean it.
And in fact, through your response to that vile phrase, you encouraged it because you liked it with a thumbs up, correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
Did you encourage that statement by Michael Proctor by liking it with a thumbs up?
I don't know if it encouraged him, but so I cannot speak to
But
that.
that's what you did.
I acknowledged the text message being sent.
I want to be clear. These text messages were sent to you by your direct report, by your direct subordinate, correct?
That's correct.
And there was even someone on that text chain who was more senior than you, Lieutenant Fanning, right?
That's correct.
Michael Proctor was both your partner and the lead investigator on this case when he wrote that, correct?
He's a subordinate, and he was the case officer.
This thread, text thread, contains communications between a subordinate, the person you call the case officer. By the way, let me ask you another question. Did you ever, during the course of the investigation in which you were a part, the sustained findings, the internal affairs investigation, did you ever review Colonel Noble's determinations about your subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Did you review them?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
What would Colonel Noble call Michael Proctor's title in this case? You think he'd call him the case officer or the lead investigator? What is your experience with Massachusetts State Police in that regard?
Objection.
Sustained.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and a supervisor to you, was Lieutenant Fanning one of your supervisors?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and one of your supervisors was on this text chain, you felt comfortable enough within this group of law enforcement to actually like when the subordinate refers to a suspect as retarded, correct?
I acknowledged the text message with a
Stop
thumbs
making
up
me like
emoji.
cops.
Do you believe that? Well, let me ask you another question, a predicate question. You were also comfortable enough with that text chain to receive information that your subordinate was looking for naked pictures on a suspect's phone, a woman, no less. Correct? You took no remedial action against Trooper Proctor for that, correct?
No, I did not. No.
Do you believe, as you sit here, that that was a misuse of power and authority by a Massachusetts state police officer?
By myself or
No,
somebody else?
by Michael Proctor.
Misuse of what?
Misuse of authority and power to go through a suspect's phone, to get her phone using the authority and the power vested in that officer by the community members. That's the power that you derive, correct? You work for the public. Would you agree?
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of his authority and power to use Massachusetts State Police Authority to go through her phone and look for naked pictures of her?
Objection.
Sustained.
What's the
Do you believe
objection?
it was a misuse of authority or power to go through her phone and potentially look for nudes?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it differently. Did you think his text was appropriate?
I don't remember reading that text.
As you
So
sit here now, do you think that text is appropriate?
no, it is not.
Do you think it's professional?
No, it is not.
Do you think it shows integrity?
That text message does not show integrity.
Do you think it shows honor? A word I expect you hold dear.
That text message does not show honor.
On October 15th, 2022, you completed a performance review of Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically, you were asked to rank his, quote, oral and written communication skills, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That's part of an overall evaluation and performance review. Is that right?
Yes, overall 90-day quarterly annual review.
You were specifically asked to rank whether he effectively would whether members, your subordinates, would effectively communicate with others, both within and outside the department, in oral and written form, correct?
That's correct.
And you rated him as exceptional, a number 4 rating out of 5, correct?
That's correct.
You actually went on to write.
Well, his
and
slurs were
comment
only as good as
on Michael
retarded. That's why he
Proctor.
got a 4.
And you wrote, quote, Trooper Michael Proctor displays professional demeanor, composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. This is seen during interviews with witnesses, suspects, as well as victims and their families, end quote. That was a statement you wrote about Michael Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
And this is after the text chain that we've just been talking about, where he calls Miss Reed retarded and references looking for nude photographs of her, correct?
That is correct.
Was your statement in that evaluation true or false?
It was true.
You knew Michael Proctor's proclivities, obviously. He told them to you, correct?
The term proclivities,
You
what does that mean?
knew
What's his term?
what he tended to do, what he wanted to do through his own comments, to look for nudes on a woman's phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware, sir, that he had received evidence in a case, evidence that doesn't belong to him, belongs to the Massachusetts State Police, at least at that point, correct? The cell phone.
I was aware that he received a cell phone, yes.
And he used that power and the authority to go through that cell phone and look for nudes of my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
During the same course of your evaluation, you were also asked to evaluate his investigative ability, correct?
That's correct.
You rated him the highest standard in the Massachusetts State Police, outstanding, a 5, correct?
That's correct.
And you went on to write about Michael Proctor in the commentary below that rating to justify it. Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
You wrote, quote, Trooper Proctor has had a high-profile caseload with a lot of eye and pressure from external sources during the first day of the investigation. He handled himself and all the case with utmost professionalism and competence. He is able to investigate his case thoroughly and with strict integrity, end quote. Correct?
Which quarterly review was this?
This is the same one, October 2022. Is that right? Those are your comments.
That sounds very accurate. I just was not sure which quarterly review that was for.
Professionalism.
Yes.
You believe that he acted in accordance with the highest standards of professionalism?
During his 90-day performance, yes.
And you didn't just say he displayed professionalism. You said utmost professionalism, correct?
Yes.
Wow, it's like
Competence.
48-52 on the poll
displayed
here.
competence.
Pretty amazing.
Yes.
And not just in integrity, but he conducted himself, as you put it, with strict integrity. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did it show integrity in your view when your subordinate Michael Proctor called Miss Reed retarded?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I know many of you haven't heard the GHB story. I'll
I
tell it on
believe
a
that as a U.S. citizen, he has the right to comment. That's his First Amendment right. We uphold the Constitution, and it's unfortunate, unprofessional what he said in the private text message communication. He might have been voicing his frustrations. I cannot speak for Michael Proctor. It is unprofessional and unfortunate that he said that.
This was not, Sergeant Buchanan, a private text message conversation. This was with his boss and 4 or 5 other individuals, one of whom was your boss. Correct?
Correct.
I got to respect
This
him for the
was
First Amendment thing.
Intended for
He has the right to
and received by members of his
The right to
unit
get fired.
in furtherance of his investigative authority. Correct?
It was amongst members of the unit.
He was updating his boss about what he was doing in furtherance of the investigation, going through her phone. Correct?
No, I would disagree with you on that. This was a group chain, text message chain that we were discussing private matters in our personal lives.
Private matters.
What? In your
including
personal life,
going
like-
through Miss Reed's phone?
Karen Reed being retarded.
That is unfortunately shared on that group text.
So in other
That
words,
is unfortunate.
to the public,
They do this all the time, by the way. This isn't new or unique.
in private conversations with you and your colleagues within the unit, he shows a completely different face, private face, correct?
Objection.
You said that you believe that he has a constitutional right, a First Amendment right,
Hell yeah.
to call Miss Reed a suspect in his official investigation, in his official capacity as a Massachusetts state trooper, to call her retarded? That's your justification?
Yes.
Objection.
Do you justify his statement, that vile statement?
I do not know.
Do you think it's appropriate, given the fact that he has a First Amendment right to say whatever he wants?
No, I do not.
Do you think there actually might be members of the community, parents, siblings,
Objection.
children?
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to exclude that question as argumentative. Move on.
Do you think?
You wrote in your report, if I may have a moment, Your Honor. You wrote in your report about his conduct. He shows composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. He has a duty
Even
to the public,
retards.
to the community that he serves, correct?
Yes, he does.
Just like you have a duty to the public and the community that you serve. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you think community members might take offense to the use of the
Objection.
word retarded?
Sustained. It's argumentative again, Mr. Jackson. Please don't do that.
It also calls for speculation. Thought I disliked soda? Well, I can't drink liquor.
He didn't just put it, that derogatory comment. He didn't just put it, or he didn't just say it, correct? You talked about the First Amendment.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm not finished with my question, if I could.
All right, so just ask a question.
Sure.
No comments first, okay?
My question is, did he just say the word? Or did he go further than just saying it?
Objection.
Okay, we've gone through this. Move on, please.
The fact is, Sergeant, you put it in writing and you liked it, correct?
I acknowledge the text message. I never saw the vile term.
The vile term. I never saw it. Thank God. Barely survived. If I would have caught a glimpse.
May we approach it just very briefly for a scheduling issue?
Okay.
Even if you
feel
just-
free to stand up and stretch.
Even if you got to RET, it would immediately send them into seizures. All right. I like the testimony so far. It's a no ass having retard running around out there. Karen Reed, more like Karen retard. Of course, cops talk like this. It's not a surprise, but it's always funny when it comes out because you're like, well, oh, wait, you guys kind of suck. You guys are assholes. Oh my gosh. We got some super tips here to go ahead and play. I have a poll up about a GHB story I told at the beginning of the stream from Vegas. To be very clear, it was not me doing GHB. It was someone offering me GHB, which is very weird. That's just, I don't know. That's not how you use it. Last I checked. But before that,
speaking of showing up to court drunk, hypothetically, what repercussions, if any, are there for a witness admitting to being drunk, hungover while on the stand, while he's also cheating on his wife?
What are the repercussions? Well, it can get the, it depends. As always, that's the perfect answer to a legal question. It depends on if there's an impact to the, if the witness being drunk on the stand, if that impacts substantially the rights of someone in the trial, right? Like it's really going to depend on their testimony and how important it is. But one thing, that might, be a problem is some people have to attest that they are not under the influence of any substances as they answer questions. But long story short, I wouldn't want to be caught doing that ever. That would be awful. Very bad. Very bad. Don't do that. Don't forget about Razor Fist in the Kino Casino. Yes. Okay. So I answered this, but I was muted. I think I realized why I was muted. I think I muted myself because I was about to go get my morning meds and I didn't get them. Someone asked if Razor Fist could sue the Kino Casino. The Kino boys are in Canada, and Canada doesn't have the same speech protections as the United States. So, they really need to be very careful. They say a lot of stuff that, depending on the person, could very quickly push into the realm of defamation. And if that person has any sort of Canadian audience or Canadian connections sufficient to be able to bring cause of action in Canada, they could really be in trouble with that. In the United States, you have anti-slap laws and stuff like that. In Canada, you don't have the same speech protections at all. and they really don't care about that whole comedy thing. It's like, sorry, I wouldn't want to be sued for defamation in Canada. So here we go. Oh, here we go. This is good.
Whippets help me forget that April's new boyfriend flipped me off, and she wants nothing to with me.
Why don't we take the morning recess and we'll take.
I didn't forget that, you liar. I remember being flipped off. It was mean. So this is a new thing. You know, I feel like I told the story on air, but maybe I didn't. But apparently Moody shared a story that I told him in the Discord, and now he has snaked me. That little snake, he's not shaped like a snake, but he told this story. The last time I saw April was at an intersection in town. Trying to think when that was. I believe it was in March sometime. And yeah, she was with her boyfriend and he flipped me off, which, okay, like, I guess that didn't do anything to him. I'll come snuggle him. What a weirdo. But then it apparently made me sad, which is true. I don't know. Like, is that a bad thing? I guess. I'm not sure. That guy's kind of terrified of me. I don't know why. It's not like I have a history of stealing April away from people. What a silly life. Nick would never lie by omission. What am I lying about?
Nick, will you get your firearms back, or did your wife take possession of them? Beta.
Beta. No, my firearms are not coming back. Which is sad. I want them. That would be cool. Ooh. Looks like I'm about to get some food. Hey, lady. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Be right back, guys. 1 second. Lady Raggers just came home and dropped off some food. Okay, sorry. Had to also get my morning pills. My apologies. Unsubscribed. Get out of here. Let me get my headphones on so I know when they come back. You're only ever funny in blackface. There was a peak. There's a peak moment, really. No more pills, man. Dude, I have narcolepsy. If I don't take these pills, I will not make it through one of these trials. Is it Popeyes? No, it's a burrito from a local Mexican place. Good. Go to the channel talking about the trial. That'd be awesome. I want to know what those are like. So weird. I flipped to a different show. They're doing something else. Yeah. That's the beauty of YouTube. You can go to different places and get different stuff. Here you could get super tips.
All you niggas thought AI would be used to cure cancer or some other gay ass shit. The more noble use is be telling the world that fat fuck Kurt has a micro penis.
Damn it. Holy shit.
Interesting legal question. In regards to revenge porn, is there a legal difference between tig old biddies and Aaron's bitch tits?
Very funny that this guy is calling me a dork. Yes, I may quote very cool movies and wear the names of men on my back, but that doesn't make me a loser. You are the gay boy, not me.
That's right. Yes, there's a huge difference. In fact, in both Minnesota and Nevada statutes, you'll find that there is a specific distinction that says only female breasts matter. Man titties don't matter at all. This shouldn't be a mystery to people. Man titties don't matter pretty much anywhere. Lady titties matter pretty much everywhere.
Don't lie anymore, Nick. You were not at Hackamania, but rather only a few vote away before that Chicago dude bribed the French bishops cause they knew where to offload the bribe.
Yes, exactly. No, I wasn't at Hackamania. I was with Macron hiding the bags under our jacket pockets. Did you guys see that video? That was crazy. But it illustrated something that I've noticed, and I get it. But when I was doing drugs, it's amazing how many people you find out are doing drugs. Like, you know, they keep it quiet from people who aren't, which makes sense. But when they find out that you're cool with it, like, man, you find out, it's like you find out all these people are in on it or whatever. The idea that world leaders at the highest level are doing drugs during their meetings, not surprising at all. Actually, I'd be surprised if they weren't. So what's the GHB story? It was just a funny thing that happened in Vegas. To me, so first thing is, this happened like right in sequence. That's why I tell both of them. But I was leaving my hotel room to head down to the event, and there was someone from the event there who said they were a longtime fan. They supported me forever. And he said that he's like, I don't know what you can take, but I've I've got this stuff. And he starts listing off prescription meds. And I'm like, nothing. I can take none of that. Please, no. Thank you. It's very polite, but no, thank you. Right? Like, not on the menu, my man. There's not a thing. So then I'm just down talking to people, as one does. And I get this rare moment of solace where I'm standing alone. At these events, it's kind of rare. Like for any guest of the event, right? People are there to see you, so there's usually a couple people at least talking to you. But I found this moment where I was standing alone, and this very bouncy woman comes up to me, and she says, "Hey, I have a solution to all of your problems," which was very confusing to me. I don't know which problem she's referring to, but I was immediately intrigued. I'm like, all right, what is it? And she says, it's 3 letters, GHB, and I have some in my room. And then I was very, very confused as to what that entailed or meant, because that's not how you use GHB, which no one should be doing that. It's horrifying. Like, it's funny in this context, but it's not funny really in any other in any other context. GHB is the date rape drug. But so I was like, first, that's the wrong way to use it. Second, which one of us is supposed to take it? Like that was the next question I had. It's like, but obviously I did not partake in GHB. That is, no, thank you. Jesus Christ. She may have been on it. She was very, she was out there a little bit. She's going to sell it to you so you could get laid. Oh man, that would have been helpful. Could have found a homeless guy or two, been like, "Sir, would you like a beer?" Oh, it's been a long time.
As a Bostonian, when we say retarded, it's like saying stupid. We don't mean it to make fun of mentally challenged. Not trying to defend the retarded cops, but it's used by most townies. Go Celtics.
Yeah, of course. No one calls retarded people retarded except monsters. Jesus. I always love that. They're like, no, we don't mean actual retards. Like that'd be horrible. It's like, yes, that would be horrible. God.
Nerds don't understand. By sharing sexually explicit between me and a woman not my wife, our wife was not humiliated.
Oh my goodness.
Only Aaron did that. So I just humiliated him back. Our wife thought it was hot.
Wow. No, I don't think so. I don't think she liked it at all. I don't know what to say. Like, Jesus Christ. There's a list of things that happened. And all of it was supposed to be private. Someone decided to make things public in a way that was horrifying and false in many instances, or exaggerated, hyperbolic. And, someone else had receipts. That's all.
The evidence will show that Proctor called Karen Red and no ass having bitch and a leaky ass bitch. Only one of those statements can be true. I rest my case.
That's true. You can't be a no ass bitch if you're a leaky ass bitch. I can't imagine, like, I cannot imagine. These cops know that these messages come out in Discovery. Like, I don't get it. Like, I get when people who are not cops get caught up with having messages that don't look good. Like, that happens a lot in cases involving large corporations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
There once was a man from Nantucket, had a dick so long he could suck it. I know the truth hurts, it definitely wasn't Kurt, but at least it's easier for him to tuck it.
Jesus Christ. Ah! The messages were discovered by the FBI. Oh, see, here we go. See, very nice. Right, but like as cops, they should know. There's always a possibility that your messages are going to, are going to come out somewhere. It's always possible. You missed a juicy text between Karen and Higgins. So, help me out. Higgins is... Is he the homeowner? No, Brian Higgins, an ATF agent, became focused due to flirty text message exchange with Reed, who was the defendant. Text messages, some of which were described as flirtatious or flirty, sparking interest from jurors and defense attorneys. Ooh. Messages occurred just weeks before Officer John O'Keefe's death. Nick, you know nothing about the case of the law. I know. Tell me about it. Good Lord. How goddamn awful am I at this? Homeowner's Brian Albert. Okay, I thought so. Like, who's this Higgins guy? Brian Higgins. Too many Brians. Is that a problem in Massachusetts? Higgins is a guy Karen was moving on to after John cheated on her. He was also in the house the night. And him and Alberts had a call at like 2 a.m. that night. Okay, wait. Higgins is a guy Karen was moving on to after John cheated on her. But she and John were still together. Higgins was also at the party and was trying to get him there to the party. There's a theory he killed him. That could be. Oh, yeah, that's good. I wonder if they have the text messages somewhere. Excuse me. The hell? So it doesn't really, I'm trying to find like a list of them. I'm sure there's somewhere. But of course we could go through the testimony of that. When that testimony was what, Thursday? It's a big block of text. You need to review those messages. She was stringing him along and Higgins is going aggro 30 minutes before he died. Oh, shit. I mean, a fight in that house makes a ton of sense to me. It just seems like, yeah. Seems like that was going on. What do we got here?
Do you recall when you pushed my shit in, then a Prul licked my shit off your tip?
Oh my God.
Man, good times.
What a couple of queers.
No. Ew. Gross. Should watch The Lawyer You Know recaps, Nick. It'd help you catch up, but he's so handsome. I don't want to do that. Damn Tragos running around there with his cool hair. Don't send in super tips making fun of me. That would be awful. Man, that whole system backfired. I set up a system where people could use voices and all they did was make fun of me and hurt my feelings. No. That's a good ass burrito. I should show you guys that I can fit that whole thing in my mouth, but I'm not gonna. You have to pay extra for that on my OnlyFans. My secret OnlyFans. It's hidden. I don't want you to find it. Pinkalo, the driving ape, says, Nick, I don't know who told you that horse shit about the Canadian free speech laws. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was the maybe it was the cases that were lost up in Canada on defamation over jokes. Specifically, like that would not have flown in the United States. I can't remember the context of them. It was probably 2.5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. There was a very prominent case of a comedian who told a couple jokes on stage and got hit with a defamation case and lost. I mean, and it was bad. He got hammered. So again, it always goes like this with you non-Americans. An American who's always right because we're awesome says something correct. And they say, hey, we have more speech protections than everybody else. And some Londonite or some faggy little Frenchman comes prancing out to say, no, we have free speech too. And then you get news story after news story after news story of people getting arrested or losing defamation cases over there left and right. And they're like, oh, no. It's like the same thing. No, it isn't. It just isn't. The United States has not enough speech protection, but it still has the most in the world. Your stupid Magna Carta bullshit isn't the same as the Constitution, and you know it. Stop lying. Oh, no, we have free speech too, my friend. No, you don't. It happens every time you say it. They're like, no, we are all so free. They must be Quebecois. You're just making shit up, lying drug addict. No, I'm a truth-telling drug addict. Suck my balls. That sounded like the Canadian South Park guy. Sorry, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, for stealing your bit. Nate Stark says Higgins and Albert both dumped their phones right before the order to turn them over was given. Higgins threw his away on a military base. Based. Oh, shit. Here we go. Like everybody has Ronnie say the evidence will show. Not Cupcakes. Says, yes, the FBI found his text messages. They were on his personal cell phone, conducting official police business by talking to Kevin Albert to set up interviews that allowed the feds to get his phone. What an idiot.
The evidence will show that Ms. Karen Red is a sassy black woman in a white woman's body. Sister did nothing wrong.
Objection. I don't like that. Sustained, argumentative, and she identifies as crazy honky bitch that gets wine drunk on Tuesdays.
She sounds cool. Karen Reed sounds like she's fun to hang out with, except when you hear her talk, then you realize that that's a lie. Everything's a lie. So anyway, yeah, the GHB story was just very basic. Someone came up and offered me GHB. So the poll in chat is there. Half the people don't, well, over half the people don't believe me. 54% no is winning. I don't know what about that story strikes as a lie, but that's cool. I don't need you to believe it. It doesn't really matter. Maybe like you think the lie like it is that I didn't take it or something? I'm not sure. Nick would never lie to you. Well, not really. You sent me a long text thread. Why? Why would you do that? I just realized I gotta check and see if I go test today. I just had to test yesterday because I came back from a trip, so I'm assuming I don't have to test today, but that could be fun. Do not test today. See, that's how they get you, though. They lull you into a false sense of security. You're a liar like all drug addicts. Buddy, I don't know how to tell you that not all drug addicts are liars. Burrito is spiked. No kidding. Gonna fail a test because I can read you retarded and have no ass. No ass having asshole. Redacted says, I'm just waiting for Proctor's leaky balloon knot text to get it. What's the context? I mean, I know what he means. So what possible context could he be talking about Karen Reed's leaky balloon knot? Like what? How do we get there? I need the Waze app. It's the only accurate way to get to that outcome. What the fuck? What are we? How? He said Karen had a leaky balloon knot. I got it. That was the easy part of the text. Now I need to know why. She has Crohn's. Oh, God, what a dick. He was being serious? Ew. What a meanie. Did they make you enroll in a 12 steps program? No. They're like, you only have to do 2 of those. No, man. They did not diagnose me as having substance use disorder or alcoholism. So they just put me in an outpatient recovery program for relapse prevention, which was fun. I don't know. Put me in a group therapy setting and like a classroom setting. I don't mind at all. If I have time, I like learning stuff, so it doesn't really bother me. It was only 40 hours. It didn't take that long, which was kind of sad in a weird way. Now, before anybody like goes on, well,
you are unmuted.
You could have stayed longer, whatever. That's true, but it cost a fucking fortune. But
Put it back in session, you may be seated.
the 40 hours, like a bunch of the hours, just kind of seemed to get eaten up by
Mr.
stuff that
Jackson,
wasn't
I
relevant
considered
to
your
me.
argument, and this is simply the wrong witness, so I'm not permitting that line of testimony for that. So, all right, I think the jurors are no way.
Now that you've all had a chance to disbelieve my story, we're ending the poll. 53% no, 46% yes, because no Asians work at Google, so the math is wrong. Speaking of math, slap the like button if you're here, if you're enjoying the coverage of the Karen Reed trial.
Court in session, please be seated.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'd like to move to a different area. At some point during the course of your investigation, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
That's correct.
That was at the Albert residence, the Chris and Julie Albert residence. Is that right?
Yes.
On or about February 10th, 2022.
Go Friday. They didn't get into the
Yes.
specifics.
That
There's
sound
a line of questioning that he wanted to
At
pursue
any
this guy.
point before or during that interview, did Michael Proctor discuss with you a previous relationship that he and or his family had with Chris and Julie Albert or their family?
Yes. As we were walking up to the door, he stated that he knows them from he knows of them from around town and through friendship.
Did that cause you any concern that the case officer that had been assigned to the case dealing with, obviously involving the Albert family, had a pre-existing familiarity or relationship with any members of the Albert family?
Yes, I followed up asking him if he hangs out with these people, how well he knows them. And he stated that he does not hang out with them. They're not his friends. He just happens to know them through people in town.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had related to Chris and Julie Albert?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications Michael Proctor had with his sister as it pertained to Chris and Julie Albert?
No.
Did he volunteer any information about the relationship that he might have or his family might have, including his wife, with Chris and or Julie Albert?
That information did not come up.
Did you ever later learn, now I'm taking it outside of your conversation with Michael Proctor, did you ever later learn about friendship or connection that he and his family, Michael Proctor's family, had with Chris and Julie Albert or the Albert family?
I've learned of accusations. I don't know the extent of how familiar they are.
What accusations have you learned?
Through trial or through court proceedings.
Right. What are they? Give me the nature of what you've learned.
Objection.
Sustained. We need a time frame.
Sure. When did you learn of these, of this information?
That was July of 2023, I believe.
And what were the circumstances in which you gained this knowledge? What did you learn about it?
There were accusations that Michael Proctor had familial friendship with these individuals, but the accusations were not factual.
Did you learn any specifics
Of
the allegations? Did you use the word allegations? Or I think you used the word accusations.
yes,
Were there any specifics?
there were.
You just said that what were some of the specifics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, by the way, did you say that you learned of these accusations during the last proceeding in this case?
Not the last proceeding. I
Or a
said
prior proceeding in this case?
it was through court proceedings.
Okay, how did you learn that specifically, Sergeant? Did you watch some of the proceedings? Were they televised? Did someone report it to you? What were the circumstances?
I was present in court.
This was what year? 2020, 2023.
Yes.
And did you take any action to investigate further the accusations that you said came up in 2023?
No. Well, yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, what did you do in that regard? What were the accusations and what did you do to investigate?
The information had been learned and that it was not factual. So
Okay, you're using the word information. Help me out. Details. What'd you learn?
there was claims that
I object.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Back to sidebar. Ben Togel says, why did they have the same corrupt cop for a week? Well, I mean, you got to get the information out of them. That's why they're there. Speaking of getting the information out of them, smash the like button. We're at 900 likes. We should easily be able to crack 1,000 of those bad boys really, really soon here. Nasty Canada says, thanks for coming back to YouTube full time. You've been missed, and you'll always get a like from me just because you're the best law tuber ever, period. Hey, thanks. I really appreciate that. Is it usual for defendants to go up to sidebar with their attorneys? Okay. Let's put this one to bed. I've seen a lot of people ask this question over the course of the trial. No, but Karen Read is fighting for her life, is deeply enmeshed in the facts of this case because she's fighting for her life, and has been through trial. She got a crash course paralegal degree. I mean, frankly, she's working with some of the best lawyers in the country throughout this, and they're working pro bono with her on this case that is massive media attention. Karen Read is an asset to that defense team. Not all defendants would be. And in her first trial, she probably wasn't in the same way. She had made a request to Auntie Bev to have a pair of headphones so that she could hear what was going on at sidebar instead of her getting up and going. And Bev said no, she had to get up and go in there. Most of the jurors have no idea that it's weird for a defendant to go up with the defense team at sidebar. They don't know, so it doesn't matter. To them, they're just going to be like, oh, okay, whatever. Some of them may, if they've been to trial themselves or whatever, but not everybody has been on the ass end of the legal system. So, jurors just there. I don't know how to describe it. It's like going to a restaurant for the first time. Like everybody else knows what's going on, but the jurors just sitting there going, the restaurant patron is just like, okay, well, I guess they gave me this list of things I can buy, and I'm going to tell somebody, and then they'll bring it to me. I suppose that's how it works. And they wouldn't know if something different happened than normal because that would be their thing. And that's how most jurors are. Unless a juror has specialized knowledge, has been on jury duty before, has been through the court system. And a lot of people who have been through the court system, they're going to get kind of thrown out of voir dire. Like they want people coming into these things fresh a lot of times. It eliminates bias, and it makes them it makes them more predictable in a weird way if they don't know what's going on. So Phyllis Druin says she is also wicked smart, and that's what I've heard. I don't believe that because she's a woman. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. I don't know. Like, I don't know Karen Read at all. I know she's made some decisions that I find questionable, but people make questionable decisions when they're trying to not go to prison forever, and when they're trying to protect their reputation, where the world, where a government is trying to convince the world they're a murderer. So I don't know. Like, those questionable decisions don't impact my opinion of her intelligence. And I would wager that she probably, even if she's not smart, if she's just organized, she becomes an asset to her defense team. And frankly, who cares? Like, you're defending your own life. I would want to be at sidebar in that circumstance as well. The fact that it's a second trial, I think, makes it way less strange, because she remembers the first trial stuff, and her attorneys might not.
Final question, Sergeant. I think I asked this, but let me make sure I'm clear. Your interview, along with Michael Proctor, with Chris and Julie Albert, was February 10th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not certain on that, but I believe it was.
Okay. Well, let me just clear that up real quick. Will it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What was the date?
February 10th.
Thank you. Okay. I want to move to back to Canton PD. Did you at some point recover some videos or a series of electronic data that purported to be videos from Canton PD in furtherance of your investigation?
10 more likes
Yes.
till 1,000. Need to figure
And
out what to
who-
do at
to
1,000
whom
likes.
Did you deliver
Open to
these
ideas.
videos? And who
Don't
were they
involve
requested
squats.
by?
The initial request was by Michael Proctor. I delivered them to him.
Okay. Since that delivery, have you seen these videos?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'm holding a flash drive that I'd like to have, with the court's permission, I'd like to have marked as next in order for introduction, but I'll play the first couple of seconds of it and just establish the foundation first with the court's permission.
Have you shown it or discussed this with Mr. Brennan?
I just discussed it with Mr. Brennan at the break.
What's the Commonwealth's position? I have no idea what it is.
Sure, we can mark it. Yes. Mr. Brennan said he'd like to review them before they get entered into evidence. We can mark it for ID for purposes of this examination.
I don't expect I'll object. I just want to review.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit GG for identification.
Just to establish the foundation so we know what we're talking about, did you see on some of the electronic devices that you picked up in furtherance of this investigation video of somebody outside? Now we're the outside cameras or outside camera view at Canton PD at about 1:30 in the morning on January 29th, 2022.
The digital video, one of the collection items. It wasn't a device. It was, well, I guess it is a device, but the digital storage that was collected had video from external view of the PD. I do not remember specifically seeing an individual, but
Okay.
I did
Do you
review
remember
it.
being of the parking lot area, at least one of them, one of the clips being of the parking lot area outside Canton PD?
I don't remember seeing outside parking lot. I'd have to see it.
I understand. Do you remember another clip being of the outside Sally Port? There's a pedestrian door, not the big roll-up door, but a pedestrian door, someone going in and out of the pedestrian door?
I know the view you're talking about, but specifically what you're saying, I would have to see the video, tell you if I saw it or not.
And I'm asking a couple of these other questions. I think I may know what the answer is. There's another, do you remember another video being an internal corridor, looking down a hallway and seeing someone walk up or back?
Yes,
Do you
yes,
remember that one?
I do.
Okay, and then one on the outside, again, sort of passing from right to left, may not be intended to a parking lot, but at least an outdoor view of someone moving from frame right to frame left across the camera angle.
I don't remember that.
Do you remember that all these videos, I just mentioned 4, we've talked about 4, these videos were from January 29th, 2022, around generally 1:30, 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact time and date. I just remember seeing the file and reviewing it.
Do you remember Mr.
Hope hat for
Proctor
1,000 likes.
asking for video
Okay.
attendant to
do
January
a
29th? At least can we
papal
narrow it to that
blessing.
date?
At some point.
From Ken PD?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So these are all from January 29th, 2022. You just don't remember the specifics of them. It's been too long since you've seen them.
I don't know when each video was collected and then reviewed.
Okay.
Exactly.
With the court's permission, well, may I have just a moment to confer with counsel?
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask that what's been marked as GG, at least the first video, be published for the jurors.
All right, so there are 4 videos on this flash drive?
One video, 4 different camera angles as it's set from the one video.
Are you ready to see this now? I thought you wanted to review it.
I'll agree, and if I have a problem, I'll let the court know. I have no problem.
All right, so for the first one, the first camera angle?
Correct.
Okay.
It's one video, but 4 different angles.
All right, we just have to keep a record. That's why I'm
Understood.
asking all these
It's a little
questions.
complicated. I get it.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you. And this is, Your Honor, just for the record, actually, let me do it this way. Sergeant, would you agree that we can call this the rear lot main side at Canton PD, just for identification purposes?
Sure, if you'd like. I don't know which side this is, so I can't argue with you about the location. So
Okay.
I'll agree with you that we can call it that.
Great. It looks like a parking lot. There's cars.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just for purposes of, so it doesn't get complicated, we'll call this rear lot main side. That doesn't mean anything unless you adopt it. So just for identification purposes.
Thank you.
If we could move to runtime 1:26:32. Okay. With the course permission, may I play it at this point?
Okay.
Thank you. Stop. Did you see a car pass in front?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That wasn't a
What
car,
did
that was a
look like
Jeep.
to you?
It looked like a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Okay, stop. Sergeant, did you, during the course of your investigation, learn whether or not anybody associated with your investigation had a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it?
Yes,
Who is that?
Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play this.
Lemon Zinger says, please don't talk over the Jackson questions, please. I'll try not to. I don't try to, man. Sometimes I just laugh at something.
Okay, stop. Sir, do you see a person who appears to have alighted from the car,
Yes.
from the Jeep? Sergeant, if you could turn your attention to the screen on the right. Does that appear to be the location of the person that you're describing?
That's the individual that came out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. I know it's super blurry. You may not be able to at this point. Do you know who that is?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it.
Texas Red says, just in from Twitter, Karen Reed's team has hired esteemed lawyer E. Norma Stitz to help with the closing argument. Apparently, they like her rack record with impressing the
Did
jury
you see
in the closing
person walk
argument.
off the screen?
There you go.
Yes.
Did it appear that that person had something in his or her
At
hands?
like her rack, I thought it was a joke.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could play the second clip on this same GG.
GG. Thanks, Texas Red. That's awesome. Thanks for the update. Appreciate it.
Before this is played, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Oh, it's a
I do
joke.
not know.
Okay.
No, I don't realize that
Let's go ahead
joke.
and play this.
Oh, enormous shits. Damn it.
What do you see on the
I hate
video
you.
at this point?
An individual crossing the frame with
Enormous
a couple of
tit-
cars parked, one of which has
Enormous
a plow on it.
Does it look like an exterior video?
Somebody kill me.
Yes.
Does that appear to be an exterior video if you don't know
I've been
exactly
had.
where an exterior video of Canton PD?
From the facilities, yes.
Okay. And describe the person that you see in the foreground at the bottom of the screen.
Appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, a hooded sweatshirt.
Larger in stature, smaller in stature, can you tell?
I'd be speculating because there's no comparison, but
How did I miss that? I'm
larger.
a
I
changed
don't know.
man. I'm not looking for enormous tits anymore.
And that's it for that. Your Honor, if we could play the next video. By the way, can we agree before we move off of this, just for identification purposes, can we agree to call this rear lot cruiser side as opposed to rear lot main side, just to keep them separate?
Same as last time. I'm not aware familiar where that camera is, so I cannot argue with you nor adopt. But if for identification purposes only, we can agree on that.
Can you see from where you are, and I know the answer to this, can you see from where you are the timestamp on the bottom of this?
No.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, it's very, very small. Is it possible to ask the witness to adjourn from the witness stand just to get close enough to see if he can read the...
You can't increase the size of it?
Maybe we can. I'm not the tech guy. Mr. Wolk? Magic. Wow. I didn't even know he could do that. Okay. Can you read that?
Yes, it says rear lot cruiser side.
Okay. What about the time?
The timestamp reads 1:27:41.
Do you see a date?
Yes.
What is that date?
1/29/2022.
Thank you. This was my fault. Your Honor, if we could move back to rear lot main side, I'd like to.
Oh, I
do
should.
the same
Sorry,
thing.
I
I
should
failed
move
to
myself
ask
off
the
the
time and date
video.
on that one. Mr. Wolk, if you could, please.
Nancy, I try not to talk too much while they're talking, but sometimes I get it wrong. I'm sorry.
Is it possible to see from there the time and date?
Yes, the time is 1:27:32 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move to the third clip. If we could start, Mr. Wolk, by enhancing with the court's permission the time and date, let's just start with that. Do you see what the timestamp designates this camera angle to be?
It appears to be church side. And I can't read the third word there.
Exterior?
Oh, yes, exterior. Sally Port.
Okay, and if you could tell the jurors what you see in terms of the time and date.
The time is 1:27:43 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if you could play that with the court's permission.
Okay.
Stop. Do you see a person in that video?
I do.
Although it's somewhat blurry, can you describe that individual for us, please?
Individual wearing dark clothing, possibly. That's the best I could do, really.
Okay. Does it appear, given what you've seen in terms of the time of the main side, cruiser side, and now this exterior church side, does that appear to be the same person moving through on the outside of Kenton PD?
It does, yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at here, by the way? What is this door he's about to walk into?
I'd be guessing. I was never present on that side of the Sally Port.
Understood.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and play this. Okay. And for the final clip. If we could go down to the timestamp and date. A little bigger, Mr. Wolk, if you could. Can you see what that is designated as that camera angle?
Yes, it says first floor corridor, and the time is 1:28:03 a.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
Okay. Is this the corridor version or video that you did have some recollection of?
Yes, this is, yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and play this. Stop. Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay. And what is he wearing? Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front. It appears to be blue jeans and shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. I have just a moment. Could you pause this, Mr. Wolf? Can you make note of the time as it's paused right here?
Do you want me to say it again or
Yes,
write
sir.
it down?
Yes, sir.
The time is 1:28:16 a.m.
Okay. And if we could just continue playing this video. It is playing. Stop. Now, if you could take a look at the time now. Okay, what's that time?
1:29:42
Okay.
a.m.
And if we could go ahead and go forward. Is it still playing, Mr. Wolk? If we could take a look at the time one more time.
Now it's, you want me to say it?
Yes, sir.
1:34:12 a.m.
And in the time, just so the record's clear, in the time between you saying 1:28:16 to 1:34:12, 6 minutes has not gone by, correct?
Just under 6, I believe, yeah.
Well, 6 minutes for us in real time.
Oh, in real time, yeah, no.
It is not. So it
Sorry.
appears that the camera jumped, or the time jumped.
The time difference from what was displayed is approximately 6 minutes, yes.
Okay, which is much longer than the time we've actually been looking at the video, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it appears that it may be motion activated and it just jumped.
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay,
yes.
let's go ahead and continue playing this. And stop. Do you see someone in the screen now?
Yes.
And one more time, I know this is laborious, one more time if we could clock the time. Can you see that?
No, it's really blurry for me.
There we go.
Yes, now I can see it 1:34:15, if I'm not mistaken, a.m.
Okay, fair enough. And let's go ahead and play this all the way through.
I'm loud, you're loud.
Okay. Who did that appear to be walking away from the camera in this shot?
I'm not certain. I would be suspecting or guessing if I gave you an answer, but I'm not certain who that is.
As best you can determine, does he have the same stature? I know you can't see his face. Same stature, same clothing, jeans, shoes with white stripe around it, dark hooded sweatshirt. It should appear to be the same person as Brian Higgins.
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. There's one more clip that I'd ask you to look at on this same GG device. Okay. What do you see in this video?
Appears to be the church side Sally Port, and an individual came out of the door.
Okay. And can we highlight the time, please, or increase the size? What time do you see there?
1:34:40 a.m.
Okay. If we go ahead and play this through. Pause. Does it appear from this video that the person has anything in his hand?
I'm sorry, can you play that again? I wasn't looking at the hand, but
Sure.
I really can't tell.
Okay. There should be another video of the rear lock cruiser side. Let's take a look at that. Pause. What do you see in that video?
It appears to be an individual wearing a black beanie hat, black dark colored sweatshirt with some design on it, and something illuminating by his face.
Can we enhance the time, please? What time is that?
It says 1:34 and 53 seconds in the morning, a.m.
And if you could move the screen over to the individual. Mr. Walt. Does that appear to be the same person?
It could possibly be, yeah.
And does it appear as something in his hand up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
It's consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a tablet.
Okay. If we can move on, please. Play that through. I believe there's one more video. And Your Honor, this one is a little longer. This is about 10 minutes.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play this through. Please stop. Do you see a person in the video walking from screen right to screen left?
Yes.
Did that person appear to have something in his right hand?
I can't tell. I can't see his right hand.
Okay. When he first walked into the screen, could you tell?
I couldn't. No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Walt, could we back that up with the court's permission about 2 seconds? Stop. Did it appear as something in his hand?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And just for, I'm going to ask you for 2 times when we start and when we stop. What's the time on this video at this point when he walks into frame?
1:35 and 8 seconds in the morning, a.m.
Okay. And let's go ahead and play this through.
I keep expecting this guy to get just annihilated by like a car. It's like, I know that's not going to happen. I don't know why. Oh, it's because I'm used to watching people get killed on Instagram, which isn't what I like choose. It's just what Instagram thinks I want to see. It's usually right. You never used Instagram, so you wouldn't know. What are you, a man? Instagram's weird. I'm not really sure how to use it. I know that there's some way I can use it to broaden my reach. That's the main thing. It's just like reaching people where they are, saying, hey, like, get in here. But I've figured out how to get engagement on Twitter pretty easily. But getting it on Instagram is a little bit different. And I've never focused on it. I just use it to post a couple pictures every now and then. Y'all are welcome to follow Ricada Law on Instagram. It's usually just like if Lady Rackets and I go out somewhere to a charity dinner or something, I like to post pictures because we like to dress up nice and go, like hang out and do stuff. It's almost like we're married. Share your funny law clips. Well, I need to make more of them. I had hired this company to do it. Cost way too much money. And the problem with it is like, well, I don't know about monetizing on Instagram, but monetizing YouTube Shorts, like you get a shitload of views on them and they're really useful for growth, but they're just not great revenue for me. I mean, maybe they are at some point, but I've never had a YouTube Short, no matter how many views it gets, return much money. But of course, like they're not throwing full ads on those things. So I don't even know how they monetize them. I know there are entire channels that very successfully do it. So because the Shorts distribution algorithm is way different than the YouTube one. Did you eat your burrito? No, I've got a lot left. I don't like to eat into the mic too much. This is a really long video and nothing is happening. I think I fall asleep in his Jeep. Like, oh, hey, here we go.
Pause it, please. Sergeant, at this point, do you see a person walking into the frame into the video from frame left to frame right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I'm letting my voice get too whiny. I should probably bring it down a bit. Sorry. It's a weird thing I picked up while being on government release. Andrew Cruz, I agree. Not guilty because the state is gay and boring. Nick, you don't have tits or a pet squirrel that you know of. No big revenue on Instagram for you. Picked up a high-pitched voice in jail? No, it wasn't in jail. It was after that.
Can you pause it? Did you see something happen with the vehicle next to the Jeep in the last few seconds?
Yes.
What was that?
It appears as though the headlights are activated.
Okay, let's go and play it. Okay, pause it. You see a person that is walking from screen right to screen left in the middle of the screen?
Yes, he just or she just appears to have closed the door on that vehicle next to the plow.
Okay. And walking toward which vehicle?
The one on the furthest on the left.
Okay. From what you've seen, Sergeant, that you said he or she, does that person appear to be consistent with the video that we've seen in other particulars of Brian Higgins?
As far as I could tell from here, The individual accessed Brian Higgins' vehicle, so I'd be speculating with the whiteout conditions or near whiteout conditions. It's tough to tell.
But no reason to believe it's anybody other than Brian Higgins accessing Brian Higgins' vehicle.
No,
Okay.
no.
Let's go ahead and play it. And what do you see Brian Higgins or that person doing now?
They accessed the vehicle on the far left.
Okay. And where's that person going?
Now they're accessing the Jeep Wrangler.
Oh my God, Jackson. Should we sing some Alan Jackson songs? What do we got? Alan Jackson songs.
Can you pause it? Where does that individual appear to be now in the video?
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
Before that person got to the Jeep Wrangler, was he standing by the vehicle on the far left, SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout snow that night, I can't tell exactly what they were doing.
Did you see anything in his hand, like a bag or a satchel or a duffel bag or something when that person walked from this vehicle over to the Jeep?
I did not notice, no.
Go ahead.
Lots of Alan Jackson songs are just old hymns.
Now, has that person walked off screen to the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Rita Castillo, how you doing? Good morning.
Do you see that person entering screen from screen left?
Yes.
Yes. Did I ever cover the M. Michaels trial? No. Never heard of it. Sing Chattahoochee. Oh, God, I hate that song. It feels like a dirty song, but it isn't. Which is why I hate it.
What did you just see the person do?
They were carrying possibly like a snow broom, walking from left to right.
They shouldn't do that. They should use a leaf blower, from what I hear. That's the way to clear the snow. Great opinions, Nick. Thanks, Dent Collector. I'm glad you finally came around. Yeah, if you'll pick up your shirt that says, I'm super gay, right at the table on your left, put it on, look in the mirror. Your day will be complete.
And what do you see happening now?
The Jeep Wrangler's leaving the spot it was parked in.
Thank God. How many little rubber ducks are glued to the
We can
dashboard?
take that down.
Oh,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you.
I failed to ask you the time. I promised I would do it, and I forgot again. Can we look at the time real quick?
Damn it. Jackson.
Yes, the time for the rear lot main side is 1:45:52.
And it appears that's the approximate time that the Jeep Wrangler drove off.
Approximately, yes.
Okay, thank you. In are you friends with Brian Higgins?
Somebody's
I
going
am
to have
not.
to tell me why that video
Do
mattered.
you know Brian Higgins?
Because I lost track of it.
I know who he is, yes.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Higgins?
Like out on private time?
Go out, have a beer,
No.
see him at a bar. Hey, Brian, let's grab a beer. Nothing like that?
No.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I'd be speculating. It's before this case. He was a law enforcement individual that worked in the area. So I've had cases where he assisted on and that I've assisted on.
Would you consider yourself to have a professional relationship with him?
I knew who he was. So yes, I would consider it a professional relationship.
But you would not consider your relationship to have gone over to the personal relationship? You don't
Not at all.
socialize, do any
No.
private
No.
get-togethers?
No.
Okay. You would agree that this video pretty clearly shows, at least at one point, around 1:34 a.m., Brian Higgins was on
Actual
his phone.
conversation, not a butt dial. Okay, here we go. And that's what he's
Is that the
asking right
one
now.
that he has the device by his face?
Correct.
It appears that way, yes.
And just to be clear, when you interviewed Mr. Higgins, he did not volunteer to give you his phone, correct?
He did not volunteer it, no.
And you didn't seek his phone through a warrant or any other mechanism?
I did not know.
Par for the course. Cops don't get investigated.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to the status of that phone as we sit here today?
The one that he got the extractions from?
Correct.
No idea. No.
I want to shift gears to another series of videos. Last year at another proceeding, you were asked about a couple of videos from the interior Sallyport garage at Kenton PD. So now we're going to move to the interior. You remember those series of questions and answers that you gave?
Generally.
Okay. You were asked at another proceeding to describe when the SUV, Miss Reed's SUV, first arrived at the Sallyport garage around 5:30 or so, correct?
Based on my recollection of it first arriving or what we were viewing?
What you were viewing.
I'm deaf to this.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you remember being asked a series of questions concerning the arrival of the SUV, just in general?
I remember that it happened. I don't remember the exact questions on what my answers were.
And you remember seeing a video about which you were asked questions concerning the arrival of that SUV, pulling into the Sallyport, who was who, what the time frame was generally. Do you remember that? colloquy, that discussion?
I remember it taking place. Yes,
That was Mr. Lally asking you questions, correct?
I believe so.
Under questioning by the Commonwealth, you were asked whether the video that you were looking at fairly and accurately represented the SUV arriving at the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes,
And you indicated, in fact, it did fairly and accurately depict the arrival of the SUV at the Sallyport garage. Is that right?
that's correct.
I'd like to ask you a question about that particular video. The other thing. Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to just pull it off.
He does look like he's straight out of a casting for a meathead cop. I don't know how to properly insult
Counsel.
him at all.
Paul, the lunch is here. Jers, you know what? Let's take the luncheon break.
All right, lunchtime. What meathead means? Like, you've met a meathead or two. Some more meat than brains upstairs. Well, the court just went into blackface. I don't know what's going on there. But looks like we're on lunch. So that's nice. Oh, see, this is trial. Trial getting out these important details, important facts. Sometimes just takes a long time. It's not very interesting because life takes a long time and isn't very interesting. But you can't always just show clips of a video. You have to show what's going on. That's a very good strategy by the defense on this one, especially. Hold on.
Do is have the voir dire right now to see
Oh!
what side.
Hey, we're gonna do voir dire.
Knew regarding that line of testimony you wanted to get into. So let's do that now, and then you can all work out the video issues.
Cool. Okay, so what they're going to do, there's a line of questioning that Jackson wants to go down with
May I
this
inquire
guy.
briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, we were talking before the jury.
No
we were
jury.
talking a little bit about the
For this.
conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, either during or just before, or just after that first interview with Chris and Julie Albert. What I'd like to ask you is, what information did you have and what did you ultimately learn about their relationship? You said there were some accusations and we never really got to the heart of it. What did you know and what did you do to investigate? Or what did you learn?
What I knew as we were walking up to the door is that he had knowledge of the individuals prior to us conducting the interview. I asked him if he knew them personally. My words, do you hang out with them? Do you socialize with them? He said, no, I do not. I said, are you comfortable doing this interview? And he said, yes. And me being a complete outsider and his supervisor and realizing if there was any impropriety that I would step in and recognize it, report it, and act on that. The interview was conducted without issue and we moved on.
As a matter of fact, one of the things in Trooper Proctor's report it said the report started with following formal introductions. Did that suggest to you that Trooper Proctor had no knowledge of who Chris or Julie Albert were from a personal standpoint?
Not at all. I believe maybe I wrote the report, or was it him?
Yes, I think it is you. I think it is
Yeah. So I.
May I approach one?
Yes.
Just so you have it.
Thank you. Yeah, since I authored the report, I wrote following formal introductions since I've never met them before.
Okay, so that was more attended to you than to Michael Proctor.
Correct.
Okay, but the report does say we introduced ourselves, basically. Following formal introductions.
Greeted, but I had formal introductions to them. I've never met them before in my life.
You said that subsequently you learned about, your word, accusations that had been made concerning possible relationship between Michael Proctor and the Alberts. What was that information that you learned?
When was it? I need that.
When did you learn it? I thought you said 2023, but I could be wrong. When did you learn that?
It was I believe, during the July motion proceedings when you guys had pictures up of children.
July of what year?
I believe 2023.
Okay. And what was it that you learned in July of 2023 about the potential?
The accusations?
Yeah.
That those were Albert's or McCabe's kids in the photograph with Michael Proctor?
Okay. Did you ever learn about personal communications that Michael Proctor or his wife may have had with any of the Albert family, including Julie Albert?
Ever?
Ever?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when you learned that and what you learned in that order.
Well, Michael Proctor had communicated with those individuals, Elizabeth Proctor, and communicated with those individuals due to the harassment that they've sustained.
Okay.
So with that crazy behavior that's been imposed on them, and the torturous harassment that they've endured, the traumatic experiences they've had to live through, they've communicated. So I've learned about that, yes. I was taking in all of that evidence, hundreds and pieces of evidence that I've archived in order to...
Go ahead. In order to?
Investigate it.
Okay. You're talking about Elizabeth Proctor well after the fact of the interview and the incident in 2022. That's what you were just describing.
It was after the harassment
Okay.
started, yes.
Which is
Whoa.
well after
That was cool.
January 29, 2022, correct?
January 20, yes, it is.
Okay. I'm asking about information related to a relationship prior to January 29, 2022. Did you ever learn about a pre-existing relationship that may have existed between the Proctor family and the Albert family before January 29, 2022, and maybe a couple of days after?
All I know is that there was a relationship explanation provided by Mr. Lally during one of the motions, and it was like 6 degrees separated by individuals residing in the community, living in the community, raising their kids in the community, working in the community, so making them community members and having relationship within that. I don't know the extent of those relationships.
Okay. Did you, during that hearing where you said there were pictures of the kids and et cetera, that July 2023 hearing, did you see a Facebook post during the course of that hearing wherein the Albert family called the Proctor family their second family, or vice versa, where the Proctor family, Michael Proctor's mother, they've called the Alberts their second family? You remember that Facebook post?
I don't remember seeing that post. I just remember there was like a picture of kids that weren't Michael Proctor's kids.
Okay, but you were in court that day.
I was in court in July. I believe it was 23rd of July, for
Okay.
the motion. Yeah.
leaving aside the photographs that you've talked about, did you see the post, the Facebook post about those two families, specifically Michael Proctor's mom, saying that the Alberts were their, quote, second family?
I don't remember seeing that post.
That didn't strike you, or that was not in your brain, in your head?
I don't think I've ever seen a post like that. So I just remember seeing the post of the kids.
What
I believe
about
it was Miss Little that was holding up the poster.
What about the text messages, or what about any text messages between Michael Proctor and his sister concerning Julie Albert, very specifically concerning Julie Albert? Are you aware of those?
No.
Have you ever seen a text message between between Courtney Proctor and, it's Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor, where the sister says, Julie wants to give you a gift because you're doing such a great job leading this, meaning this investigation? Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware of a text message in which Michael Proctor responds, get it for my wife? Meaning, if you're going to give us a gift, get the gift for my wife.
No idea.
Okay. Are you aware of a series of text messages between and among Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor in which they talk about, between Michael Proctor and Courtney Proctor, in which they talk about Julie Albert? This is 10 days before the incident, 10 days before January 29th, so mid-January, where they talk about the possibility of Julie Albert babysitting for Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's kids.
I am not aware of those text
This is
messages.
the first you've heard of any of those.
Of these text messages?
The text messages
Yeah.
that I'm describing, have you ever heard of any of those?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to or investigate the circumstance of the possibility, even the remote possibility, that Michael Proctor may have had a relationship with the Alberts that you were unaware of?
Oh, what kind?
No, I never investigated anything like that.
So after your initial conversation with Mr. Proctor, where he said, I know of these people, and you said, is there any issue with you going forward? And he said, no, there's no issue. You took no further steps after that to investigate that relationship. And I'm talking about the relationship that existed on or around January 29th, 2022, not in 2023, not in 2024.
Once Michael Proctor stated that he was comfortable conducting the interview, and I asked him if he was sure, and he said yes, we moved on.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
My second questions, were you in court? I know you're indicating that you've never heard about these text messages. Were you in court in February of 2024 following the federal investigation revelation, the documents that we got from the both sides got from the federal investigation, which revealed, and was revealed in open court, the text messages about gift giving between Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor? Hey, Judy wants to get you a gift, and Michael Proctor's response was, get it for Elizabeth, get it for my wife. Were you in court when those were revealed?
Following the harassment, intimidation that I experienced on the 23rd, being followed into the bathroom, then being followed outside, I stopped coming to court proceedings due to that. So I was not in court in February of 2024 and describing the information that you're revealing. I was not aware of that
Did you
detail.
review that all of these proceedings are televised? Sorry, did you know that, right?
I'm not aware that it's televised now.
You're not aware
I know it streams, but I'm not aware that it's televised.
Okay, streamed. However, whatever you want to call it. Streamed on the internet. You can find it.
You can, yes.
They're recorded.
Right.
Did you ever review the hearing in February 2024 talking about what's been referred to as the Fed dump and the revelations that were made pursuant to that federal investigation and the text messages attendant thereto.
I am aware of a Fed dump. I'm aware that it exists. I was not privileged to any information outside of the information that was revealed to me during the internal affairs investigation.
Right.
That was the first time I saw documents from that federal investigation.
By the way, were you privy to, Michael, there were three individuals involved in the investigation, yourself, Lieutenant Tully, and Michael Proctor, is that right?
In what
The
investigation?
internal affairs investigation.
I'm aware that I was. I know they were as well. I don't know who else might have been involved. I don't know.
In terms of your awareness of Michael Proctor's investigation, you're aware, obviously, that he was terminated, correct?
I am aware that he's terminated, yes.
Did you ever see or were privy to any of the documents or investigative materials associated with his termination as his supervisor?
No.
So nothing was ever shared with you, the final decision?
Other than the documents that he was attached in the text message that I was shown from that investigation, nobody showed me anything of his investigation.
Okay, so let's wrap this up.
Okay, that was basically all I had.
Okay, all right. Do you want to be heard, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Okay.
On that.
Yeah, I'm not letting any of this in.
I think it's all admissible, but I understand the court's ruling was if he doesn't have personal knowledge of it, didn't have it then you're not going to let it in. It's over our objection, but that's been noted.
Okay, so you got your voir dire, and I'm glad we fleshed it all out.
God, what a bitch.
You have to be back here.
I mean, it's the right ruling. Don't get me wrong. It's just the way
Is the jury
he dealt with
coming back,
that.
Paul?
Jackson said, like,
Back here, it's
he doesn't. He got to the question. Guy says he doesn't know, doesn't have the knowledge of it. He says, "Okay, we're done then. No big deal." So then Bev's like, "I'm not letting that in." And Jackson probably correctly argues, though, that it is admissible. But if he didn't have personal knowledge at the time, he's not going to pursue the line of questioning. He'll get it elsewhere. He knows he's lying. Doesn't matter. Like, very cop speaking in court and lying is not very far off from being just synonyms. But that being said, yeah, he's lying. Okay. Prove it, which is tough to do. They're not going to charge him with perjury or investigate it. So unless you have a prior statement that shows that he actually knows that he could impeach him with, it's not going to work. But anyway, that's fine. We got to see a voir dire. We got to see, Jackson go after this, go after having this witness. Endure a line of questioning that I think Jackson's worried that Proctor's not going to get called by the state and is going to get excluded by the judge. But that's, we'll see. Can only guess at their specific strategy based on what they do, what they say, the questions they ask, and I don't know. Remember that they have a story arc that's much bigger than what we've seen so far. And you guys may have seen the first trial, but from what I understand, this trial is quite a bit different than the first one. Not just for reasons of like they have the first trial to impeach, but it seems like they have a different story strategy as well. How can you exclude the lead investigator? Well, I don't know how that. So if the state doesn't call him as a witness, then the defense could call him as a witness, which would allow the state to cross-examine him, which would be beneficial for the state. So that'd be a move to pull that. But if the better move for the state would be to have his testimony excluded. I'm not sure how they would do that or if they're trying. But if they don't want him on the stand, if the state doesn't call him and then moves to have him excluded in limine for any number of reasons, then I guess that would eliminate that. If the judge tries to exclude Proctor, she's given an explicit third trial. I mean, are you saying that based on something or just because that's what you believe? Your brother's flying to Minnesota from the UK today for work. What should he do in town? It depends where in the metro area. I assume he's going to be in the metro. Where in the metro area he's going to be. Like, there's some good food. What should he do? How long is he there? Lane, the story is the same. They're just not calling Proctor Brian Alberts or Brian Higgins. I don't know if the defense's story is going to be the same. She wouldn't exclude him. They would just have to call him. Well, I mean, that's what I think too. And when people asked me before if the state is going to call Proctor, I said, I mean, I would think they're going to they would want to. The strategic move of not calling Proctor and having the defense call him only comes out with the state being able to then lead him on cross and rein in his testimony. I don't know the Massachusetts rules, but I would. So I think it was the Rittenhouse trial where we learned this, or maybe it was Edgecombe. I can't remember. I'm sorry, but Wisconsin has a law. If I remember right, it was Wisconsin. Wisconsin has a law or a rule of evidence that if in a criminal trial, a police officer is always allowed to be treated as a hostile witness. So because they're an agent of the state and the state is a prosecution, right? Like they're always able to be treated as a hostile witness. So the defense team can use leading questions on direct if they call them. So it's to prevent the state from using a strategic move to at least eliminate to eliminate the defense's ability to do cross-exam. Right? Like, cause that would be the move. Now, I don't know if Massachusetts has that same rule. I guess we could try and find out, but it's a good rule and it makes a lot of sense. Okay, here we go. We do have a couple super tips. So just a reminder, of course, super chats and Rumble rants are very much appreciated on the show and always will be. However, I'm encouraging people to try out the super tip system. It's in the pinned comment at the top of each chat, YouTube and Rumble, supertip.gg/RL. And it's, you can send in super chats, but you can use AI voices to read them. We have a whole bunch of them. I think we have 25 voices. We have a lot more coming. And they're very fun. You can use them to talk about the trial. You can use them to talk about me. You can use them to talk about anything. You could talk about the weather. Tell me about Israel, what you think about it. Or I don't know. I'm trying to think of what people have super chatted about in the past. Mostly Kurt's micropenis.
The evidence will show that the fat foes concealing Kurt's micropenis are in fact just as dirty as the group chat between these police officers. Let the boys be boys.
Let the boys be boys. They get to be boys. You know what? I will say that the officer's right in that Proctor did have a First Amendment right to send the messages in the way he does. But those messages are definitely going to be used if they're acquired, right? Like they show an animus towards Karen Read that goes beyond the bounds of what an investigator who is looking for facts should be engaged in. Unless Karen Read had engaged in some sort of behavior to make them specifically have animosity towards her, then it doesn't really make sense other than that guy just being a complete douchebag. But you have a right to be a douchebag. Now, he could be fired for exercising that right because he is a He's a state official, and it is unprofessional, and it shows that he's maybe not doing his job appropriately. So certainly, like, we have issues with that, but he has a right to say it. And if he were fired, so here's the other thing: if he were fired for that speech, then he actually is entitled to a hearing on it. He has entitled to notice and an opportunity to be heard if the speech is the reason for the firing. So he does have those First Amendment protections. The guy was right, but you also get to bring him up in court and say, hey, maybe you shouldn't talk like an asshole.
Nothing destroys faith in the system faster than seeing that the police are made of the Scout kids from class like this guy.
The Scout kids. Scout? That's an interesting one. All right. Here we go. We've got...
Artificial intelligence is detecting cancer by recognizing tiny, malformed cancerous cells under high-powered microscopes. This also makes AI the perfect tool for discussing Kurt's micropenis.
You really do need specific tools to talk about tiny tools. No, I still don't know where Kurt having a micropenis came from. Like, someone made the joke one time and it just stuck. And it's pretty funny to me. But I don't know. I haven't checked to see if he actually has one or not. My arms are too small. I can't lift the massive weight in front of that thing. So anyway, people are asking about doing a recap of what's been going on. We have been we've been on cross exam of Yuri Bukaki or whatever the entire morning through the lunch break here. In fact, they've voir dired him on a line of questioning, and they are still on cross. My understanding is that they basically spent most of yesterday on cross with this guy as well. So this is quite an important witness for the defense. He's being very evasive. He's hiding behind, apparently he's Ukrainian, which I thought saying retarded was not allowed. Dog, just kidding. Just kidding. That was rude. But I stole that joke from Spectre. Blame him. But so, and he said English is his third language, I believe. So he's evasive on understanding words and concepts but it kind of looks like a clever shield. He doesn't, and this is going to sound weird, but he doesn't speak with an accent. He doesn't sound like someone who's got English as his third language. So to me, it doesn't come across convincing that he doesn't understand words. I don't know why that is. That doesn't make any sense. Because the lingering accent of someone's origin country has nothing to do with whether or not you understand something. But in my brain, it just doesn't add up. Which I know people may say that that's not important. Like, well, I mean, what your opinion on the subject is doesn't matter. Okay, but hear me out. If I look at something and just on the prima facie, it says this doesn't look or feel or sound right, then a juror very likely has at least some sort of thought. So the listening to this guy, and then the moment he says he doesn't understand the word theory or whatever, that's what happened, I guess, on Friday, I think. The guy, I don't know what theory means. What do you mean you don't know what theory means? Theory isn't a word that wouldn't show up in an investigator's lexicon. Right? Like, so theory is a word that actually you would imagine shows up all the time. So it just adds to a lack of credibility.
Okay, why was I muted from Rumble chat?
I don't know. Who are you? You have anonymous listed on there. I don't know, man. If you got muted from Rumble Chat and you believe it's not justified or whatever, send me a DM on Twitter or Instagram, and I don't know if I'll be able to get you back into the chat today, but I will fix it if you, I don't know, tell me what you said. I have no idea. Like I said, there's only one rule in my chat. I didn't really used to have rules, but there's one that needed to be implemented, and you can come here and make fun of me all you want, and you can say whatever you want and tell me you think I'm horrible. I don't care. Like you can't take my kids away. The government did, and so you're like, what you say about me doesn't matter to me. But if you speak inappropriately about my wife or kids, you will be thrown out. And I'm sorry that makes you feel sad or whatever, but too fucking bad. You don't get to go into people's houses and scream at them, and then they have to let you do it. No, this is my place that I created, and you can be here all you want. Like I said, you can make fun of me and scream at me forever, but if you say inappropriate stuff about them, you'll be gone, and I won't feel bad about it at all. It's like Canada.
Nick. Poor John nagged all day by Karen up to his death. The Democrats are fighting our government to protect foreign invaders. Can you explain what the founders or the law would call this behavior?
The founders would call it some bullshit. Actually, I don't think so. The founders and foreign invaders, you're really on tenuous ground there. The founders had very different concept of immigration policy than we have, and they did for very obvious reasons, right? They were all immigrants, and they were trying to build the country's numbers up. Frankly, they wanted people here. They wanted they needed to fill out military ranks because they're still fighting with England. They had, of course, expansion west coming. And they had frontiersmen who were dealing with natives, and so local militias became really important as well. And just having more people is helpful for all of those things. Plus, there's a ton of economic opportunity in the forms of gathering resources and then using those resources. So immigration was not in the same category as it is today. They also didn't have Islamic terrorism and stuff like that in the same measure. That you would have had the Barbary pirates is the first sort of idea that we get of the United States having to deal with something like terrorism. But that happened on the waters. So it's a little bit different. You didn't have the same thing. Nowadays, you get someone across the border, you give them a vest with an IED on it, and they can cause a hell of a lot of havoc. So, you're talking about different stuff. You're also, in different categories of bringing various things across the border, weapons, explosives, or of course drugs and other contraband substances, or people in human trafficking. Those things are all, again, very different categories. The human trafficking was going on in the founding. Don't get me wrong; they were really fucking good at it. Jesus. But human trafficking today is a little bit of a different animal than what we're talking about, back then. Back then, the slave trade is something that was globalized. It was ubiquitous. It was a concept that did not really shock people. Now, human trafficking is roundly considered to be horrifying. And, but they didn't deal with the same issues. So I don't think you're going to find a lot of agreement. Also, the fact that border control was something that really didn't exist in the modern capacity and modern understanding that we have today until about 1967 with the Immigration Naturalization Act, and then really ramped up in the 80s when border enforcement under Reagan. Wait, was it Reagan? Reagan or Bush Sr.? I can't remember. I think it was Reagan still. Border enforcement was, it became a priority. I think that was in 1985, if I remember right. And they took the Immigration Naturalization Act, which was the first time Congress made a real set of rules about crossing the border and making it an actual crime to do so without permission. And then outside of specific acts that happened, during wartime. And with the Chinese, because they're like, no, sorry, take your damn Hong Kong ching chong noodles and get out of here. Make our trains and then get out. But up until 1967 and 1985, we didn't have a modern border enforcement structure that we have today. We had cyclical immigration across the border and back seasonally at the southern border and stuff. We lived in a different world, though. Like, please don't mistake this as me saying it's the same thing and we should go back to that. I do think it would be cool if we could go back to it, because it would mean a lot of really good changes had occurred that should occur, the undoing of a lot of policy, right? We didn't used to entice people across the border with social welfare packages that cost the citizenry a ton of money and encourage people with low economic status and low ability to change that economic status to come across the border and then be taken care of by taxpayers in the United States. We do that now. We didn't do that then. It was a wildly different world that we lived in. But, the idea that back in the 60s and 70s that a Mexican worker could come across the border of California, help out with the harvest season of various, fruits and vegetables, and then send money back home for a couple months and then go back. That was normal, normalized behavior. But they weren't getting a ton of social welfare programs. They weren't able to anchor themselves in the country and bring over a bunch of family members and stuff like that. So I don't know. I don't even know how we started this, but I don't think the founders would have seen immigration the same way unless they could really be made aware of modern circumstances. But those guys can't even use an iPhone, so they're stupid. Here we go.
Your Honor, I object on the grounds that I also have a leaky balloon knot.
Oh, no, Daryl. Oh, man. My man Brooks, they take away his car and his ability to not poop. Hey, what's up, Steph? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the show. Chinese didn't make trains, stupid. They made railroads. Well, I didn't ask what they made. I said what I wanted them to make. God. Founding fathers would support doing drugs with your kids and wife swapping, right, Nick? Probably. Do you realize that at the founding, drugs weren't illegal? They didn't have, there wasn't a Controlled Substance Act. And when they found cocaine, they all liked it. Are you dumb? I think you are dumb. Cocaine would be made illegal much, much later than the founders. Oh my gosh. So anyway, we're on, what is this, day 3 of this guy's testimony? I know it's significantly into the second day of cross-exam. I just don't know when he started. 4? No, I don't think he started on Wednesday. I think he started on Thursday because I don't remember him. I don't remember him starting on while I was watching. So I think he started early Thursday morning. Shut up, I can cook. Cookie, here we go.
Nick Law, there is no birthright citizenship. The 14th was for one purpose, and Democrats using it to replace American citizens. I love the founders. The 14th Amendment was for black people. There's no way around it.
it's been used differently, but the 14th Amendment was basically to ensure the citizenship of emancipated slaves after the 13th Amendment, which says no more slaves, right? Like that's pretty obvious. If you take any honest reading of the 14th Amendment, it doesn't make sense in any other context. But the idea was that they were going to give citizenship to people who are here, and they were going to give citizenship to the offspring of people who were here that were brought here against their will, and then traded, right? Like contextualizing Reconstruction and the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments being passed within relatively at the same time. The 14th Amendment was clearly targeted towards Black people. They actually had cases about it. And early on, I believe the Supreme Court, there was one or two cases, I can't remember, maybe the Slaughterhouse cases, where they did kind of adhere to that Black people only for the 13th, 14th, and 15th. But that got, that got co-opted pretty quickly. Although the birthright citizenship took until Wong's son, whatever, I think, which would have been like the late 50s, early 60s. Kind of crazy. Yeah, birthright citizenship is problematic in many ways. We have the philosophical conflict is that the Constitution applies wherever the United States has jurisdiction. The U.S. has jurisdiction over its own borders, and the 14th Amendment does say anyone born within the jurisdictional United States, I believe they say something like that. That involves citizenship. Hold on, let's find the text of the 14th Amendment. It's a long one, so I never remember the exact. We're going to do Constitution lesson. Yay. I hope you guys like these. I like talking about the founding. I like talking about constitutional law. So this is fun. I think people try to simplify these topics, and they're really not simple. But we can do a pretty good job of it. Let's see. So again, 14th Amendment, Section 1, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Now, see, this is where, obviously, this is where we're getting this. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Okay, so here's where the language is conflicting, and here's where the argument should lie. If we go to the end here, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Okay, so this is the jurisdiction of the United States, of course, encompasses anyone within its own border. And it also would be, on any U.S. military bases, which are United States soil. It would also be, there are certain people who are under the jurisdiction of the United States, even when they're outside of the country. Any U.S. citizen is still under the jurisdiction of the United States. There are laws you can break while being outside of the United States, and they are punishable within the United States. One of them that I've talked about in the past year is, basically the child sex tourism laws, where even if a country has an age of consent that is, let's say it's 12 or something like that, you cannot, as a U.S. citizen, go to that country for the purposes of having sex with a 12-year-old. Can't do it. If you do, you will be charged with a felony and you will go to prison where hopefully you will be killed. So that being said, you're still under the jurisdiction of the United States so long as you're a United States citizen or a permanent resident who is granted the ability to be here. Because you've agreed, permanent residents, of course, have asked the United States to put them under its jurisdiction. But this is here's the real problem where birthright citizen, or they call it birthright citizenship, but it's like an anchor baby, right? all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Someone who is here illegally is within the jurisdiction of the United States, but they're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States until they're acquired. Does that make sense? Because they're violating the rights, or they're violating the law of the United States. The U.S. hasn't had the opportunity to extend jurisdiction over someone who is here illegally until they actually acquire them. I know that's a weird sort of way to look at this, because you go, well, if they're within the borders of the United States, they're under their jurisdiction. But how? How can you be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States if you're in here illegally and the U.S. hasn't actually gotten its greasy mitts on you? That's the whole point. Once the U.S. gets its greasy mitts on you, you are definitely subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So I do think there's a strong argument that if you are arrested and detained, for example, and then have a baby, that baby probably has a right to citizenship under the 14th Amendment. But this broad idea that someone can come here illegally, give birth, and then that they were subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, it isn't true. They haven't had the opportunity to extend jurisdiction over this person. But that's not how the courts read it. But this is very different. Like, this language, and this is important. The Supreme Court itself says that every word, phrase, and lack of words or phrases is intentional, that the Constitution exists as a perfected document, and that there's nothing that can be read into. No words can be added or taken away from any sentence. So we have two differing concepts here about jurisdiction. We have subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and then within its jurisdiction. Those are two different things. So anyone within its jurisdiction cannot be denied equal protection. All right. So that's within the borders of the United States. And then, of course, some other aspects, like if you get some extraordinary rendition, you get battlefield abducted and show up in a black site in Finland or whatever. Those people are within the jurisdiction of the United States. And once they're absconded away, they are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. But the difference in this language should be noted, because it matters. It matters very much when there is a difference of phrase or expression in the Constitution. And one of them, again, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, means the jurisdiction has been exercised. The other one is merely that jurisdiction exists. And those are two different concepts. They're blended, though, in the Supreme Court's desire to create this false birthright citizenship shit. So if you want to know my opinion on it, that's it. That's the basic gist of my argument about it. You can go through a whole bunch of Supreme Court case law on it, but if you start with the assumption that the Supreme Court's conclusion is bullshit, let's go back to the text. It's pretty clear that there are two different statuses that happen there. One is within the jurisdictional bounds of the United States, and the other one is once jurisdiction is actually exercised over someone. If an illegal immigrant, I guess this is a way to think of it, if someone illegally crosses the border into the country and then illegally crosses the border back out of the country, the United States does not have any opportunity to grab them. Has the United States subjected them to jurisdiction in any way? Well, no. There's no enforcement of law. There are no permitting or licensing requirements. There's no registration requirements. Nothing that any other citizen or subject of the United States would go through has occurred to this thing. It's like a thief walking into and out of a house in the night. That thief does not become a family member. But when you capture that thief, tie them up and make them watch cartoons, they're now a sibling. I hope that helps. I don't know. It's a complicated subject, though, because you can have the philosophical approach to law and you can just read the fucking literature. You can read the the Federalist Papers and get an idea of what the founders meant and all of that stuff. You can do it, but to really enact change, you have to go through, of course, all the Supreme Court's history on the subject, and you have to go, all right, well, this is how the court has seen that. And you can say, but they're dumb. Their arguments don't make sense. This was Roe versus Wade. And it took a really long time to undo Roe versus Wade, right? Like, but anybody who read that decision would go, this isn't at all what is going on in the Ninth Amendment. It's just not. So I don't know what you're trying to say here, but this ain't it, brother. And it took a minute for them to get around that just the Supreme Court was just wrong. But if you start with the premise that the Supreme Court's words don't matter, let's look at the beginning and just see what the text says. It's pretty easy to make the argument, because if there's a distinction in language within the Constitution, it means necessarily that there are two different meanings. But they've blended them. They blended the meanings of the first paragraph. So, what do we got here? We've got Eric Baziad says, if courts force Trump's hand to suspend habeas corpus, but that only apply to illegals, or technically everyone, but policy rather than function only uses its suspension to target illegals. Okay, the suspension of habeas corpus means that the government can detain anyone as long as they want, and they have no right to petition for their freedom. So the suspension of habeas corpus only happens during wartime, or is supposed to be limited to time of war. And for example, in the Civil War, habeas corpus was suspended. So I'm not quite sure what you're asking, because the question seems to have the concept backwards. If that makes sense. I don't know the courts forcing Trump to suspend habeas corpus doesn't sound like something the courts would do. Plus, I believe the suspension of habeas corpus can only be done by the president during wartime, and it is plenary authority of the president to do so. So I don't know, man. Like, I think that question is worded in a way that I can't answer, because I just think that you've got the concepts mixed up there a little bit. Sooner Banchik says, or invasion. Yes, of course. Or invasion. Now, I get it. The suspension of habeas during an invasion, if you can properly label an influx of illegal immigrants as an invasion, which I'm not opposed to that conceptually. I think you've got a long way to go to getting the courts to agree that presumed civilian migrants walking across a border illegally is the same thing as the meaning of invasion in 1791 when the Constitution is signed. They're talking about English soldiers invading by boat, right? French soldiers invading by boat, Spanish soldiers invading by boat. They're talking about an invasion of armies typically. And yes, we can go through like a whole chain of argument about, for example, MS-13, other cartels, gangs, or even direct, like probably a better argument is the idea that people associated with ISIS, which was, used to be Al-Qaeda, and then ISIS under the authorized use of military force, that those people are utilizing the porous northern and southern borders as ways to enter our country illegally, that would be even more akin to an invasion, because those are presumed combatants, even though they are not uniformed combatants in an organized military. They are terrorist organizations, and we have an authorized use of military force against them, which means that there's some level of recognized category of person. We call them enemy combatants, and we can define what an enemy combatant is based off of these things. So then, if you're arguing that, and Trump kind of did this, right? Like, he didn't suspend habeas, but he when he attempted to stop the influx of immigrants from 9 predominantly Muslim countries that had strong associations with ISIS at the time, that was effectively categorizing a group of people as potential enemy combatants, and then you could consider that an act of national security to prevent invasion, which of course he had the power to do, and the courts tried to stop him because they're stupid. Well, the Hawaiian court was just an asshole judge who wanted to exercise power over the president of the United States. But yeah, that's how you get to that argument that you have an invasion. But again, the courts aren't going to force Trump to suspend habeas corpus. That doesn't make sense. Trump may want to suspend habeas corpus. The courts would be trying to prevent it typically. Eric Bonzanad, so here, this is your follow-up, says Trump hinted that if SCOTUS doesn't rein in lower courts that keep blocking deportations, he'll consider suspending habeas corpus. I just don't know if that's a good idea or not. Okay. So, is it a good idea? You tell me. Here's the reason. If I can't send these dangerous people with no respect for our borders or our laws, if I can't send them away and I have to keep them here, then I want to keep them here in prison and they don't get to come out. Because right now, if an MS-13 member successfully petitions the court, they say, hey, you can't deport me, so you need to release me. And the court goes, okay, release them. And then they're here in the United States, they're monitored and tracked by Immigration Naturalization Services, of course. But that said, they're still out and free. And Trump has categorized these people as, they've been labeled a terrorist group, by Marco Rubio or something like that. And then, Trump has categorized routinely these people as dangerous. And so the idea would be you want to lock them up and keep them from murdering and raping people, which is something they're really good at doing on the southern border. And that's, why some of these states are like, maybe we don't want these guys in here because they're really good at the murder and the rape and they seem to like it. And so when we pick them up, we want to be like, yeah, these Venezuelan street gangs or whatever, Mexican cartels, maybe these guys shouldn't be out. There's a big difference between those guys and a single mom who walked across the border or whatever, undeniably so, even though both are breaking the same law. There's some that we're a little more concerned with than others, typically speaking. So, is the suspension of habeas a good idea? I mean, it sends a really strong message. Also, yes. And here's why. From my perspective, I love the idea that Trump will push the bounds of presidential authority and that we have a hostile Supreme Court, or not a hostile Supreme Court, but not a sycophantic Supreme Court, right? The Supreme Court has been relatively down the middle of what they're doing. They're not overly supportive of Trump. They don't just allow anything to go through. But they do allow some things to happen. And what that means is we have the opportunity to define what an invasion is and determine the president's authority to suspend habeas corpus. And if an immigration policy or if an immigration crisis, so to speak, is sufficient to categorize as an invasion. And we have a couple things that support the president here. Really, really important questions, not questions, but really important concepts. The president is the sole organ of foreign relations. And we've seen that the President Trump over these Venezuelan gang members has been in conversations with foreign heads of state of El Salvador and of Venezuela. What happens with these people specifically is an issue of national relations. So that's amazing. And the president's power in that is relatively untouchable. So we have that. And by extension, then, does that give Trump the right to classify this as an invasion. He's also commander in chief, right? So he is charged with the defense of this nation. And so does that give Trump the ability to classify this as an invasion? Congress doesn't need to declare war for an invasion to occur. An invasion, oftentimes you could imagine an invasion occurring without a declaration of war. That would be the smart move if you're trying to sneak up on someone, is to land on their shores before you declare war. And so, the president has the police authority, especially in regards to the defense of the nation, even in the absence of a declaration of war. So now we've got the police power of the executive teamed up with him being the sole organ of foreign relations. And we go, all right, now it's not really a stretch for Donald Trump to categorize unlawful immigrants, especially ones who, this might be the Supreme Court's carve out, right? Like to narrow this out to identifiable members of terrorist or organized crime organizations. And if that's the case, then they've already done that and can that seems to be a workable solution. It seems narrowly tailored to not scoop up like a bunch of women and children or something like that. When you're talking about invasion, there is a distinction between your average illegal immigration enjoyer and, someone who is a horrific cartel member who's going to be involved in drug and human trafficking and various other violent crimes that can be associated with those activities. So you have a lot of presidential power here. And I think the most sensible thing for the Supreme Court to do is not try and override that presidential power, which is they've called plenary. So they'd be undoing their own determinations about what the president can do. But rather for them to narrow the scope of the president's ability to do so and limit it properly to invaders rather than just people who are otherwise crossing a border illegally. We have an immigration naturalization service. Congress sets up the rules for immigration and naturalization. Therefore, the president's authority in this field isn't unfettered and it isn't unregulable, but there are certain aspects of it that are. And I think the compromise move there would then again be to define what an invasion is. And we should have that definition. We should know that the president has the ability to do this because we don't have standing armies marching across borders or coming in on boats because it's 300 fucking years later. So we don't have the same things going on. And the same, we have simultaneously much lower numbers invading our borders in regards to combatants when you don't have like tens of thousands of people landing at one time on boats, right? Like you have this slow trickle of people in with millions of others. And however, you have a similar and inversely proportional ability for those people to do destructive acts. You could light a fire back in the 1790s that 1820 would have done a lot of damage. Now there's closer and closer to the possibility of a briefcase nuke being set off in a metro area, and we're talking about just leagues of different destructive capacity. Even if you don't have a briefcase nuke, but you have small teams of individuals who have semi-automatic or automatic weapons and a big backpack full of ammo and do coordinated strikes at random places, you could cause a ton of damage and a ton of death and a ton of terror across the country very, very quickly without a lot of people involved. But should Trump suspend habeas? Maybe. Can Trump suspend habeas? Maybe. What would the Supreme Court do? I think ultimately they would rule that he probably does have the ability in the modern era, because I think we can really easily use the definition structure that we have to make a plausible case that there is an invasion going on, even if that invasion does not encompass all of illegal immigration in the United States. So, I think the Supreme Court would side with Trump's ability to do so, but they may put in some roadblocks that would narrow the scope of or narrow the size of the net and make it more precise and focused on people who are a danger. This is a really long answer to those questions, but I hope they're satisfactory. It's a really good subject. I haven't had a chance to talk about it in, like over a year. So it's this is a cool thought exercise. Dark Schwartz Rising, welcome to as a lawyer, sends a thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you for being a member for 3 months. It's really cool. We've got some more super tips here. Reminder that supertip.gg, the link is up in the pinned chat on both YouTube and Rumble. I'm trying to get people to get used to sending in stuff over there. Look, they pay creators right away. They pay creators with a smaller cut taken out, and they're funny.
While we are making light of my situation, let us remember that Kurt is very heavy. Very, very heavy. His weight to penis length ratio is off the charts.
So I'm always like, you can see what voice is coming. And when it's not a Ronnie O'Neill voice, I'm like, oh, this probably won't be about Kurt and a micro penis. Nope. That one sure was.
Can we all stop clutching our pearls and just appreciate the leaky balloon knot put down? It's a good one, right?
I have no problem with it. Like, again, the guy's a dumbass, right? That's Proctor's thing, I think. Like, that's how he does it. He's a fucking moron. And he put a bunch of stuff in text messages as a police officer that shouldn't be in there and may have compromised a state investigation. It may have exposed a state frame job in some ways, but like, this doesn't make stuff not funny. I mean, him calling her retarded is funny. Him being like, this chick has no ass. Like, that's funny. He shouldn't say it. It's very demeaning. But so, like, I don't know what else to say. So, who cares if it's demeaning?
Nick just read Congress discussion on the 14th Amendment. They clearly said no foreigners, etc., not visitors, etc. The courts have not said these people are American citizens. Trump thanks.
I mean, they kind of have said that. But the question is, can the court do it? And what happens when the court comes up against the executive in a power? If you're talking about
unmuted.
Birthright citizenship and eliminating it, I mean, if the president and Congress get together, the court's fucked. If the president goes against the court without Congress, the president may win there too. But what does winning look like? How does that? That's the weird thing on this one. There's a lot of function that occurs for immigration. And so like just saying like, yeah, the 14th Amendment doesn't apply to these people. I mean, how do you implement that?
Court is in session.
Oh shit.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. That letter of housekeeping note asked that GG for identification.
Yes.
What the fuck was that? Was that Hank Brennan farting into his microphone?
May I inquire? I'm so sorry. I did it again. Thank you.
Hey, thanks. I'm gonna have Ryan clip
Yes,
out that
Ryan.
discussion about
Thank you.
birthright citizenship.
Just
think it's a
before the
good
lunch
one.
break, Sergeant, I asked whether you had engaged in a discussion with the Commonwealth at a prior proceeding in which you were shown a video and you talked about the fairness and accuracy of that particular video in the Sally Port when the SUV was first pulled in. And you indicated that you did indicate that it was fair and accurate, correct?
Yes, back then, yes. Yeah.
I want to play a copy, a bit of that video, if I could, please, with the court's permission.
Okay, is it in evidence?
It is not. I would ask that we mark as next in order. Thumb drive.
Were we marking this for identification, or is there an agreement it's going into evidence?
I'd like it in evidence.
We agree with the stipulation that it's authentic.
I'm not going to argue metadata issues or authenticity issues, so.
All right, so is there a stipulation that this is authentic? Okay, so folks, again, a stipulation means the parties agree. And with that, I will allow this into evidence as the next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter?
That's it.
Okay, now you may display it.
Thank you. Okay. Could we play beginning, what's the runtime, Mr. Wolk? This is at 5:37:03. If we could just play this forward for a couple of seconds. A little bit further. Pause. Do you see what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
This is the video that you were shown at a prior proceeding, correct?
Yes, it is.
Does this appear to be the interior of the Sallyport at Canton PD?
Notice that
Yes, it
taillight
And this is
looks
what we
like
were
it's
questioning
there.
about regarding the SUV being pulled into the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
From a time frame standpoint, just the time frame, this is right after the SUV has been driven in from the flatbed after having been seized in Dighton, correct?
Yes, it was driven off of the flatbed after transportation from Dighton to Canton PD and driven into the Sallyport.
All right. You previously have identified individuals in this video, in this still shot, correct?
Yes.
And what you previously said, and then we'll get to subsequent testimony in a second, you previously indicated that the person to the right was you, person to the left, Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, previously I identified that being Michael Proctor. I was mistaken. That is not me on the right.
That would be the tow truck driver, correct?
That's correct.
That is, in fact, Michael Proctor, however, in the two-tone jacket, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And
What I
as
know-
the video is portrayed, at least as we're looking at it, and I'll get to the next question next, as we're looking at it, it appears that we're looking at the right passenger side of the vehicle, as it appears in this video, correct?
That's correct.
And you see a timestamp and a date stamp on the bottom, correct?
It is present. I don't know what it says.
Okay, can we highlight that just a little bit? Can you see what that says?
I believe it says interior Sallyport back wall,
Okay,
537, maybe.
okay. When you indicated that this was a fair and accurate depiction of the interior Sallyport when the SUV was brought in, you were specifically asked whether or not you or Michael Proctor approached or manipulated or touched the right rear taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
I don't remember the exact verbiage used, but in something along those lines, that's what was asked.
And you indicated that neither of you did, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But in point of fact, this video is backward, correct?
Yes, it is a mirror image of what is actually taking place as recorded by the camera.
Can we play this forward?
Yes.
Do you see where Mr. Proctor, let's go ahead and pause it. You see where Mr. Proctor went?
Yes, the video depicts him going to that portion of the vehicle, but we can't tell how close he is.
Okay. And the back, from all appearances, importantly, it appears to be the back driver's side, back left of the vehicle, correct?
That's the way it appears, yes.
Let's play this forward for a second. Pause. Can I ask you to pay special note to the far rear side of the vehicle, do you see what appears to be Mr. Proctor's head?
Yes.
As the tow truck driver walks past the rear of the vehicle, can you watch and tell me if you see Mr. Proctor do anything or move in any way? Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see any volitional movement by Mr. Proctor as the tow truck driver moved past him?
Yes, it appears if that is his head, it shifted weight.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop. Did you see a person that appeared to morph?
Holy
toward the
shit!
back of the vehicle?
What just happened? Someone teleported in.
There is some anomaly there with the footage.
That's
so
not an anomaly.
could possibly be used to describe that what took place.
Can you recognize that?
That's
person?
edited video. Holy.
I cannot know.
You indicated previously, does that person look large or small in stature
I can't tell.
as compared to, for instance, Michael Proctor, whose head you can see above the
That's one of those
car?
YouTube videos with
What about this
like,
person?
oh, this is an
Taller,
angel
shorter
thing with
than
prayer hands.
Michael Proctor.
Oh,
I
music
can't
for the
tell
next
from here.
20
I
minutes.
can't.
You indicated that Chief Berkowitz was a smaller statured person, correct?
I never said that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't know his height.
Larger or smaller? Generally. How about this? Larger or smaller than you?
He's shorter than me.
Okay. Can you tell whether or not that is Chief Berkowitz?
I cannot know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it for him. And a little bit further. Pause. What does it appear that Mr. Proctor does at this point in the video?
He's walking.
Okay, do you see anything in his hand?
I cannot tell
Dude,
from the video,
I don't see anything. Like
but
it's
he might be carrying something.
Remember we looked previously at a portfolio, black portfolio. Does it appear that he may have a black portfolio in his hand?
That is very likely, but I don't know exactly what he's carrying.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this forward. Okay, and did it appear that somebody just appeared at the front right, or sorry, the right-hand side of the screen toward the front of the SUV as well?
Yes, it appears that way, yes.
Okay. Let's take this down. I'd like to mark.
I'd like to mark too. That was amazing. Just like bloop bloop. It's like Angel saves a baby behind an SUV.
Electronic device, a thumb drive that has another video on it, Your Honor. I'd like to have that marked as next in order. Court permission.
All right, so there's no objection, Mr. Bryan?
No objection, thank you.
Is it 119?
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, what is this show?
It appears to be the mirror image of the previous footage. I don't know the exact timestamp there, but
Can we increase the date and time? Do you see, can you read the date and timestamp on this Chiron?
I cannot know.
It's because it's backward, correct?
I can't read it. I can't make it out, sir.
Can you make it any bigger, Mr. Wolk? Does that appear to be backward?
Based on me recognizing some of the digits, it does appear to be backwards.
Okay, let's look at the whole screen again. Sergeant, let's play this forward for just a quick second. Pause. Do you see Michael Proctor in this video?
I believe that's him. Yes.
And which side, and let's start with this. Do you agree that this is the correct version of the camera angle and the SUV as it pulled into the Sally Port?
This is the footage, the way that is depicted right now is very accurately very accurately represents what I remember from being there.
In fact, this side of the vehicle that we're looking at that's closest to us, that I'm highlighting on the screen to your right, that is in fact the driver's side of the vehicle, not the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The far side over here would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which area is Michael Proctor walking to? The left rear or the right rear in this footage?
It appears if that's him, he's walking to the right rear of the vehicle.
Can we play this forward? And do you see Mr. Proctor's head above the SUV?
Yes.
And watch him as the tow truck driver walks by. Did he appear to move?
He shifted weight, yes.
And it appears that there's another person that showed up in the footage, an anomaly of some sort, walking off screen left to right. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Is Mr. Proctor still at the right rear taillight area?
He's in that general vicinity, yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. A little bit further. Pause. Can you see anything in his hand? Let me just ask it closed in. Do you see the portfolio in his hand?
It would not be unlikely that it's there, but I can't tell exactly what it is in his hand.
Let's play it forward. Do you see anything in his hand now as his arm?
Yes. Yes.
Does it appear to be consistent with the black portfolio that we saw earlier?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Let's move forward. And he is now off screen, correct?
Yes.
So, in point of fact, Sergeant, when you were asked previously whether the prior video fairly and accurately depicted what you recall as it pertains to the SUV and the Sally Port, that was not quite true, correct?
I'll allow it.
The way I understood the question is what I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
But you would agree, at least, that the previous video showed exactly the opposite of what was true and correct, not just a mirror image. What is left is right, and what is right is left, correct?
Sustained us to that form.
Would you agree that in point of fact, a mirror image video is not a true and accurate depiction of what's depicted in a scene?
I think it just is a mirror image of what's taking place. If you see someone walking in or driving a vehicle and it's depicting the action of the vehicle being pulled in, and if it's mirrored, it's pulling in from left to right or right to left. It's still documenting the activity that's taking place.
Or if someone walks to the left rear of the vehicle versus the right rear of the vehicle, those two things will be switched, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you'll agree that the prior video that we showed, that you and I just talked about, the inverted video, appeared for all intents and purposes to show Michael Proctor stay away from the left, from the right rear taillight, walk all the way around and position himself to the left rear taillight. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection.
Do you agree with that? I allow
It
it.
appeared that that is what was happening, but he was standing next to the taillight that was already damaged.
But in the corrected video, which is this one, it actually shows unequivocally that Michael Proctor walked directly to the right rear taillight portion of this SUV. Correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In the corrected video, this video here, this unequivocally shows.
I mean, this is
that
pretty
Michael Proctor
devastating.
walked toward the right rear area of that SUV, where the right taillight is. Correct?
Yes.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview, correct?
Can you zoom in on the time?
Not on this one, this is backwards.
I know that the SUV pulled into the garage, the Sally Port, at 5:35, and we were still on scene at 5:51, almost 52. So, yes, if that's timestamp before 5:51, before we left Canton PD, then yes, taillight pieces had already been found.
So 5:35, 5:37 is before the first taillight pieces were found. Right.
I'd have to see a timestamp of when they were exactly found, but if
Well,
that...
I'm asking a different way. 5:37, 5:35 is before 5:45.
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Sergeant, Canton PD is about 1.5 miles from 34 Fairview, is that right?
Approximately. I don't know the exact distance. I never measured it, but I would not be shocked if you were accurate in that.
Maybe a 3 or 4 minute drive.
Depending on the traffic conditions and the weather conditions, that could be a possibility, depending on the speed you travel.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, I have a photograph that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission. If I may approach.
Marked for identification.
Marked for identification for the time being.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes. Let's mark it first, please. H.
Thank you. Let me take a look.
Thank you. Let me ask you a couple of other questions. We just looked at the videos of the interior of the Sally Port. Harkening back to what we just looked at, the corrected video, there would also be a camera on the other side of that Sally Port garage, pointing down toward the right rear taillight area of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
There's a camera situated on the opposite side. We'd be looking at that camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay, taking a look at that photograph. I know the quality of it, but can you tell if that appears to be a still image from that camera?
Yes, it appears to be a still image from that video camera.
I'd ask that this be moved into evidence, Your Honor.
Is there an objection?
No objection. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could display this for the jurors, Your Honor, just the photograph.
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted? I know the photograph that you're holding is very poor quality. It's a little easier with this lighting. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I'm sorry, your laser was bouncing off on the ceiling. I
I was trying to
apologize.
make it easier for you.
Yeah.
He was
This photograph
distracted
here.
like a cat.
That appears to be the seized SUV belonging to the defendant, with it being situated inside the Sallyport.
And what is that vehicle there?
It's an antique police cruiser.
And who is this person?
I do not know who that is.
Does that look like Michael Proctor?
I don't know. I'd have to get a zoom in. I don't know.
Would that be, does he have glasses on?
I don't know.
Would it be Chief Berkowitz?
It could be Chief Berkowitz. I don't know.
Can you tell me the date that's on the time, the date and timestamp at the bottom?
I cannot. I think I might be able to make it out in the actual photograph you printed out. Could I
Okay.
take a look at that?
Sure.
Very willing to be helpful.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It appears the time is 11:08 and 59 seconds in the morning of possibly January 30th of 2022.
Okay. Let's go ahead and pull this back out full frame.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, do you have a point of reference? Does that appear to be the interior camera facing the other direction where the SUV was depicted in the Sallyport earlier?
It's the opposite of what we had viewed earlier, diagonally across, I believe.
So this would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now I'd like to ask you to take a look at a video. Now that we have that point of reference, I have a final video.
Sweet. Put another video up now. No, don't go back. I don't want to watch him give them the flash drive again.
I can have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
As next in order, so there's no objection, Mr. Brennan?
I have no objection to that being entered, no.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we present this? Go ahead and play it. Pause. Can you make out, now that that's paused, can you make out what's depicted toward the top of the screen?
Holy shit. I can't.
Yes, it appears to be a distorted image of that antique police cruiser.
Okay. And does the area next to the police cruiser appear to be empty? Some snow on the ground?
Yes, it does. Actually, yes, it does look that way. Yes.
Okay. So there's nothing next to the police cruiser, at least at this point, correct?
That's what it appears to be. Yes.
Can we take a look at the timestamp on this document or on this frame? I'd ask you to let the jurors know if you can see what the actual run time is on this.
I could see the timestamp. I don't know the runtime, but what it's going to be.
It's 5:07, 10 or 12, something like that.
That's the
5:07.
timestamp. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. PM.
Now, if we could just play this forward, go back to full screen. Pause. Now, how many seconds would you estimate, just in your head, just went by in real time?
Approximately 5 seconds.
Okay. Do you see something in the video now?
Yes.
What is that?
It appears to be the seized Lexus SUV.
And now let's look at the timestamp. What time is that?
5:47 p.m.
So in about, according to your testimony, in about 5 seconds, the time jumped from before the SUV was in the Sallyport to about 5:50 p.m. after the SUV had already arrived and is now situated in the Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The time frame that we just saw earlier of about 5:35, 5:36 or so, with you and, I'm sorry, with the tow truck driver and Michael Proctor in the video. That is not in this video. It's not captured in this video.
It did not present itself, no.
That's all I have now.
There you go. Oh my goodness. We get what, 4 days of redirect now? What are you gonna do, Brennan? Now, listen. I hate Hank Brennan. I wouldn't care what side he's on. I hate the way he talks.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You had just asked questions about some of the video footage from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you further questions about that. In your investigation, did you obtain camera footage from a number of different angles from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area?
I did.
And one of those series of footages, did that include the interior Sallyport back wall for January 29, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Is that the video that appears inverted? And then we saw the second where it was present as you would see it?
Yes, sir.
We were
Did you look at that
inverted.
video? Did you invert the video in any way?
No, I did not.
Did you investigate
Where's he laughing
and learn
from?
whether or not there was any other video in addition to that interior Sallyport back wall where video was set up by the town of Canton that appears inverted rather than forward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, the investigation revealed that multiple cameras had a lens applied to it that was inverted.
In addition to the Canton Police Department Sallyport interior back wall, where else did you learn around town there was video that appears inverted?
I believe it is inside the Canton PD, the hallways, possibly. And if I am not mistaken, the other locations within the town of Canton. And the,
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask the question. No, is that your answer? Is that your final answer?
I wasn't finished, but yes.
May we proceed?
All right, back to sidebar. It's pretty good, man. We've got inverted video for no reason. We've got teleporting in figures in yellow. Like, if you're gonna manipulate evidence, if you're gonna do that, how do you fuck that up as bad as they did? Like, that was terrible. It's amazing. What do we got here?
What would happen to you if you ignore subpoenas from a judge? As a lawyer, note a suspect, or you tell your client to ignore it.
Well, I mean, if you ignore a subpoena, the subpoenas don't come from judges; they come from parties. Well, I guess I guess sometimes you have to request the court to issue a subpoena, depending on the. It depends on the state and how they do it. Doesn't matter. Okay. Anyway, if you ignore a subpoena, then the court gets to enforce it. If you're in the same state, they can have a bench warrant put out and drag your ass in. If you're in a different state, they can do the same thing. There's a process for getting a subpoena enforced on someone in a different state. And that process is guided by an interstate compact, which most of the states are a part of, which basically says that a subpoena submitted through a specific process then is enforceable in the receiving state. But what happens is you could get contempt of court charges. First they'll just try and get you.
I'm going to strike the portion of the answer that follows hallways of the Canton PD.
Oh, do they remember the exact, strike that portion of the answer? Okay.
And sir, when you obtained the video from the interior Sallyport back wall, which was inverted, did you provide a copy of it?
Yes, I did.
When you looked at that video, does it have time and date stamps on it?
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce a copy of that.
Sure. Exhibit 122.
When you provided the video for January 29, 2022 for that inverted video, did you do any further investigation to see if it was an anomaly that happened just on that date, or whether that was historically the way the video appeared?
I'll look into that matter, produced the fact that it's been recording that way previously to January 29th.
Why did you want to historically go back and see if it was historically the same way?
To show that it had not been manipulated or altered in any way, and it was accurately recording what was taking place on January 29th, 2022.
As part of the investigation, was the video taken from January 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And is that before January 29, 2022?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to approach and move to introduce this. No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 123.
Do you know how many cameras are inside the Sallyport?
I don't know exactly. I know that there's at the very least 2 inside the Sallyport.
You were shown a still photograph, not from the inverted video, but from a different video or a different camera.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that photograph?
I do.
And you were asked about gaps in time.
Mhm.
Do you know what the health was of that camera around that time?
I do not know.
Did you obtain and look at video from that camera?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce. I had you look at this before. Introduce if you recognize what that is.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the Sallyport videos, the original disc or thumb drive. I apologize, not disc.
Please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 124.
When you saw that dark photograph, you later saw a picture that was clearer, and you were asked questions about that. Do you know whether or not the video from that Sallyport area was clarified?
It was.
What does clarified mean?
It means it was enhanced to look clearer.
And that image you saw, was that a clarified photograph taken from the video that was not clarified?
It appears that way, yes.
Do you know who clarified the video?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
Getting you a zip drive, you know what is on that?
Yes,
What is it?
it's Sally Port clarified video from the front wall.
Thank you. I moved into this as an exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
Exhibit 125.
With the court's permission, could I play a portion of the clarified video for the jury?
Yes.
With Ms. Gilman's assistance, could you take us to the clarified video of the Sallyport? And could you take us to about 5:35? As Ms. Gilman searches, I have other questions I can proceed with.
Okay, we'll turn the light on again, please. Go ahead, thank you.
Did you obtain video of outside the Sallyport to show what time the tow truck arrived with the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, it did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Apparently, chat wants a poll on guilty or not guilty.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Super Tips has a poll
It's,
option, but I don't know if
a
it
disc
costs money.
containing CPD exterior Sallyport video.
Let's see if I can find out.
No objection, Your Honor. Similarly, did you obtain video from the front driveway of the Canton Police Department depicting the arrival of the
I don't want
defendant's
people to have to
Lexus?
pay to
Yes.
vote.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
I just like the idea of people being able to vote across both platforms.
Any another item you
But if it's a money one, I won't do it.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's Canton PD driveway video.
And is this a copy of the video you obtained?
Yes, it is.
I would move this into evidence. No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 127.
Do you recall when you arrived with the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022, what time you reached the Sallyport?
To the best of my recollection, it was 5:35 p.m. is when the vehicle was placed into the Sallyport.
When you left Dighton after the tow truck lifted the defendant's Lexus and put it on the tow truck, did you follow the tow truck back to Canton?
Yes, I did.
Did the tow truck stop at any point between Dighton and Canton Police Department?
Other than red traffic lights, no.
When you were following, how were you following the tow truck?
I was keeping a safe distance, always keeping line of sight behind the vehicle. I was following it from Dighton residence all the way to Canton PD.
Was Michael Proctor with you in your truck?
Yes, he was.
Did you take any detours on your trip back to the Canton Police Department?
No, we followed the truck driver. He led the way.
At any point, did you take any turns to Fairview Road?
No.
Did you know whether or not there was a CERT team at Fairview Road searching while you were driving back to the Canton Police Department?
I knew one was dispatched, yes.
Did you go to Fairview Road to speak to any of the CERT team members?
No.
Did you watch the CERT team members conduct their search?
No, I did not.
In any way, did you, at any point during that search, see it happening?
No, I did not. No.
When the CERT team members were there, do you remember that they arrived at 4:54 and 4:56?
I don't have a specific memory, but I know that they arrived sometime between that hour.
When you arrived at the Sallyport, at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus, what was your understanding of where the CERT team was?
My understanding was they were at 34 Fairview.
They were coming to break a
When you
taillight.
first arrived around 5:37 at the Canton Police Department, were any members of the CERT team at the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow it. Lay a foundation.
Now, I asked you, do you remember about what time you got back to the Canton Police Department? Do you know specifically what time you got back?
I know we pulled in to the driveway at 5:30 p.m.
And did you see some of the timestamps that you were shown on cross-examination?
Yes.
Did you see the timestamp 5:37:18 when it was shown to you by the defense?
Yes.
At that time, when you were arriving and bringing the defendant's Lexus into the Sallyport, was there any CERT team members at the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were there any troopers who were speaking to you or receiving items or evidence from you or Trooper Proctor?
Absolutely not.
Was there any items exchanged between you and or Trooper Proctor and anybody else for that matter that you saw?
No.
While you were at the Canton Police Department in the Sallyport area, do you remember how long you stayed in that area?
Approximately 15, 20 minutes.
And so you were asked when the first items were found at Fairview Road. Do you remember that it was around 5:45?
Yes.
So at the time those items were first found at Fairview Road, where were you and Michael Proctor?
At Canton Police Department.
When you were at the Canton Police Department and you had brought the Lexus back, did you ever see Michael Proctor leave the Canton Police Department without you?
No.
You ever see him hop in a car and take a drive?
No.
A 3-minute drive or a 4-minute drive?
No.
Did you ever see him leave for a 6-minute, 7-minute trip?
Objection, Your Honor. You've made your point. Next question.
When you were at the Canton Police Department, were you separate or with Michael Proctor?
We were together. Not obviously tied at the hip, but we were within eyesight.
We were tied at the
traveling together.
butthole.
After you left the Sallyport area, did you and Michael Proctor immediately leave the Canton Police Department?
No, we stuck around.
Why did you stick around at the Canton Police Department?
To make sure that evidence was properly being protected with yellow tape around it. And we were making plans to go get dinner.
When you were making plans, did you go anywhere else in the police department after you left the Sallyport area?
Yes, I believe we went to the conference room.
Was there anybody else that you saw in the police department when you went to the conference room with Mr. Proctor?
I remember talking to Chief Berkowitz in the police department. We were in the dispatch area at one point in time as well. So there was multiple people that observed us there.
At any point, did you give any items to Chief Berkowitz?
No.
At any point, did you ever see Michael Proctor hand or give an item to Chief Berkowitz?
Absolutely not.
You said Michael Proctor had a folder with him.
Yes.
Is that typical in an investigation?
Yes.
Did you ever see him place taillight or any item in that folder?
No, that would be absurd.
Did you ever see him retrieve an item or taillight pieces and give it or sneak it over to Chief Berkowitz?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask it differently.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor ever hand any piece of taillight to Chief Berkowitz or any other officer for that matter?
No.
The entire time you were there, did either you or Michael Proctor, from what you saw, provide any items, physical items, to anybody else that was there?
Objection, Your Honor. I'll allow that.
No, we did not.
Okay.
Whee! All right, I just heard back that currently the only way to vote on a poll through Super Tips is to buy a text tip, and then you get to vote. I don't want to put up a poll that costs money to vote on. That's feels weird. I don't know. I don't know if I've never seen one in action, so I don't know. But I think they're gonna have free. I think they're working on just regular free polls that'll cross chat, which is cool. Doesn't Rumble have polls? I mean, I don't see any. By the way, thank you for smashing the like button. Harder than a bug on Christmas. We're at 1,343 likes. That's quite a few. I think there's room for growth. You guys are doing great. Thermacia says the ignore subpoena chat is from the Buffalo Public School. Oh, okay, so it's a reference. Got it. Tommy Review says, good to see you on YouTube, old Nicky boy. When are you going to come on for Trashcast? You've been catching up or been on top of the business. I don't know when I'll go on Trashcast. I'm not opposed to it. This thing with Yellow Flash is fine. Like, I don't care. Flash has been kind of a douche to me, so I don't give a shit what people are doing. But I also don't want to sit and do a show just talking about Yellow Flash. Like, what a boring subject. Tack, I'm gonna do it. Leave me alone. I wanted to check and see if I could do it cross-platform first. Good Christ.
May I?
Yes.
At any point from when you first arrived at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus to the point when you left to go to dinner or to get something to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever provide any physical item to anybody at the Canton Police Department?
No, other than dropping off the vehicle itself, we did not exchange anything.
Oh, don't say we, I'm just asking for you. Now I'm going to ask you, at any point when you got to the Canton Police Department until you left to go to
Joe
eat with
Schmubb
Michael
never
Proctor,
watched an
did you
episode of
ever see
Trashcast.
him hand any physical item to any other person whatsoever?
No, I did not.
And after, do you know about what time you and Michael Proctor left the Canton Police Department?
I would have to
Let's just stop
estimate
making
to be
fun of
around
Third Lie.
6, maybe.
I'm fine with
well,
that.
after 6.
And at the point you left, do you know how many of the items had been found by the CERT team at 34 Fairview Road at the time you left the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
When you left with Michael Proctor, where did you go?
I went to Norwood, Massachusetts.
Is that where you ate?
Yes.
When
This guy
you
does look
left
like
and
he'd
then
always
arrived in
remember where he
Norwood,
ate.
Did you stop along the way at any other place, including but not limited to 34 Fairview Road?
I did not.
Did you eat?
Yes.
After you ate, where did you go?
Back to Canton Police Department.
Why?
We were having a debrief for that day on the investigation so that everybody could get on a good understanding of what had been learned, what had been collected, and where the investigation stood, and to assign tasks on the next steps.
Who were you meeting at the Canton Police Department when you returned?
It was the Detective Lieutenant Tully, members of the Norfolk SPDU.
Do you know at about time you returned to the Canton Police Department?
I want to say it was after 7:30, but I'm not positive.
When you left the place that you and Mr. Proctor ate at and returned to the Canton Police Department, did you take a swing by Fairview Road?
No.
Did you stop anywhere from the point you left where you ate and came back to the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
When you came back to the Canton Police Department, did you get debriefed?
Yes.
Did you learn whether or not the CERT team had found any physical items at Fairview Road?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I did.
Did they give you any details about what they had found at Fairview Road during the CERT team search?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I learned that
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow this.
I learned that a The second sneaker was located. Also, a large piece of red taillight was also located.
After you were debriefed, did you leave the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Who did you leave with, if anybody?
It was myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Keefe, I believe.
When you left the Canton Police Department, do you know what time that was?
I do not, but I would have to estimate to be around 8 o'clock, maybe 8:15.
Did you leave alone?
I was in my truck, yes.
Did you
So,
see
Mr.
where
Brennan,
Mike?
what I'm going to do is just interrupt you for a minute.
Thanks.
So a couple of minutes ago, when Sergeant Buchanan testified as to what he learned at the debriefing, that's not offered to you for the truth of what he said was not, but only so you understand that the police, what Sergeant Buchanan and the police acknowledged was at the time, that it was told. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Cookie, I'm
When
not
you
combing
drove
my hair
away,
back.
Were you alone?
Yes.
Okay.
What am I, a VCR salesman?
When the Lexus was brought to the Sallyport, did you have a chance to again look at that right rear taillight?
Yes.
And did you make observations of it?
Yes.
Which one's the right rear taillight? Which photo's the right rear taillight? Find that one. The right rear taillight. While you were at the Canton Police Department and in the Sallyport area, did you ever see anybody take a piece or in any way remove part of that broken taillight from the Lexus?
No, I did not.
If you had, what would have you done?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Jackson.
Could I have Exhibit 13 displayed, please?
Okay.
Could you zoom in a little, please, Ms. Gilman? Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
I recognize it as the damaged and
Get
missing
my ass out of the
pieces
way.
of the right rear taillight on the defendant's Lexus SUV.
When the Lexus was brought into the Sallyport, was there still snow on it?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow on it that covered parts of the vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow
Be
in that
back
area
in just a second, guys.
Currently, no.
when you first brought it into the Sallyport?
I'm sorry, in the area of the vehicle?
No, the area of that taillight.
Yes, there was, yes.
How close did you get to take a look at that?
I was within a foot of it.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes, it is.
From what you saw, was the damage you saw when you looked at the car for the first time in the Sallyport area any different than the damage that appears on this Exhibit 13?
It is not.
As part of your investigation, did you look for, you can take that down, please, and lights on, thank you. Did you look for other evidence that the taillight was broken before it came into the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to view the ring video from Meadows Road at 5:07 in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And when you looked at that, did you have an opportunity to look at the defendant's Lexus backing up and then leaving that driveway?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to see if there was any evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see that stood out to you about the taillight?
The taillight is shining white and not covered by a red taillight cover, which would have produced a red light.
Did you further look at any video from the Canton Police Department dash cams to get a view of that taillight and determine whether it was broken before it was even brought to the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
And did you in fact look at video or still photographs from the Canton Police Department dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Should I have Exhibit 11 displayed, please? And during your investigation, when you were making this analysis, did you view this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any particular reference or anything that caught your attention in this video?
Yes, the right rear taillight of the Lexus SUV is missing the red lens cover, and it is damaged.
You mentioned the observations you take with them. You mentioned
Dumb
your
weirdos.
observations when you got to Dighton about
Nick's
what
voice is
you
gonna be
saw
super deep when he
relative
comes
to
back. Okay.
the taillight. And then at some point, video was provided of the tow.
Yes.
Did you study that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And did you see anything in particular when you were making these determinations that stood out about the video of the Lexus being put onto that tow truck relative to the taillight?
Yes, the video indicated that there was white light coming through, exposing the missing red right rear taillight cover.
You told us on direct examination you've watched a number of videos and interviews
That Nick or Barry
of the
White.
defendant.
Yes.
Without getting into the content, did you watch any videos where the defendant talks about the broken taillight prior to the Sallyport?
Objection.
Not form of sustained.
Did you listen to any interviews of the defendant relative to the taillight?
Yes.
I want to go back and I want you to take us through your investigation. And I want to be specific about what you learned and when and what you did with that information relative to the decisions and the direction of your investigation. When you were called on the morning of January 29th,
How do they not have an up close
2022,
picture of that broken
when you
taillight?
first got a call, where were you?
That should be an
was at home
evidence
in bed.
photo.
You mentioned that after you received the call, you called another trooper at that time.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Michael Proctor.
After you spoke to Michael Proctor, did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened prior?
No, I did not.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened the night before?
I did not. No.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about the participants or the people that may or may not have been involved?
I did not. No.
Did you at that point know, or were you friendly with Brian Albert?
I knew who he was. I was not friendly with him. I did not know who he was.
Had you ever socialized with him?
No.
Nicole Albert, were
No.
you friendly or ever socialized with her?
No, I've never.
Jennifer McCabe, did you know who she was or socialize with her?
No, I did not.
Her husband, Matthew McCabe, did you know him or socialize with him?
No.
How about Julie Nagel? Did you know who she was or had you socialized with her?
No, I did not.
Ryan Nagel, is that name, was that familiar to you?
No, it's not.
Sarah Levinson, did you know that person?
I did not.
You mentioned that you knew who Brian Higgins was,
Yes.
and you had worked on a case or some involvement in a case with him.
Yes.
Did you owe him any particular favor or kindness at that time?
I'll sustain it.
Did you have any loyalty or friendship with him?
I'll allow that.
I did not. No.
At this point, you are how far into your career as a Massachusetts State Police officer?
In 2022, I was approximately 10 years in.
And you had been honorably discharged from the military,
Yes, I was.
served the president?
Yes.
And so at this point, how about Heather Maxon? Did you know that name?
I did not know.
When you first received the call, did you have any firsthand knowledge whatsoever?
No, just what I was told over the phone.
You mentioned you went to the Canton Police Department first and spoke to Canton police officers.
Yes.
Was it at that point you learned about a physical item that was found at the scene? What did you learn from them that was important in your investigation when you first got to the Canton Police Department?
I learned that there was a broken, shattered cocktail glass that was recovered from near where Mr. O'Keefe was found, and also his phone was underneath him at the scene.
And were both those items available to you?
Yes.
Did you also learn any statements made from any witnesses that were attributed to the defendant at that time?
Yes.
And what was the statements?
At that point in time, while at the Canton Police Department, the statements were, "Oh my God, did I hit him? Did I hit him?"
In a question format, questioning.
Yes.
And based on that information, was it somewhere around that point when you called the hospital or medical examiner's office?
Yes, I made a call to the medical examiner's office.
Was that all the information you learned that morning?
No, it's not.
After you learned that information, did you ask the police officers? Well, let me ask it this way. After you learned that information, did you want to go somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Where did you want to go?
I wanted to interview the individuals that were with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was located and get their accurate and most first-person information from them directly.
Come back. Don't leave.
Differently.
There we go.
At this point in time, prior to speaking to them, I just knew that they were eyewitnesses for the location of Mr. O'Keefe, but I did not know if they were eyewitnesses or witnesses.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with Ms. Jennifer McCabe, Mr. McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert.
When you spoke to them, did you separate them or speak to them as a group?
I separated them.
You went to whose house to speak to them?
The McCabe household.
Is it typical to go to a person's house rather than bring them to the station under these circumstances?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Why did you go to their house rather than ask them to come to the police station?
Well, there were multiple factors involved in that decision. One, the driving conditions. Two, these are witnesses that had suffered some sort of traumatic event finding their friend on the front lawn of their own town. So going to their home would provide hopefully a more comfortable scene for them to recall information in the comfort of their own home.
When you spoke to them, did you receive any information from any of them that Mr. O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview at any time that night?
No.
When you were asked questions about scene versus crime scene, was
Only
34
494
Fairview, the
votes
home,
in
the
this
inside of the
poll.
home, a crime scene in your mind?
No.
You guys need to
Was
touch
the
this poll.
area where Mr. O'Keefe found an important or unimportant area?
It's very important.
Get
Do you
some
know
votes in
whether
there.
or not
Make it
any of the
matter.
Canton Police Department officers at that time had done any type of limited search of the area?
Just whether you knew.
At that point in time, we did know, yes.
What did you learn about the scope or the breadth of that search by the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
I knew that it was brief
I'll allow
based
it.
on the weather conditions and the item that was recovered.
After you spoke to Jennifer McCabe, and did you say Brian Albert?
Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert.
At that point, did you have any reason to want to go into 34 Fairview?
No, I did not.
Did you learn whether or not Canton police officers spoke to those particular people who lived there before you got there?
I had learned, yes.
What did you learn?
I learned that Canton police officers went inside the home, spoke with members inside the home as well.
When you speak to witnesses, you've done many interviews over your
Yes,
career?
I have. Yes.
In addition to asking questions, what are you looking for when you speak to a witness?
We're looking for body language, how willing they are to provide the information, and as is with everyone, we always trust by verify. we corroborate their statements.
Did you see anything about these witnesses when you spoke to them that cued you or concerned you? To do
Sorry to
further
rumble. Rumble doesn't
investigation?
have a poll feature.
Ask it to.
Was there anything about their mannerism or demeanor that stood out to you?
I'll allow it.
No.
After speaking to the witnesses, in your mind as an investigator,
No, there's
what did you
super
need to
honest
do
because I
next?
didn't notice anything.
I needed to take a look at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries for myself.
And you share with us detail about when you went down to Good Samaritan Hospital and make observations.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, I pointed out you're not a medical examiner, are you?
I am not, no.
Not a biomechanical engineer.
I am not, no.
In your experience, when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe and had a chance to study his body, what impression did that leave with you with relative to your investigation?
Objection. I'll allow that.
At that point in time, after viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, my impression shifted from him possibly being struck with the glass that was located at the scene where he was found to him being struck by a vehicle.
Why?
Due to the abrasions and cuts on his right arm and the amount of force, in my experience, the amount of force one would have to generate to produce the wound to his head.
I'm going to strike that last part.
After coming to the conclusion, or strike that, after making your observations and your determination, did your focus shift at that point?
Yes, it did.
Where did you want to go next?
I wanted to observe the vehicle that the defendant was driving.
What were you going to be looking for?
Any damage to the headlights, windshield, and other parts of the vehicle that would have come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned the windshield and the headlights. Those are in the front of the car. Did you have an impression at that point?
Yes, majority of the cases that I had exposure to with pedestrian vehicle strikes, the strike comes from the front of the vehicle. So in my assumption, speculation at that point in time, based on the limited information I had, that was my theory.
When you got to Dighton, did that theory change?
Prior to our arrival to Dighton, the theory had changed.
Based on information you received from Jennifer McCabe?
Objection. Sustained.
What was that based on?
It was based on information I received from
Jennifer McCabe.
McCabe's phone conversation.
What is
was that
shithead?
information?
That the defendant told her that she had damaged her taillight and showed Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts the missing pieces and damage to the rear right taillight of her vehicle.
When you got to Dighton and had a chance to look at the defendant's Lexus, did your focus of your investigation develop in any way?
Yes, seeing for myself that there was actual damage, coupled with the statements made, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Along with the my observation, obviously, of the vehicle, my focus began to concentrate on the defendant.
You share with us that you went inside and spoke to the defendant.
Yes.
Why did you speak to her at her home rather than ask her or force her to come to the police station?
Same reasons we interviewed the witnesses, the driving conditions, the time that it would take for her to respond, the comfort of her own home or her parents' home, where she had just experienced a very traumatic event, being concerned for her well-being. We interviewed her in the comfort of her parents' couch.
When you interviewed her in her parents' home, where was she seated?
On the couch of her parents' living room.
Where was her mother?
She was in the home. I don't have a specific memory of her being in the room with us, but her father was in the room with us.
Did you ever try to separate the defendant from her father when you interviewed her?
Man, their redirects in this case are really extensive. But of course, when you have a 3-day long cross, there's a lot of fucking doors open for redirect. So you can go kind of anywhere. Let's see. We've got a couple super tips. Of course, super tips, if you are not aware, is a system where you can utilize the power of artificial intelligence and silly voices that we've put together, or well, they've put together. I didn't do much of anything to deliver your messages like this.
What we need is a reality television show. Landmines in the border, call it Jalapeno Papapalooza. If you survive, you can stay.
Holy shit. Jalapeno Papapalooza. Ah! See, what do we got here?
Cops did an investigation on themselves and found no wrongdoing. Who would have guessed it?
Government's really good at that. I've noticed that the government is they're great at doing investigations on themselves, and they usually find out that their performance was well above expectations, and they're doing awesome. So I'm really proud of them for that. It shows a lot of growth.
If Kurt has a micro penis, then you could say I have a macro balloon knot. I'm talking looking like the end of a whoopee cushion, the way they left my butthole.
Oh my God. Daryl Brooks, ladies and gentlemen, the greatest driver on the planet. Of course, famously defended himself valiantly in court and wound up in prison, and then was beaten and raped enough for them to go, yeah, even you should, like, maybe we should stop this. And so they sent him to a different prison where I'm guessing it will continue, because, you know, I don't think his beating and raping is because of his crime as much, which was a shitty crime.
Bless you.
But you know he's an asshole.
Right ahead.
Thank you. Trooper, to get back to my question, when you decided to speak to the defendant, did you ask her father to leave the room?
I did not know.
Why not?
Why?
We just simply wanted to get her recollection. Her father did not pose a safety risk to us. He was not present, to the best of our knowledge at the time when Mr. O'Keefe was injured. So him leaving the room just didn't appear necessary. Again, my concern was for her well-being, having known that she was sectioned, and we wanted to make sure it was a safe and comfortable environment for her to do the best she could to tell us what she remembered.
What was her demeanor when you spoke to her?
She was calm, stoic. She was sitting on the couch with a pillow on her lap, a laptop to her left. She was, I guess, maybe poised when she was answering our questions.
When you finished your conversation with the defendant, had anybody in that home ever mentioned the idea of whether or not John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night?
No.
When you went outside to get in your truck and follow the tow truck back to Canton, did you have any information whatsoever that there was any animus or animosity between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe?
No.
After speaking to witnesses and the defendant at that point, when you got back into your truck to go to Canton, did you have any information that there was any animosity between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe?
No.
We've already talked about, out of order, your return back to Canton, the Sallyport, and then you and Mr. Proctor going out to dinner and going back. So I'm going to skip all of that.
Thanks. Thanks for skipping
After you
that.
went home that night, did your investigation continue?
Yes.
How long do investigations continue for?
Until they are completed and exhausted, sometimes years, sometimes decades.
If you were to receive new information tomorrow, would you consider it?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
When you write police reports, is there a time limit on when you can file a report?
No.
Throughout this case, did you write a number of reports over time?
Yes.
Did you engage in tasks after the case began?
Yes.
Have you engaged in tasks recently?
Yes.
Not
As
task.
you were investigating this case, did you speak to a number of witnesses?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider reports that were provided by other troopers who interviewed witnesses?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor was the case manager of this case?
Yes.
You were his supervisor?
Yes.
Were there other troopers who participated in this case?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Lieutenant O'Hara participated in this case?
I do know.
You do know?
I do know
Did
that he
he?
participated. Yes.
Did he?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a team with him of other troopers?
Yes.
Do you know if Trooper Prince engaged in any interviews?
I do know. Yes.
Are you familiar with the name Nick Gianturco? Garino, I saw.
Yes, I am.
And do you know if he engaged in any tasks in this case?
I do know. Yes.
What did he engage in generally?
He generally conducted the digital forensics portion of the investigation, extractions.
Trooper Keefe, is that a name familiar?
Yes, it is.
And do you know whether or not he was involved?
Yes, I do know.
Were there a number of other troopers who were involved in different aspects of this case?
Yes, there are a number of different ones.
Trooper Evan Brent?
Yes.
Did you look or seek other information after you left the defendant's house?
Yes.
Did you look for other witness statements?
Yes.
Did you try to obtain further evidence?
Yes, we did.
Was there an interview with firefighter Timothy Nuttall on February 8th?
Yes, there was.
That was about 10 days after the incident.
Approximately, yes.
Did you learn any statements from him in addition to the earlier statements you learned that added to your investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
And do you remember what Timothy Nuttall told you on February 8th, 2022 about any statements of the defendant?
Objection. So folks, again, this is being offered not for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided to the police.
Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Nuttall was one of 3, I believe.
So talk about Mr. Nuttall, please.
Mr. Nuttall told me that the defendant stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was that information different than the statements that you were first learned about that she had allegedly made earlier that night?
Yes, it was.
Did you interview firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022?
I did.
When you spoke to him, do you remember whether he shared any statements about the defendant telling him anything about her interaction with Mr. O'Keefe at the end of that night?
I believe that he stated that they got into a fight.
Do you remember the words that he used
Over the
when he
words.
described that fight?
I do not remember the exact words. Those will be reflected in my police report,
Would your police report potentially refresh your recollection?
potentially.
Potentially.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Hand you a document. I did not want you to read from it.
Okay.
I want you to look at it, determine whether it refreshes your memory, and then I'll ask you if it refreshes your memory. If it does, I'll ask you about it. If it doesn't, then I won't.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I think they're overplaying the I hit him stuff as well. I mean, but it's their only, again, it's their major attack. They don't have a good case forensically. That should be obvious to everybody by now. Since they don't have a good case forensically, then we have to go, okay, well, how are they going to do this? Their avenue of attack is to try and convince them, the jury, that Karen Reed knows that she killed this guy. And she knows it because she wanted to kill him. Like, that's the other part of it.
After reviewing your report, does it refresh your memory about your conversation with Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022 about statements made by the defendant to him?
Yes.
And could you share with us what the statements were as related by Mr. Whitley back on February 8, 2022?
The statement was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, jurors, this is an offer for the truth that's contained in the statement, simply to show that this information was provided to the police.
the defendant made a statement questioning whether Mr. O'Keefe was still alive.
And anything about the nature of their disagreement?
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant got into an argument.
Objection.
So for this, the same purpose.
As you're learning this information, does it in any way shape your continued investigation?
Yes, it further supports witness statements. It further supports and corroborates information that we're learning. The more information we collect, the stronger the case becomes.
Did you interview a person by the name of Anthony Flamate?
Yes, I did.
And when you spoke to him, do you recall whether he shared any statements that the defendant made to him? Objection.
Yes.
And do you recall what those statements were?
I do have a general recollection of what they were, but
I don't want you to guess. Would your report potentially help your memory?
yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Same protocol that I mentioned before. Take a look, see if it refreshes your memory. If it does not, let me know. If it does, I'll then ask you some questions about it.
I interviewed Mr. O'Keefe as he was lying dead in the hospital. I mean, to be fair, we've all interviewed somebody who's may as well be a fucking corpse.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So someone in the
After
real
looking
life.
at your report, does that refresh your memory at all?
Yes, it does.
And when you were learning information to shape your investigation, did you consider anything that Anthony Formati told you?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what did he tell you that the defendant told him that helped shape your investigation?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute here on this one.
So they're trying to get in a ton of hearsay, basically with a state of mind exception, where it's not offered to present the truth of the matter asserted. It's just there to show the state of mind, why you may act that way or think that way about, and what's driving the investigation based on what's coming in. But the problem is people aren't really good at this whole, well, look, this isn't for the truth of the matter. This is just for informational purposes about whatever. So you know what he's thinking. But if you hear, well, so what did you hear? And it's like, well, I heard Karen Reed hit him. So then I was thinking, it's like the jury's not going, well, I mean, she probably didn't hit him though. Like she didn't say that. You know what I mean? So this is the danger of this particular hearsay exception, of getting around it by just saying, well, it's for the state of the mind of the witness and why the witness is acting or doing a certain thing. It's like, well, okay, sometimes that is useful. Like, why is your investigation so bad? But it's also a very clever way for the state or the defense to get some statements in and have the jury try and remove those statements out of, everything else they hear over the 6-week trial, to remove those statements and ignore them, to just know that it was only explanatory of what he was up to. So here we go. This is,
at what minimum speed into a human would the taillight fracture?
Gosh, I wish they could just slow that voice down like 10-15%. I think it'd be perfect. The taillight fracture, what minimum speed into a human? Where's it hit? Above the eye is the place where there's a hematoma. But there's no way. Like, if that thing's fracturing, you're devastated.
In addition to trying to get or obtain information about statements of the defendant, was there physical evidence that was important?
Yes.
Was there any data evidence that any of the team from the Massachusetts State Police, were you aware of them pursuing any data type evidence?
Yes, there was.
Was there some phones involved?
Yes, there were.
What phones did you understand or pursue that you thought
the
might
tone-
be helpful for your investigation?
Taillights are
For one,
polycarbonate.
Mr. O'Keefe's phone
They don't break easy.
a device that we were looking into. We also had seized the defendant's phone, and we're attempting to access that device. There was other digital information that we were seeking as well.
Was the potential data from the defendant's Lexus important to the team of investigators?
Extremely important.
And did any of your team or the team pursue that black box, so-called black box data?
Yes, we did.
You were asked whether you interviewed or present for interviews of Nicole and Brian Albert?
Yes.
And after you spoke to them, including and considering all of the prior information you had, was there any evidence that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road on January 29, 2024?
There was not.
It's a really good super tip. I'm sure we'll have a sidebar in just a minute anyway. No, this is not the disgrace detective. I mean, he should be, but this is not Proctor.
Relative to the information that could be stored in the computer systems on Alexis, do you know which troopers, or do you know if Trooper Garino was involved in any process regarding that?
Yes, I do know. And yes, he was involved in conducting that portion of the investigation.
As part of the investigation, was it important or was it considered to look at John O'Keefe's phone to see if there was any specific or particular information on it that would be helpful?
Yes, it would be.
What were you looking for? What was the team looking for on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Well, the all-encompassing data includes location of the device. It includes communication, the party's identity with whom an individual could possibly be communicating. In this case, Mr. O'Keefe, his text messages, phone calls, emails, other applications like Signal and WhatsApp could have been also in use.
How about voicemails?
Voicemails, yes.
Did you ever review or consider any of those things that you just mentioned in your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Speaking of interviewing witnesses, did you, along with Michael Proctor, interview Katie McLaughlin on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Was this the very next day?
Yes, it is.
And as part of your investigation and the direction and scope of your investigation, did you consider the interview with her and what she might have told you?
Yes, it
And when
was.
you were speaking with her the very next day, is there any statements that she attributed to the defendant that you considered in the next days of your investigation?
Yes, there was.
Do you remember what she told you the defendant said that was part of your consideration for your future investigation?
Yes, I hit him.
Remember that the statement is not being offered for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided.
Did the statement that Katie McLaughlin attributed to the defendant that very next day, January 30th, 2022, did that shape your investigation at all?
It helps attribute to the investigation. Again, all the evidence, all the statements, all the digital, all the circumstantial, all of that information is coupled and then put together, capped off by the defendant's statements herself to.
Come on, stop that. You're really trying to drill that saying in here? Yes, I'm telling you
There were
that is
questions
the
about a
most powerful
plow
thing.
driver by the name of Brian Loughran. When did you first hear or learn of that name?
It was quite some time after the case had made its way through the court system.
When you learned of his name, did you attempt to speak to him?
Yes.
And before you spoke to him, were there any issues you identified relative to Mr. Loughran before you actually spoke to him?
In regards to him, no, I didn't know him. I've never met him.
Did you, in fact, speak to him and interview him?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview, did anybody attend that interview with you?
Yes.
It was asked whether or not there was a car that was seen. And that was what type of car?
Ford Edge.
Was he specifically asked whether or not that was a Ford Edge owned by the Albert family?
In our interview?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically, but it is along the line of questions that would have been in my report and transcription of the audio recording.
In one last interview, did you speak to Brian Albert Jr.? Or did you consider a report of his interview?
I saw a report and
Did you
considered.
attend that interview?
I did not know.
What did you understand his relevance to be in your investigation?
He was at the home, at his parents' home, when some of his relatives and parents' friends came back to 34 Fairview.
And after you considered that interview, did it change your perspective of knowledge about whether anybody had suggested that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road that night?
No, it did not, no.
When I asked you questions earlier on in the case, days ago now, we went through a number of pieces of evidence that was found at different times at 34 Fairview Road. Do you remember those questions and going through that process?
I do remember, yes.
When we went through that process, were there any items that I did not ask you about?
Yes, there were.
And the items I did not ask you about, were they retrieved or found on different dates?
Yes, they did. They were, yes.
And the items that I did not ask you about on those different dates, do you remember how many different dates other items were found?
I want to say 3 different dates.
And on those other items I didn't ask you about, who recovered those items of evidence from 34 Fairview Road?
Michael Proctor.
Were you with Michael Proctor on any of those 3 dates when he turned in or reported the recovery of other evidence at 34 Fairview Road?
I was not, no.
And do you understand whether anybody was with him on those 3 dates?
I'll allow that.
My understanding that nobody else was with him.
And I did not ask you about any of those pieces of evidence?
No, you did not, no.
On cross-examination, you were asked about those 3 pieces of evidence?
Yes, I was.
Were you shown what are now exhibits containing pictures and a photograph of the bags in which those items were bagged?
Yes, I was.
Do you have those physical pieces of evidence?
I do.
Now I'd like to ask you about those 3 pieces of evidence. Was there evidence produced from February 8th, 2022?
There was.
Who produced that evidence?
That was Michael Proctor who recovered it.
And you were not there that date when he recovered the items?
I was not, no.
I'd ask you to retrieve 7-13, the items that were found on February 8, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves?
I do. Seven dash 13.
All right, move to introduce this into evidence.
No objection.
Can you describe what is in that bag? And if necessary, you should open it and show it to the jury.
The description is 1 large piece of plastic, red in color, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. I will open it to further show.
Thanks for saying that. It's really helpful for you to tell us you're about to open it. This one's at least in an evidence bag. That's cool. You should have just put it in a red Solo cup.
This one's labeled 22-02-184-7-13 as the bag. And this is letter number or a letter labeled A as an alpha.
Could you again tell us the date that was recovered?
This was recovered on February 8th, 2022.
I love when they present the fucking evidence like that. They always look like
This appears to be a black piece of plastic.
insufferable assholes.
Same identifying numbers, but this one is labeled with the letter B as in Bravo.
I like that they're like, oh, look at this plastic we've got. It's like, yeah, because someone walked by with a nightstick and busted it in the Sally port.
This small piece of red plastic is not labeled.
Busting in the Sally port's a funny joke. I'll tell you all what's funny. You don't need to know your own comedic
You
sense.
mentioned this was on February 8th, 2022. Earlier in, are you done with that package?
Yes.
Earlier in your testimony, you had shared that you went back to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 2022.
Yes, I did.
And on that date, you recovered pieces of taillight.
Yes, I did.
At that point, on February 10th, 2 days after that February 8th production, was there still any snow on the ground at 34 Fairview?
Yes, there was still snow on the ground. Obviously not in the amount that was there the first day.
The second production from Mr. Proctor, do you know what date that was?
Don't hold me to it. I want to say the 11th of February.
No, we're going to hold you
Bring
to it.
7-14 and 7-15 with you?
Yes, I did.
Could you produce those, please?
Renee Collins, yes, this is redirect. We're opening bags because Hank's asking him about these plastic pieces. Snow on the ground. Nick must have been there. No, you got that backwards. Snow on the ground. Nick must have been everywhere else.
Let's take one at a time, please.
7-14 and 7-15.
Let's start with 7-14. I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No, you should have started with 7-15. Don't go with chronology. Still want to see the green grass theory come in?
7-14, can you show us what Mr. Proctor found on
The grass under the body's
February
green?
11th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Keep that away from your mic. God, what an asshole.
There appears to be a variety of wax.
Yeah, I saw Joe's thumbnail for the green grass
stamp,
theory, but I haven't watched it yet. Maybe we'll watch. Should we
bags,
watch it?
as well as plastic containers?
If there's a break, maybe we could watch it real quick.
And this is consistent with having glass in it, as it was earlier.
Is there, does the packaging, it seems different than the other bags. Is there any reason you know of that the packaging is different?
It appears that these are small fragments of glass. So for safety
Fragments.
reasons, it appears that they were placed into a hard containers to prevent injury or maybe possibly losing it.
Could you just hold up a few examples for the jury to see?
Yes.
It's a very dangerous. They launch in all directions and lacerate arms.
This one here is labeled 714 and then A.
They're like the silver balls in Phantasm. They just fly around killing everybody.
This here is B. This here is C. And then there's fragments in here.
I'll watch the video, Joe's video, just here,
Describe them generally.
just to hear him say green grass.
Small
in his,
pieces of
his way.
Appears to be glass inside the wax paper.
If you can rebag all that, we'll move to the next item.
Yes, sir. $7.15.
Please, I'd move 715 into evidence.
Mr. Jackson?
Were 714 and 715 the two separate bags, both found on February 11, 2022?
I can confirm that as soon as I look back at the bag.
Did it 1:30?
Yes, February 11th.
If you could open that and show the jury.
Yes, sir. This item is labeled with the same limbs number, 715, and the letter A.
I'm going to get a bag just right here.
This is two pieces of clear plastic that are taped together. The longer one here on the left is labeled H, and the one on the right is labeled F, if my eyes are not failing me.
If you did that in front of this mic, it would be nowhere near as bad. But these high gain mics that they
This
use,
is
oh my
canister
God.
labeled debris collection. With
Debris.
the same numerical identifiers.
When would you use a canister as opposed to just putting it in a bag or a plastic bag? Is there a reason it's in a canister?
I do not know the reason behind it. I would strictly be speculating.
Thank you.
This small red piece of plastic is labeled E as in echo. There are more small pieces of that, similar to that size that I just showed, but
Very well. You can rebag that.
You grab any Jono, keep DNA off that. Oh, wait. Is his girlfriend's car's taillight.
You mentioned there was
Even if you
three
did get
different
DNA on it, that's
days where
expected.
Mr. Proctor found pieces of taillight at 34 Fairview. I'd like to go to that last day.
Yeah, the burrito's
that'd be
cold.
the 18th, I believe, of
but
February.
hungry.
Do you have a bag?
I do.
Could you produce it, please? It's 7-16.
Yes, it is.
Do you have it?
I do.
I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
The burrito will give you the trots now. You don't know anything about it. My stomach can kick the shit out of an old burrito.
Thank you.
Oh, I never tweeted out that we were back from lunch. Damn it.
If you could open it, please, for the jury.
Yes, sir. This one's labeled B.
Thanks.
Here we have 3 red taillight pieces taped together. Appears to be mechanically fitting, labeled A, C, and D.
Do you typically label items?
No.
Do you know where those labels and the taping come from?
I believe that's from the crime lab. They identify each item according to their protocols to help them facilitate their portion of the investigation. Small clear piece of plastic labeled E as in echo. Small piece of clear plastic labeled G as in golf. And another tin canister labeled piece of plastic.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, we've got 1,000 votes on the poll. I'm going to end it in just a minute here. So get your votes in. Do you think no ass having allegedly retarded defendant Karen Reed is guilty or not? Just go ahead and click guilty or not guilty. You don't get to be a hung jury.
The tow truck brought the defendant's Lexus to the Canton Sallyport. Do you know if there's a video depicting that arrival?
Yes, there is.
With the court's permission, I would like to play a portion of Exhibit 127.
Okay.
Go for Big Guy says, woof. Open YouTube looking for your stream. And they had Kurt's pedo stream on top. Well, I don't think he's got a pedo stream. Maybe. With a whopping 446 chomos watching their leader. Holy crap, that's a lot of chomos. Chomos sounds like a happy Mexican food truck to me. I don't know. Hey, man, you want some chomos? Those sound delicious. Sir?
Have you seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
What does it depict?
It depicts a tow truck from Diamond Towing arriving at Canton Police Department, followed by my personal pickup truck that we're following the vehicle in.
That video, that's before the video of being in the Sallyport?
Yes, it is.
When you were considering the physical pieces of evidence as part of your investigation, were you considering the weather conditions that night?
Yes.
When you were evaluating pieces of physical evidence that were found at 34 Fairview, were you making any assessment about their location or depth or closeness to the ground when you were evaluating them?
Yes.
And why were you considering the closeness of items to the ground?
Well, common sense will dictate that if a item is found on the grass and there's snow covering it, that it would have to have been placed prior to the snow accumulating. If an item is shoved into the snow, it will be exposed as the snow melts prior to it reaching the ground level.
Are you
going to
sure?
ask you to, with the court's assistant, retrieve.
That's not actually necessarily true. Snow doesn't only melt from the top down.
Exhibit 85. May I approach?
Yes.
We don't have it, I'm sorry.
Just right across.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. Sure. I'll bring it.
You have some questions while we wait?
I can. When you retrieve pieces of taillight on February 3rd, did you consider their location, not only where on the lawn they were, but about the depth of where they were found?
Yes, I did.
And based on the items that you found on February 3rd, how close to the ground were they?
They were on the ground, or in the instance with the hat, it was frozen almost in a solid piece to the grass blades, to the ground.
And was that significant to you, how the hat was found?
Yes, it was.
I could have 99 feet. And could we now have 99D? Beneath the hat on the left side next to the ruler, what do you see?
Yellow grass and a leaf, I believe, a brown leaf.
Was that of importance to you?
Yes, it was.
Why? %, of you, just over a fifth of you, think that she is guilty.
And if you could turn the lights
That's
on,
dangerous odds.
Thank you, sir. I'm approaching with exhibit 85. Could you take the item out of the bag, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Again, you can have all these pieces. It doesn't matter. Like, there's no way that taillight causes the fucking arm lacerations. When does the taillight break to cause it also? Like, are we saying that the taillight or
Back of the pants, please.
his head got hit by the taillight and that knocked it off and then it cut his arm? Like, it doesn't make sense.
As part of your investigation and the significance of the evidence, did you consider any debris on the back of the pants as part of your analysis?
Thanks, Major Chip Hazard. Yes.
Yes, the grass stains on the left.
Objection.
The appearance of the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the appearance of the staining that's taken place or had taken place on these jeans was significant in the fact that it appears to be green and grass stain.
What did that suggest to you as part of your evaluation of your investigation and the decisions that you made after?
It suggests that Mr. O'Keefe impacted the grass area with his left glute.
His left glute.
Transferring green staining onto his pants.
That completely undermines that he would get a concussion on the fucking grass
From your investigation,
that's frozen.
the amount
It
of
doesn't make any
snow
sense.
that was on the ground at about 12:32:09 to 12:32:12 on January 29th.
Frozen grass
2022?
doesn't stain like that very easily.
Yes, based on my investigation and review of video from surveillance footage, it appears to be very little to a coating of snow. in some areas.
You could repackage that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
You have to have a significant amount of chlorophyll inside the grass and moisture to stain. But they're arguing that the ground was so hard that when his head hit it, he died. That is not the conditions where you have chlorophyll staining pants. They're just not. I don't know how to say it any other way than that. There's no way your dumbass is both dying from your head hitting frozen grass
Trooper Buchanan.
and your
Yes, sir.
pants getting
asked
grass
questions
stains like
about
you're a fucking
interviewing-
11-year-old.
Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And you shared with us that he provided you a number of text messages between him and the defendant.
Chlorophyll, more like borophyll.
You began to explain that you vet information during your investigation.
Yes, we do.
What did you tell him you were going to do with
You guys are assholes.
I explained to Mr. Higgins that we have in our custody and will eventually get into both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, so that protect his integrity as a law enforcement official. I told him that the information he was providing better be true and accurate, or else he would suffer the consequences of the ulterior.
Did you in fact vet
You'll
what he
suffer the
gave you?
consequences.
Yes.
And before you vetted it, did he
Now,
make any
damp grass in a
changes,
blizzard that's not
additions, or
frozen,
subtractions from that information?
could grass stain
No,
a
he did not.
body being drug
When you
across
vetted
it?
that information, was there anything different from the alternative source, that being the defendant's phone from his phone?
Not that I noticed, no.
Or that exhibit or that document has been marked for identification. I'd like to introduce it as an exhibit. Identification.
I don't think he'd be drugged by his legs. I think they'd drag him by his arms if it's on his left glute. The legs don't make sense to grass stain with the left glute because you'd be lifting them up. That'd be grass stains on the, like the back and shoulder of a shirt on one side, probably.
My apologies. I'll need to look. I don't know.
But if you try and drag him by the right arm,
It's marked for identification.
his it's gonna pull him up.
Oh, it was introduced? It was. I didn't realize that this has been introduced as Exhibit 115.
It would pull him up, kind of sideways, and then he'd be dragging his left ass cheek along the ground.
As part of your investigation, did you look to see if there was any animus?
He knows what
or
animus is?
Difficulty between Mr. Higgins and Mr. O'Keefe prior to Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes.
Did you look at text message records to see if there was any motive that was evidenced in those text messages for Mr. Higgins to want to murder Mr. O'Keefe?
I did look.
May I approach?
Yes.
I handed you a document. Do you recognize that package of materials?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's the extraction printed out from Brian Higgins' phone, dated 2/3, meaning February 3rd, 2022. And it is a conversation between the defendant and Mr. Higgins.
Does it extend a number of different dates?
Yes, it does.
Did you look through those conversations or text messages to identify whether there was any animus or motive?
Yes, I did.
I'd move to introduce those documents as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you find any?
Hold on.
Thank you. Trooper Buchanan, did you find any evidence in the conversation?
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Drunks dragged out his body from the house. I would not be surprised at all if one person dragged him by the arm while the other people settled down, whoever just fucking knocked him into a countertop and killed him.
Between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, did you find any evidence shaping your investigation that there was a motive to harm, hurt, or murder Mr. O'Keefe by Mr. Higgins?
No, there was not.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may.
Sure.
You were just asked about Brian Higgins in your interview with Brian Higgins. Where did that take place?
In Sharon at an attorney's office.
At his lawyer's house, correct?
I'm not sure if he resides there, but it was an office.
With his lawyer present, correct?
Yes.
Do you find that unusual?
Objection.
What's this? Why is that a sustaining thing? Do you find that unusual?
Correct?
No.
You hadn't read him his rights.
Ask, is that common in
No
your
need to know.
experience?
No need to, because it wasn't in custody, correct?
Correct.
He was just a witness in a case that you're investigating.
That's correct.
But he asked that you interview him in his lawyer's presence, correct?
Because he's fucking smart.
Yes.
You were asked about any evidence of Brian Higgins having a motive to murder John O'Keefe just a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan, right?
Yes.
And you said, no, I didn't find a motive that Brian Higgins would want to murder John O'Keefe. Is that right?
That's right.
Why?
What about a motive to confront him? About a girl he was interested in. Did you see that?
I believe the text messages speak for themselves. Everybody heard me read them out loud.
Yep, the text messages do, but I'm asking you. You were just asked about your opinion, whether or not there was a motive that you found for Brian Higgins to want to murder John O'Keefe. I'm asking you a different question. Did you, in your mind, in your opinion, after having read those texts, find a motive for Brian Higgins to perhaps want to confront John O'Keefe because of jealousy?
If you're asking for my opinion is that he would need to confront Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe was not the one pursuing Mr. Higgins. It was your client that was pursuing Mr. Higgins.
Okay, so, well, text messages, like you said, speak for themselves. You'll agree that showed that there was a mutual interest, right? It just wasn't one-sided.
At times there was flattering text messages from both sides, but your client reached out to him first.
Right. I mean, somebody's got to reach out, right? Everybody's got to reach out to somebody. First, someone's got to do it first, right?
Well, it depends.
Doesn't mean that there's not mutual affection for one another. Is that right?
Is that right?
Perceived mutual affection.
I don't understand the question.
Did you see in those text messages, in your mind, a motive that might lead to jealousy on the part of Brian Higgins?
No, I think Brian Higgins was pretty clear in his request for explanation of what the defendant wanted out of this, and stated that he's friends with Mr. O'Keefe. So he wanted clarity from the defendant about what was going on.
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't read it to be that he was jealous as I sit here thinking back on the content.
What about after drinking Jameson and ginger all night long and sending a text that said,
all night long.
Objection. Might that change things?
I don't know what Mr. Higgins's state of mind was. Well, could mean many different things. They could have had a face-to-face interaction, a look. We'd be strictly speculating what was intended by that, or what was the intent of communication by that text message.
After weeks of communicating with Ms. Reed in a romantic manner, and then seeing her walk in the door with John O'Keefe and sending the text message after having been intoxicated, you see that detective as an investigator, as a reasonable, objective investigator, as a possible scenario for Brian Higgins to be jealous about John O'Keefe.
There's a possibility there, but I didn't see it.
Did you explore that possibility when you got all these text messages?
We did not follow up on that aspect based on the totality of the entire investigation.
Did you pull the tape at the waterfall and review the tape as we did here in court?
That happened, yes.
Okay. Did you see on the tape a time just before Brian Higgins left the location where he was confronted by Chris Albert?
Objection.
Change the wording.
Sure. Did you see a circumstance, did you see a situation on that tape where Brian Higgins is standing and Chris Albert physically puts his hand on Brian Higgins' arm, on his left arm?
I don't have a specific memory of that.
You remember a circumstance on that tape where Brian Higgins pulled his arm away and looked past Chris Albert over toward the bar, which is where John O'Keefe was standing. You see that?
I do remember you pointing that out. but we couldn't tell him who exactly he was looking at based on the video.
Did you see a circumstance in which Brian Higgins then put his hand on his forehead and began rubbing his forehead like this?
I don't have a memory of that.
Did you see a circumstance in which he then motioned over toward that side of the bar with his left hand?
That I remember, yes.
Did that seem realistic to you? Let me ask it a different way. Did that seem to you as a reasonable interpretation? Hey, come on outside. Or come here.
Very reasonable since they've been invited to 34 Fairview.
Did it look, in your opinion, that was just a hey, let's go together, or did it look more to you like, hey, come outside, or let's step outside?
The totality of the investigation, the fact that when they stepped outside, there was no confrontation and they were invited to the address. Again, totality of the investigation suggests otherwise.
Let's talk about that totality of the investigation. You're aware that Brian Higgins left first. He was the first to arrive at 34 Fairview, even before Brian Albert.
I am, yes.
And you're also aware that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were among the last to arrive. So they didn't step outside together, right?
They didn't step outside, but once he was invited, according to your narrative, wouldn't they have a discussion outside where he was invited to come out?
So,
You
Mr. Jackson,
you don't get to ask questions.
Not long. I can finish this up if you give me 10, probably 10 minutes.
Okay. Jurors are saying yes. Is it okay with all the jurors? We usually break it 4.
I don't want to overstep. I'm happy to
Usually
stop.
break it 4 at 3. Oh wait,
I'll just finish with this witness and I'll have to bring it back.
4 Eastern. Sorry, my bad.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the accommodation.
Thank you, jury. Say thank you to the jury, you dork. Ah!
You're aware
Next
that,
in.
according to the tape, John O'Keefe left about 10 minutes after Brian Higgins, or so.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. You would agree, as a homicide investigator, not every death starts off as an intended murder, correct?
I will agree to that.
Sometimes a fight could go wrong, and you intend to fight and duke it out.
Uh-oh.
Something goes wrong, something goes south, someone dies, right?
There it is. What's the objection?
That's something that it's beyond the scope. So move along.
So beyond the scope, fucking amazing when judges do
You
this.
were asked on
They'll let beyond the scope questions go
redirect
all
examination
day. But that was not brought up on
taillight
redirect,
pieces
so
that
he
were
can't bring it
found
up on
by the
recross.
CERT team. I want to ask you real quick about that. Your testimony was you recall that the CERT team found a large piece of red taillight material during their initial search. Is that correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. Did the CERT, you had a debriefing with the CERT team, correct?
Not the CERT team. I had a debrief with the members of our unit at the Canton PD conference room. I do not have a memory of the CERT team being there.
Do you recall ever being told or informed that the CERT team actually recovered maybe 5 or 6 pieces, maybe 7 pieces of small plastic material in addition to the shoe? As opposed to a large piece of red taillight.
The memory that stands out to me that I have is that there was a large piece of plastic recovered. It wasn't a shard. It was significant enough that, shown on the photograph taken by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And do you recall that the CERT team, or were you ever informed that the CERT team found those, according to the CERT team, within inches of one another, within about a 2-foot square radius?
I don't have a memory of where they found them exactly. I wasn't there.
Okay. You were asked about the taillight. You were shown a photograph of the taillight, where almost the entirety of that lens material is missing, gone, correct?
Yes.
And you remember talking to Jen McCabe originally, interviewing her within days of this incident happening, correct?
It was the 29th we interviewed.
The day.
That day, yes.
Do you remember her saying that the taillight was cracked/broken?
She communicated that over the phone to Michael Proctor, which was then documented later on in the interview report from earlier.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it was documented within the interview report.
Okay. And in that interview report, it doesn't say the entire lens cap of that taillight is gone, correct?
Correct. The report does not say that, no.
And she didn't describe that, did she?
I don't know what she described to Michael Proctor over the phone.
You pulled out a pair of jeans belonging to Mr. O'Keefe just a second ago.
Yes.
And you noted that on his, what would be his left rear pocket, there was a stain.
Yes.
You said that was an apparent grass stain and it was green.
Based on my observation here holding them, that's what it appeared. Yes. Maybe dirt, maybe other substances.
That was my question. Did you seek to analyze what that discoloration was from? Or have caused that to be analyzed by the crime lab or anybody else?
The genes were processed. I don't know what their protocol is to analyze it. They process those genes. There's pieces missing from cuttings and stuff like that.
Understood. So as you sit here, you have no evidence at all that those are grass stains, correct?
Strictly my experience of knowing grass stains and observing it.
Could be dirt.
How many grass stains do you
Could be.
observe?
Could be oil or grease.
I don't know about that, but
They look brown. Stains look brown, doesn't it?
there's different parts of the stain. Some has brown, some has green, different parts of it.
Could you get, in your experience, stains on the back of pants from being dragged?
I've never dragged anybody, so from my experience, I can't tell you.
I didn't ask if you've ever dragged anybody. You've never murdered anybody either, but you're a homicide investigator, right? Did you get those stains from being dragged? It's just a common sense question.
My common sense dictates that it was not a drag, a mark, because it would have linear characterizations, and it would be both buttocks that are engaged in contact with the ground while being dragged.
No, it wouldn't. Not if you were grabbing by one arm.
Being dragged at an angle.
Uh,
Dragged through a crease spot that was only on the left.
No, it's one arm. That's the only way you get it. Can't do it with a leg.
Again, my opinion, common sense dictates it was not the case.
It's not common sense. If you grab someone by the right arm,
But
lift
you
up your
certainly
body,
didn't take
your
any
left
action
ass cheek
to
will drag on the
investigate
ground.
the-
That's how it goes.
Forensically.
It's the most obvious fucking thing in the world.
I did not know.
By the way, can you lose a shoe from being dragged?
It depends. I guess you can, depending on how loose it is.
Demonstrate with Kurt.
You said that there was
Drag a
no
planet.
information that you had regarding Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe having any animosity toward each other prior to January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
But you did, now let's talk about on January 29th, 2022. In your experience, does drinking alcohol increase a likelihood or increase the possibility of getting into an altercation?
I would say, in my experience, in my opinion, the alcohol could become a social lubricant and exacerbate emotions. But to
can
speak
it?
in
Is
a
that what alcohol can
definitive,
do?
Form here, I can't.
Hey guys, alcohol can socially lubricate it.
Never heard that before. No,
Beer guts? Ever heard that one?
I've heard of beer gut, but not beer guts.
Having the guts to walk up to
There would be
someone you might
multiple
not
beer
otherwise
guts.
walk up to in a bar because you've had too much to drink. Is that what beer muscles could mean?
I would say maybe liquid courage,
Even better. What does liquid courage mean?
giving you courage that truly shouldn't be there.
That you might not otherwise have if you weren't drinking.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we wrap this up, Mr. Jackson?
I'm trying, Judge. I won't be much longer. You had evidence that Brian Higgins had been.
You haven't even
drinking
given him 10 minutes
most of
yet.
the afternoon and evening or most of the night, that evening and night, at the time that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walked into the waterfall, correct?
I had information that Brian Higgins had returned from a police officer's funeral and then went to Waterfall after he changed clothes and took a shower.
Went to the hillside before he went to Waterfall and started drinking there, correct?
I don't have an independent memory of that, no.
But you did, at the time, you didn't pull the tape at Gesundheit. At the time, you didn't pull the tape at CPD that we saw with Brian Higgins on the phone at 1:30 in the morning, correct? You didn't have that information.
I'm sorry, can you
At the time-
give me a reference when at the
Sure.
time?
At the beginning of your investigation, January 29th, and probably the next, let's call it a couple months.
Mhm.
You did not have that information, correct?
No, we did not.
And you didn't seek that information from CPD at that time.
No, I had no information that he went there.
Okay, and you didn't extract his phone, correct?
That's correct.
And finally, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination, did you have any evidence that John actually went into the home? Did you ever interview Trooper Guarino during the course of your investigation at any time?
Interview him?
Talk to him
No.
about his extraction of John O'Keefe's phone and any of the data that came off of his phone.
No.
You did not realize that Trooper Guarino had information that John O'Keefe took 36 steps covering a distance of some 84 feet that would have placed Mr. O'Keefe inside the residence at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Did you have any information from Trooper Guarino about steps that were logged on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not.
Is that it, Mr. Jackson? You said finally, that's what I'm wondering.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
I'm trying to wrap this up. I only have a couple more things, but I may be able to finish it with one question. As you sit here now, are you aware of whether or not there's evidence that John O'Keefe, the phone describes John O'Keefe's phone taking 36 steps, covering a distance of about 84 feet at 12:32 and 16 seconds on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you aware of that?
I'm not, Your Honor.
Okay, the answer is,
The answer was?
No, I'm not aware of that.
all right. All right. Jurors, I appreciate you staying late, so Trooper Lieutenant, you do not have to return.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
Thank you.
folks, those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow.
The rest of the jury.
So it's that.
Counsel at sidebar. So there we go. That's the in the presence of the jury shit. We'll see what happens if Jesus. We'll see what happens if they come back after sidebar to say anything or do anything in open court. Even though the jury's not there. So that's cool. Oh, we have a couple of super tips.
Nick, I was today years old when I found out that Curious George isn't a monkey.
Wait, what? Curious George is a monkey. I'm not doing this. No. Nope. You got me thinking about it. I'm not going to follow that. You shut your mouth. You shut your damn mouth right now. I will never research that claim. Fuck no, don't you dare. He's joke is he's a black kid, I guess. He's not very good at that. Boosh McFadden says, my fat ex ran backwards into a midget and broke her left butt cheek and sent him flying 30 feet and all of the pieces of her but landed next to him. Real. I believe it. Oh, the green grass theory. Let's do that. I hope Joe doesn't mind that I'm gonna fair use the shit out of his video. See how long this thing is. Good Logic's green grass theory relies on basic science to prove that the state got something. 8 minutes. That's the one, I guess, huh? Oh my God, it's narrated with like a sultry Joe, like as sultry as Joe's voice gets. Well, see, now I'm thinking about that. That's not good. I never wanted to think about what Joe's voice would sound like sultry. I guess it's this. You guys will have to tell me, is this Joe's sultry voice? Or is it something different? Okay, here we go.
In the snowy early morning hours of January 29, 2022, police officer John O'Keefe was laying unconscious on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road
hope he
in
wakes
Canton,
up.
Massachusetts. Hours earlier, his girlfriend Karen Reed dropped him off at the house to attend a party with several friends, including Jen McCabe. Shortly after
Joe, I'm going to criticize you on the wording there because it's ambiguous as to who is attending the party. Is she dropping him off at the house to attend a party? Or is she dropping him off at the house so that she can attend a party, like to attend a party as well? Very ambiguous wording. I don't like it. O'Keefe's a quitter. That much is obvious. Imagine not living through this.
Shortly after 6 a.m., O'Keefe is found with no pulse by his girlfriend Karen, Jen McCabe, and a third friend, Kerry Roberts. How O'Keefe wound up dead on the front lawn of a house party that he was supposed to attend remains a mystery, but the ground beneath him may hold a key to the truth. The state claims O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, dropped O'Keefe off and struck him with her car between 12:30 and 1 a.m., leaving him to freeze to death for over 5 hours. But the defense says there was no car collision, that O'Keefe ended up on the lawn hours later, and Karen Reed had nothing to do with it. Today, I'm going to show you a theory that could unravel the state's entire case. I call it Good Logic's green grass theory. Let's start with the timeline, straight from the testimony. Ryan Nagel testified that he was in a car that pulled up behind the defendant's car, Karen Reed's car.
Now, I know pulling up is important. I learned from Eric July that you should always pull up. 1 second, we got a couple of these chats.
Nicka, why did you break that tail light?
I don't know. I didn't mean to.
Have they already had experts testify to the nature of his injuries?
No, not yet.
I can't see any way those would be from being struck by a vehicle. It makes no sense.
The defense rests. Thank you, Ronnie O'Neill. I agree. No, they haven't had an expert link those injuries to the car yet.
And parked in front of 34 Fairview between 12:30 and 12:35 a.m. Nagel testified that snow was just starting to fall.
You were at that address around 12:30?
That is correct, sir.
And you offered us that you were there for about
Editing
5
and
minutes?
work he put into this video.
Yes.
Do you know the exact time you left?
No, not off the top of my head right now, no.
Was it around that time?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It's probably before 12:35, roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
That's pretty.
You could still
small range.
see the ground given
Yes.
the weather?
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to fall?
Just starting.
Around that time, around
Did you hear the
12:30 when
snow?
you left,
Mhm.
was there inches of snow
No, there was
on the
not
ground?
inches of snow.
No, there's not inches of snow.
I could still see the grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
Then we have meteorologist Robert Gilman, who provided critical weather data. Gilman confirmed that by 1 a.m., only half an inch of snow had fallen, at most a light dusting.
What does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible. Would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
Because all accounts confirm that Reed had certainly left by 12:45 a.m., presumably less than half an inch of snow had fallen when Karen Reed drove off that night. Finally, we have Sarah Levinson. She testified about what she saw when she left the house of 34 Fairview and headed home around 1:30 a.m., nearly an hour after O'Keefe was allegedly struck.
Generally.
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed, the wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Levinson said there was still just a light dusting of snow, and she could see patches of grass. So let's think about the state's theory with this timeline in mind. If Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe at 12:35 a.m., his body would have crashed into the ground. At that moment, with barely any snow on the lawn, his body heat and the impact would have melted those tiny traces of snow beneath him. He'd be lying on grass or dark mud.
Do you have a snow expert,
As the
Joe?
snow continues to fall over the next 5 hours, his body would act like a tarp,
Your body acts like a
shielding
tarp.
the ground underneath from any snow. Picture this. If O'Keefe was lying flat on his back, snow couldn't pile up under his shoulder blades, his hips, or his head. If he was on his side, the snow wouldn't accumulate beneath his knees, thighs, hip, forearm, or shoulder. His body would insulate the ground like a human-sized tarp. You can
Jesus,
see
hold on. Oh my God. Sorry. Jesus. They switched the court feed killed and so it auto played the next video. My apologies. All right, back to this thing. I don't know if you guys probably couldn't hear that, but the court feed switched to autoplay, which autoplayed to a cooking video, which was blasting in my ears. Holy crap. Because remember, I had the audio boosted. Okay, here we go.
You can see here, snow falls around the body, but not beneath it. By the time he was found at 6 a.m., after several inches of snow had fallen, what would you expect to see when they lifted his body? You'd see a stark contrast, a patch of green grass or dark mud where his body had been pressing down for hours. No snow would be there. It would be surrounded by the blustering snow that had been accumulating around his body for hours. That would be undeniable proof that O'Keefe had been lying on the lawn since before the snow had started accumulating in earnest. Paramedics, friends, anyone at the scene would have noticed this. It would have been glaring to them. They'd intuitively realize he's been here for hours since the snow began. But here's the problem for the state. Not a single witness testified to seeing this. No one said, I noticed a dark patch of earth where his body had been. No one said, it was obvious he'd been there for hours because there was no snow beneath him. In fact, the testimony tells a very different story. Witnesses testified that they were collecting O'Keefe's blood from the snow. Blood from the back of his head was on the snow, not on the grass or the ground beneath it. Think about that. If O'Keefe had been lying there since 12:35 a.m., his blood would have seeped into the grass or mud before the snow piled up. But if his blood was on the snow, that means the snow was already there, several inches of it, before his body landed on the lawn. The green grass theory exposes a fatal flaw in the state's timeline. If O'Keefe had been on that lawn for over 5 hours, the ground beneath him would have told that story. The absence of snow under his body would have been irrefutable evidence that he was there before the snow accumulated, but no one saw that. Instead, the evidence points to a very different truth. John O'Keefe ended up on that lawn after several inches of snow had already fallen, hours after Karen Reed had driven away. The green grass theory isn't just a hypothesis, it's a lens that reveals the impossibility of the state's story. Maybe O'Keefe slipped and fell, hitting his head. Maybe something else happened. But whatever led to his death, the evidence shows it happened hours after Karen Reed left.
There's a hole in Joe's theory, and it's really, really obvious. Can you guys figure it out? Because I can. Now, I tend to believe Joe's theory. Don't get me wrong. I tend to think that that John O'Keefe was deposited onto the lawn after the snow had started later than is claimed. I do not believe that he died in the snow or as the snow started because of Karen Reed. I think I've been pretty clear in that. But just because that's what I believe and that's what I think the evidence points to, Joe is offering this as a slam dunk. And so I have to point out the glaringly obvious problem with it. And that problem is that John O'Keefe could have sat up. That destroys the slam dunkness of this theory. Now, again, this theory is, I think it's largely accurate. But if John O'Keefe dies from a head injury or head injury related hypothermia because he's unable to fully function, and he can be laying there in quite a bit of snow, and if he sits up for any appreciable period of time, and if, let's say, I mean, hell, let's say he got knocked out inside and then dragged out and put there, he could still wake up. They could have been wrong on him being dead. His unconscious body could have been, he could have regained consciousness, something like that. And the same thing could happen if he was hit by the car and, stumbled down and fell. He could still regain consciousness before dying. And, hypothermic people, they don't move well. They don't make good decisions, but they do move for a while and then they stop. And so if he did happen to regain consciousness and sit up or attempt to sit up or roll over, any of those things really puts a giant fucking axe in the theory, because there are ways for him to logically end up on top of snow, even if he had been there for quite some time. And then the nature of the blizzard would immediately cover up if he had like rolled over or something like that. So I love Joe. And I think he's right. I think he's 100% right. But we can't sell it as a slam dunk theory that like this is the only way that this could happen, because it's not. There's a very obvious and very logical way by which snow could still get under him, even if he had been there the whole time. So that's my thing. Let's finish up. There's 24 seconds left. Now, I have to do this too. Someone in the chat just said, but his blood would be in more places. You can't say what would have happened unless you know what did happen, right? Let's say he sits up. And let's say he sits there for 20 minutes, an hour, who knows? And then falls over. Lights out. You can't say his blood would have been in more places. It would have been in the places it was, and then nowhere else. Now, if he rolled over and like was muling around on the ground and very active, sure, his blood could have been in more places, but you can't say would have. You can't. It's really tempting to make these definitive statements about what could have happened, but there are very plausible other actions that could have happened here. So that it doesn't mean that what Joe's claiming didn't happen. I think it's a very likely outcome, and I think his logic is sound. But it doesn't preclude the possibility of getting the same results with a different cause and different timeline. That's all. Lane says, even with your insight, not enough snow would get under him, as if he is still alive. His body would melt away any snow that goes under him. How long have you ever laid in this?
The grass doesn't lie. Snow doesn't lie.
It does.
The state's timeline,
Snow's an asshole. It lies all the time.
That's another story. Good Logic's green grass theory. What do you think happened that night? Share your thoughts in the comments below. I read every single one. If this video opened your eyes to a new perspective on the Karen Reed case, please like, share, and subscribe for more deep dives like this. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss the next video. This is Good Logic, and I'll see you in the next one.
All right. Damn it. Stop it. Okay, briefly, I think we're really overselling the amount of melting that occurs. It's going to be a while, but the next time there's a giant snowstorm, when it gets to winter in your area, go lay down on the snow and see how much you melt the snow. I know while your body heat would melt it. What he is wearing a shirt, and that shirt traps the body heat close to the body, but it also necessarily keeps away body heat from emanating out into the snow. Clothing is an insulator. Insulation works both ways. So it's not so simple to say, oh, his warm body would have done it. Plus, if he'd been sitting out there for a while, and if he sat up for an appreciable amount of time, but was very cold, for example, if that happened, the colder he gets, the less likely he is to be melting large amounts of snow. If he's sitting up, it'll allow snow to accumulate in a place where he would later fall down. All of these things. So again, it's not that I think Joe's theory is wrong. I think his theory is the most likely one. It's just not a slam dunk. There are other ways to get the same results, and but with an inconsistent cause or an inconsistent path to getting there. But laying down on the snow, I want you to try it. You're assigned to do that in several months, or if you're on the upside down land, go do it now. Lay down and see how well that works for you. I think what you'll find is that it's not so, it's not so easy for your body heat to melt snow. And there's a really good reason, and it has to do with thermal mass. Like your body's exothermic, but the amount of snow that's there creates a massive amount of a very cold thing. And like, oh, it's you're 98 degrees and snow is snow is somewhere around below 32 degrees. Kind of depends on what the temperature is outside. So that's fine and dandy. But do you realize like how much snow is coming down in a blizzard, and how much snow an inch of snow is from a thermal mass perspective? You're talking about hundreds of pounds in very quickly in square meters in this blizzard. You start to get to 4-5 inches of snow, and you have hundreds of pounds of thermal mass, way more than a human body in the same area. So, and especially because that thermal mass, it's like this, it's a sheet. And so I know snow is like these individual little crystals, but they're all next to each other. And all of those things combined are keeping each other cold. And so you have this, you don't just have the 3x6 area that this guy's laying in. You have the 3x6 area surrounded by yards and yards and yards of snow as well. So it's very easy to oversell the amount of melting that would occur. I just really don't. I really don't want to get into it again. Because I think Joe's theory is right, but let's not just be like, what? That's it. That's the only way it can happen. That's not true. So supposedly no signs of hypothermia. And that would be true if like he died beforehand. He's a grown ass man and he's outside and he's in a hoodie of some sort. It's not that cold. It's kind of miserable and shitty as the blizzard goes on, but it's not the coldest night on earth. Is it in 20 degrees or something like that? Let's see. What temp on night John O'Keefe dies? I can't remember. So he had a body temperature of 80 degrees, 80.1 degrees when he died. What was the outside temperature? I mean, no signs of hypothermia. An 80-degree body temperature is hypothermia. I mean, that dude's going to die. I mean, he could be brought back from that in some cases, but that's really tough. Like, there's no frostbite, sure, but saying there's no signs of hypothermia, like that doesn't make sense to me. But we need the medical experts to testify. I don't want his body temperature. What outside temp? Body tissue will not freeze until temperatures at or below 28 degrees Fahrenheit. The temp was 29 at 1 a.m. So that's why you've got an immediate problem right there. Coldest is 25 degrees. Look, guys, I can lay outside in the winter in 25 degrees with a hoodie on, hoodie and jeans. I get used to it because I live in the frozen hell that is Minnesota. But yeah, I think there's a risk of overselling the snow. But I agree with Joe on how this happened. I think he was deposited later. I think that best explains it. But all I want to say is that there are certainly other plausible explanations that lead to the same conclusions. Medical hasn't testified yet. No, I mean the EMTs have, but we haven't had the medical examiner or coroner. I don't believe so. Derek Boodle says, Nick, you're suggesting he sat up, died, then laid down. No, I'm saying he could have sat up and laid down and then died. If this dude has a concussion, right, like sitting up, he's not going to like make a rational decision to do something, but he could move around, and moving around then deposits blood in places where there wouldn't have otherwise been blood, and it allows snow to build up in places where there wouldn't have otherwise been snow. All he has to do is get up and roll to the left or the right a foot. Either way, it would probably be 3 feet or so if he rolled, like if he was on his back and he rolled onto his back. We don't know that he was on his back if he was originally he could have been deposited face down in either case and then rolled over onto his back later, right? Like, or was he on his stomach? Either way, however he gets to where he gets, if he wakes up and moves around at all, even if it's in a stupor because he's got a concussion from his head being hit on whatever it's hit on, then it immediately allows that whole snow theory to go out the window, because if he moves onto a different patch of snow, then everything you say about the body thing goes away, because that patch of snow, the rest of the snow is going to cover it up. He was on top of his phone, though. Maybe tried to get his phone out in his stupor and dropped it and then rolled and fell on it. Who knows? Like one of the critical things here is thermal mass. Like you have to understand how much thermal mass a blizzard is, and even an inch of snow across a yard is massive amount of thermal mass supporting a cold spot. And so the amount of body heat that you emanate goes away. It also the amount of body heat that you emanate, this is really critically important to this, actually, because this is a blizzard and it's windy, and they talked about wind chill a lot. That the wind is blowing away the protective layer of exothermic heat coming out of your body. Your body protects itself by being warm, and that heat forms a pocket. And that's why clothes work, is because clothes actually trap that pocketed, heated up air close to your body. And it creates like a little mini oven by holding the heat in place instead of having it go away. Wind comes through and that's gone. Like all of that protection goes away really fast. That's why wind is so dangerous, and that's why wind chill is devastating. It's completely uncomfortable, but it's also very life-threatening, because the heat shield that your body generates goes away. Mulgara85 says, want to watch a ukulele cover of the Kanye song I sent you? No, that's not really for the trial shows. I don't think we need to watch the Hail Hitler song on the trial shows, but maybe on a night show coming up really soon. Okay. Look, I like Joe's theory I just don't want, I want people to be careful because there's a lot of reasonable doubt in Joe's theory, and it's not being sold that way. He's like, well, this is the only way it could happen. That's not. There's a, simple science. And then again, you have to consider the human factor in this, that he's quite likely not dead when they throw him outside. All right. I think we are good. We've got everything for the day. I'm going to see if I can get that immigration part clipped out. I might be able to record a summary video or something. I've got a video that's going to go up right as I get off of here. So if you want to watch it, you just watch for the notification for the new video being uploaded. Thank you guys for joining me. I hope you enjoyed the show. As always, if you did, please slap the like button. Well over 1,500 likes already. You guys are amazing. Hope you're enjoying Super Tips as well. And we will be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. I wasn't aware that it was going to be an hour later today, but we'll be back at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and we'll be kicking it to the to what happens next. I mean, it sounds like this witness is done. I don't think they're going to give him a redirect. There's no reason to. Recross was pretty short, but who knows? They might. And then hopefully we move on to someone else. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a good day, and we'll see you soon. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along with his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight. We'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a bow, more of the frog. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what